Testing. Testing. Testing.
Good morning. Welcome everyone to our 2022 Florida Asthma Coalition Summit. We're really grateful for y'all being here with us today. We've got a great event lined up for you. I'm Dr. Zan Novakovsky. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. I have been the evaluator for the Florida Asthma Program and Coalition for the past decade. And I also am on the faculty at Florida State University College of Medicine. My work focuses on medical sociology and public health program evaluation. But you can read all that in my bio. What really makes Florida Asthma Coalition so dear to my heart is that I also live with chronic respiratory disease. I have cystic fibrosis, which is a whole body disease that makes your mucus very sticky. And this causes a lot of problems, including with the lungs. So I've always had a real passion for making sure that everybody living with respiratory health issues has that chance to live our best lives, to live well, to thrive, and to grow old. And I will also say, if you're newer to working with us, the Florida Asthma Coalition are just some of the best people you will ever meet. And you'll get a chance to meet some of our longtime members and supporters and our leaders later today as we move through the agenda. Have just a couple of housekeeping announcements for everybody before we get right into the program with a wellness activity led by our coalition chairs. So first and foremost, everything you could possibly need to know about this event is located in the agenda and event pamphlet on the site that you're watching this broadcast on as an attendee. So if you navigate to that agenda area, you can view the agenda as a schedule. You can also view an inline PDF pamphlet that has all of our speaker bios, information about how to make sure that you get your CE credits if you're seeking CE credits today. Information about our sponsors. I definitely invite you to review that and to make sure that you check out our sponsor exhibits in the expo hall more toward the middle of the day. And you can also find some information about how the event was planned and different people's roles with the coalition. And of course, information about joining the Florida Asthma Coalition if you are just starting out getting involved with us. So any questions you've got, just check out that pamphlet. Probably you're going to find the answer that you're seeking. But Altus, our partner for today's event, who's taking care of all the tech, the logistics, and the management of the event, is also going to be present all day long. You can always send messages in the event chat to the group, and Altus will be able to help you out. We will also have folks from Altus give our featured speakers a 5-minute alert when your time is almost finished. We're going to keep right on schedule for today. And then I will pop back on. My camera will come back up right at the scheduled start time for the next presentation so that we can transition. So we're going to try to make sure that you're ready to wrap up in a timely manner so we can keep everybody on pace. A couple of specific notes about CE credit. If you are seeking the CHES, Certified Health Education Specialist credit for attending today for any of the sessions, you must fill out the standalone fillable PDF evaluation form for CHES credit seekers. And there's information on the website and in the pamphlet about how to do that. You can also always chat the Altus reps in the event chat on the event page to make sure that you are getting the right information about that. The event chat is also a little quirky. So if you are having trouble getting it to accept your name, try entering your name with absolutely nothing other than letters. No spaces, no special characters. That should work. Let's see, we've also had a speaker change for today. Dr. Angela Garcia, a longtime steering committee member and work group leader for the coalition, has graciously stepped in to take over for Dr. Jennifer Fish, who could not be with us today. As a result, there's been a slight change with the CE credit opportunities for that session on the agenda. Only pharmacy CEU credits will be available for that presentation. Everything else for CE credits is going to be exactly the same. So just pay attention to that. If you were looking to get credit for Dr. Fish's session, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to welcome her back in a future year. We have closed captioning that is displayed in the event feed in line. If you're having any other accessibility challenges, or if for some reason you are not seeing the captioning, use that event chat on the event page, and folks from Altus can help you troubleshoot. If for some reason you have the event displayed on your computer or another device and you're a featured speaker and you're in the Zoom, just make sure that you don't have volume on the event where you're seeing that event landing page, because otherwise you might get a little bit of feedback. Again, any technical issues for our speakers, you're going to want to get in touch with Altus directly through the contact information that they've given you. And make sure that when you are not speaking, that not only your microphone in the Zoom, but also your camera are muted. And that's going to help us make sure that we have a good featured speaker view that's uninterrupted in the recordings. So we really try to make this event as accessible as possible. The pandemic has really brought us some wonderful opportunities to really reach out much more broadly and welcome people into our programming. And we're very committed to making sure that we do our best with accessibility every year. To that end, for our screen reader users, quick visual description of me. I'm very skinny, which is not unusual for people with CF. I'm white. I have curly strawberry blonde hair that's up in a pineapple on top of my head. I have a few facial piercings that are probably not visible at close range. And I am wearing my Florida Asthma Coalition pin on top of a black outfit. And as always, I've got my black eyeliner. And I am wearing my blazer with a little bit of flair because I'm excited for today's event. And I'm sitting in my home office space, which has kind of a sunburst theme, which I feel is very appropriate for an event in the Sunshine State. So with that, I am going to make sure just in my notes that I covered everything that I was supposed to cover for housekeeping. It looks like I did. So we've got until, looks like 8:25 to do our intro and wellness activity. So let's get right into that wellness activity to get the day off to an active start. I would like to invite our coalition chairs, Dr. Deborah Weiss and Dr. John Perpich, to turn on their cameras and microphones. I will disappear, and then I will be right back on at 8:25 to introduce our Florida Asthma Program Overview and Burden of Asthma presentation.
Welcome, everybody. It's so nice to see you all. We have a great registration this year. Can you all hear me? Have we switched to? Okay. My name is Dr. Deborah Weiss. I'm co-chair with my colleague, Dr. John Perpich of the Florida Asthma Coalition. I'm a certified health education specialist, a professor and director of a nonprofit organization that serves marginalized populations. I came to asthma management when I was actually pursuing doctoral studies. I was pursuing master's studies in stress management, and I had a fateful meeting with Dr. David Evans of Open Airways for Schools and many other initiatives, and my path was changed, and here I am. My doctoral research was on asthma management on college campuses, and it was replicated at Texas State University with Kevin Collins, who many of you met yesterday, and Nick Henry. I currently work both in Florida and in New York. At last year's virtual summit, we spoke about resilience and we paid tribute to those we lost to COVID-19. We are not out of the woods yet, but we have made a lot of progress in the fight against COVID-19. In the United States, COVID cases are down 13% over the past 2 weeks, with state-to-state variations. 67% of Americans are now fully vaccinated, and 79% have had at least one dose. In Florida, the total cases reported have declined 4% in the past 14 days, though some counties are still seeing increases. 68% of Florida residents are fully vaccinated, and 80% have had at least one dose. I mention this because it's kind of the elephant in the room. We didn't want to focus on it this year, but in fact, one of our speakers came down with COVID, Dr. Jennifer Fish, and we wish her a speedy and full recovery. Our theme this year is diversity. Dictionaries define it simply as variety, but it is so much more than that. Many organizations now include a diversity statement in their profile, and it encompasses the meaning of inclusion and equity. Here is a very good one I'd like to share with you. The practice of honoring human rights, respecting and celebrating diverse cultures, and promoting an inclusive environment that affirms the value of all persons. Dimensions of diversity can include sex, race, age, national origin, immigration status, ethnicity, gender identity and expression, intellectual and physical ability, sexual orientation, income, faith and non-faith perspectives, socioeconomic class, political ideology, education, primary language, family status, military experience, cognitive style, and communicative style. It's a very large, encompassing term. And you'll see today the breadth and scope of presentations on the topic. So today our presenters will be speaking on identifying barriers in shared decision-making in provider practices, providing tools and techniques to combat vaping ads that use false advertising, gaining a deeper understanding of how systemic racism impacts asthma outcomes, learning about techniques to reduce asthma exacerbations in Blacks and Latinx adults with asthma, providing policy examples that could improve living conditions and accessibility of care for marginalized populations, selecting the right biologic, and reviewing how the new NAEPP guidelines and GINA guidelines affect clinical practice. But as promised, I'm not dressed as formally as Dr. Zan because I'm going to do a wellness activity. As I mentioned, my master's was in stress management, and I am certified in a form of Qigong. Qigong is a mind-body practice that helps to relax and energize the whole body. So I invite you now to stand up. Just hold this a little bit. I'm just going to do a short warm up. So feet about hips width apart. Imagine that you're suspended from the ceiling and rise up on the ball of your foot and float down, and imagine your skeleton aligning neck, shoulders, hips, knees, and ankles. The weight should be over your full foot, but slightly forward, not into your heels. Feel energy going up the front and down the back, relaxing your tailbone. Relax your arms down. Now, all of us have an energy field. Sometimes it's suppressed by illness, fatigue, stress. So we're going to boost that energy field right now. Let's start by rubbing our hands together, creating some heat. And to spread that more thoroughly through the body, do a little bit of bouncing. There we go. Stop the bouncing. Open the hands with the palms facing each other. You will feel a pulsation between the palms. That is your energy field. Sometimes it has a temperature. Mine is slightly warm. Yours may be cool or a neutral temperature. See how far you can separate your hands and still feel the energy field. When we had our in-person conference, we did this with a partner, seeing what their energy field felt like when we held our palms up a few inches away. Bring it back together and feel that energy field growing and condensing, and we're going to bring it over our eyes. Just cup your hands over your eyes. Most of us, I know I speak for myself, and the steering committee have put long hours in on the computer, so the eyes might be a little fatigued. So close the eyes and just let that energy be generated. Go into the eyes and relax them. De-stressing the body also relaxes the mind so that we're more available for all the wonderful things we're going to hear today. Okay, now there are several meridians that we're going to address. The first one is the K27. This relates to the lungs, and it's sort of the master energy point of the body. That's why you see apes going like this and Tarzan. So if you slide your fingers down about 2 inches or so from your collarbone, there's a little indentation. I'd like you to just tap there. It's good if you're sleep deprived or tired, or even if you're not. It's a nice thing to do in the morning to wake up. Deep breathing. Now we're going to bring the hands to the center of the sternum, stimulating the thymus gland as we tap gently, not too hard. We're doing what's called the 3 thumps of Qigong. There are hundreds of forms of Qigong, but this begins many of the forms because it just helps wake up the body. And finally, slide your fingers down about 2 ribs from the bottom. And let's tap there, stimulating the diaphragm. Gently. Good. Just shake your arms out. Shake everything out. And we're going to learn now to use a minimum amount of muscle to achieve a very graceful movement that will relax the arms. Again, the arms might be tense from being at a keyboard for a long period of time, or if you're a provider, from tending to patients. So I'm going to show this sideways. We're going to inhale up and exhale down, but rather than muscling it through, those of you that lift weights and do exercises, we're going to do it very gently. So the wrists lead up, the hands tilt up, and the wrists lead down. Very gently. The arms are never rigid or locked, nor are the feet in Qigong. It's very gentle. It took me a while to get used to it when I first started it about 20 years ago, because I was used to doing athletic things. It's not athletic, but it is a body-mind practice that is very relaxing. So if you can, we're doing a purging breath, which is good to do in the morning when you wake up to get all that sleepiness and stuffiness out. We're going to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. So we breathe in as we gently float the arms up, and exhale down. And again, breathe in, leading with the wrists very gently. Tilt the hands up, exhale down. Imagine a very gentle waterfall. Breathe in, and out. Good. And in, and out. One more. In, and out. Now we're going to take it a step further. So we're going to breathe in, open as we exhale, and we're bringing our chest a little bit forward, just a little bit. Bringing the hands back to center and down. This is great for opening the chest, rib cage, and for the breathing. So let's breathe in, out, chest comes forward, in, through the nose, out, through the mouth. In, in. Keep the legs firm and steady. Posture does not change. In, down. The only thing that changes is you sway slightly forward, pushing your chest slightly forward. Other than that, the posture remains exactly the same. Arms and legs are relaxed, not locked. One more. In, out, in, and down. Now we're going to do something for the hands and wrists, which most of us have been using them a lot on the keyboard. So clasp your hands. I'll come a little bit closer to show this. We're going to make figure eights with the hands. Make figure eights with the clasped hands and then reverse it and go the other way. Come back to center. Hands face the chest. And we're going to drop our left elbow as if we're rowing a boat and then lift it up. Drop the right elbow. Up. Drop. Up. Drop. Up. Drop. Up. The twisting is again bringing circulation, the rib cage, the lung area. Let your head go with the direction your arms are going. And now let's reverse that. So we're going to lead up with the elbow as we inhale, exhale back. Inhale. The hips go along for the ride. Everything is very relaxed. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. That's it. Neck is relaxed, spine is relaxed. Breathe into any area that feels tight. Okay, beautiful. Now we're going to bring our hands to our chest. As we inhale, we're going to exhale, turn our palms outward, press them forward, bend the knees, and drop the head and look through the arms. So you're pushing your back like that. It's a great lower back stretch also. And inhale, hands to chest. Exhale, press forward, look through your arms, like someone's pulling your waistline backward. Inhale, stand. Exhale, forward. Inhale, stand. One more. Exhale, forward. Inhale to the chest. This time we're going to stay out. So exhale out. We're not coming in, we're coming up. And bring the arms up. Gently straighten the knees, don't lock them. And we're going to be bubbling strength. Go up on the ball of the feet and just relax. Hands rest on the feet. 3 times. Up. Let's hear that exhale. Up. Good. Now stretch out everything up. Relax the shoulders down. We're going to reach up and over to the right. And look to the upper elbow. If it hurts your neck, just leave it forward. Bring your head back to center. Come up overhead. Relax the shoulders. Reach up and over to the left. Look into your upper elbow. Go forward. Come up. And gently relax the arms down. We're now in what we call a Wu Ji stance. It's just a relaxed stance with the palms facing up. Just do a body check. How does your energy feel? Do you feel it percolating through your body? Energizing body and mind? I hope so. So that's all we have time for in our warm-up today. So we're going to link the thumbs, bring the feet together, and imagine that we are a strong bamboo swaying in the breeze. And if you live in Palm Beach County, one of my favorite places is the Marconi Gardens. They have a bamboo garden there, it's great. Bamboo is strong and resilient. It bends, but does not break. It's a good metaphor. Hope you enjoy your warm-up. And I'll now turn you over to my co-chair, Dr. John Perpich.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to just say hello and thank everyone for coming this afternoon or this morning and afternoon. This is our second virtual summit, and I really am excited about the presenters that we have today. And so I just wanted to take a moment and thank the subcommittee and everyone else that's really made this possible. Thank Altus for helping us make this as seamless and as hopefully as fluid as you're going to see today. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Zan to introduce Dr. Buckstein.
Thank you. So our next presentation is actually going to be the burden of asthma in Florida overview from our wonderful colleague, Dr. Wanda Rodriguez-Dunham, who is our Florida Asthma Program Manager, has got quite a bit of history with the program at this point, and is just an absolutely passionate and ardent champion of people with asthma in Florida and of diversity in asthma management. Remember also, if you're just joining us, that if you're seeking CHES credits, you must fill out the standalone PDF CHES credit evaluation form. That is different from the general evaluation surveys for both the summit and yesterday's mini course. For anybody who attended that, invitations for those evaluation surveys, the ones that are not for credit, will go out early next week directly from SurveyMonkey. You'll get email invitations. So if you're seeking those CHES credits, there's one other thing you got to fill out. It's a fillable PDF. It's accessible from the event website. Any questions can be directed to our Altus representatives using the event chat on the event page, or the contact information for them, which is in the view guidelines area. So with that, I am going to give Dr. Dunham the floor.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Thank you for being here with us with the Florida Asthma Coalition. Like Dr. Navagaski said, I am Wanda Rodriguez-Dunham. I am the Asthma Program Manager for the great state of Florida for the Department of Health. And I'll be talking today about Florida updates on asthma and other things that we have been doing. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Okay. let's see. Oops. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I had it ready.
Wanda, if you would like me to pull up the slides, and you can
Yes,
just
please, because I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Thank you, Ted. Okay, so again, sorry about that. We're going to give the, let's see. Okay. Okay, so presentation overview will be, we will talk about the Florida Asthma Program, past, present, and future, the exhale strategies. But at this point, I think everybody knows what the exhale strategies are. The Asthma Home Visiting Program and the lessons learned, burden of asthma, Florida Asthma Profile, and the data resources. As we know already, the Florida Asthma Program coordinates statewide efforts to reduce asthma disparities and hospitalization rates. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. And increase the management for education. The FAP is funded by the Centers of Disease Control Prevention. And in 2019, the program was awarded the comprehensive public health approach in asthma control through evidence-based interventions. Grant cycle is from 2019 to 2024, and we are about to enter year 4 of this grant cycle in September. Next slide. So at this point, like I said before, we have we go by the exhale guidelines, and the Florida Asthma Program and the Florida Asthma Coalition, we work toward visiting every letter of these acronyms. Next slide. So our major area that we work because of the pandemic, like everybody else, was deeply impacted by this. So we have the Florida Asthma Home Visiting Program. The eligibility criteria is to qualify for the program is ages 5 to 18 diagnosed with asthma. We also accept adults too. Have an asthma control test of 19 or below. One of the or more of the even ED visits or hospitalizations in 6 months. We accept referrals from physician hospitals, clinics, schools, and the participating counties are Miami-Dade, Orange, Seminole, and Gadsden. And we do this visits either virtually, in person, or in a hybrid mode. Next slide. So in the Florida Home Visiting Program, what we have learned, we have started taking data, obtaining data about from December 2020 until April. And we have noticed, like almost everybody else, that we have seen improved asthma control, fewer asthma symptoms, reduced missed days in school and work, reduced use of unscheduled visits for emergency department, urgent clinics, and hospitalizations. Next slide. And this is just a little snippet of what we have encountered with these visits in the 4 counties that we have continued to do the Florida home visiting program. And all the statistics are still being generated. I don't have a lot of data, but so far we can see that the asthma control test, the ACT, has gone down. Has gone up prior to the intervention and obviously after the intervention, and ED visits. We have seen also reduction of hospitalizations, but the data is not there yet. So just looking at the very general on ED visits, we have seen a reduction of 87% on ED visits with the Florida home visiting program. And so I am going to thank wholeheartedly to my asthma coordinators in the 4 counties because they have poured themselves into this program. And you will meet them a little later, but I'm going to mention them by name. Sandra Echeverri Barona from Miami-Dade, Dr. Annette Thomas from Orange County, Enid Santiago from Seminole County, and Dale Harrison for Gadsden County. So thank you guys, and all the people that work with them. Next slide. So the preliminary data indicates that the asthma home visiting program is having a positive effect in the program participants. And these are some of the feedbacks from the parents. So basically everybody that the parents that are exposed to this intervention at home, either virtually or in person, they're seeing the difference. They're feeling confident about watching asthma symptoms and trigger reduction, trigger control, asthma medication adherence, and knowing what's the difference between a controlling medication or a quick relief medication or rescue medication, and not identifying them by color. So that's one of the things that we have seen. So children and participants are being kept in school, sleeping better, so, and being active because of this program. Next slide. So we are seeing what numerous studies are out there that visiting program improve asthma control, reduce ED or emergency department utilization, and cost and improve health quality. So these are some of the studies. There's plenty of them out there. Almost every of the programs, the CDC funded programs, can tell, and we have seen each other thrive in this department because of the home visiting program. Next slide. So we have the asthma friendly schools that we have tried very hard to do this. But with the pandemic, even though the schools here in Florida have been open since August 2020, there's restrictions in anybody outside the staff and the students coming to schools, but it's opening up. And we have actually one of the schools in Miami, actually 8 schools in Miami-Dade County that are going to be offering virtual asthma self-management program. So we have the asthma friendly schools recognition program, and so we, depending on the criteria, people the schools can achieve bronze, silver, gold, platinum status. Next slide. So we also have the air quality flag program. It's also part of the asthma friendly school program, where we offer the schools and community organizations the opportunity to learn about the relationship between the environment and health. And if you're anybody is interested in participating, Please communicate with the Florida Asthma Coalition at floridaasthmacoalition@gmail.com, and we will send you a free air quality flag kit that includes 5 flags. Next slide. And also, before I forget, and I just forget, please make sure, ensure about your outdoor environment. And like days like we're having in Florida these days, like where we have the heat index in the upper, well, the low hundreds, obviously. Look for those triggers like high ozone and high particulate matters in there. So download the airnow.gov app so you can be alerted about the air quality outside. And open airways for schools and kicking asthma. These are we continue to offer these evidence-based asthma management courses for children grades 3 to 10 from the American Lung Association. And so those 8 schools in Miami-Dade County, they're going to go through these courses again during the summer, like I said before. Next slide. So the burden of asthma in Florida. Multiple sources of data are used to provide a comprehensive picture of the burden of asthma in Florida. They're population-based surveys like the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System, the Florida Youth Tobacco Survey, and the Asthma Callback Survey. And also we have mandatory reported health information like from the ED and hospitals discharge data, transition from ICD-9 to ICD-10, asthma code now is J45, previously was 493. And we have also vital statistic mortality data in the here. Next slide. So as we know, lifetime asthma is just has a doctor, nurse, or other health professional, care professional has ever told that you have asthma. And current asthma is that you still have asthma. Next slide. So I'm going to go through this next slide very rapidly because I'm running kind of out of time. But we have the data is up to 2020, and I'm going to give a shout out to my fabulous EPI team, Dr. Rodrigue, Pierre, and Kathleen or Kate Karsmiski, that they're always giving me and providing me with this data and help me understand this. But in 2020, so we've seen just a little bit increase, but not as much. And obviously everybody is going to be very, I guess, eager to wait what the 2021 data comes back after the pandemic. Next slide. So the asthma prevalence by gender in 2020, you can see the males and females. I mean, females have a little bit more asthma as we age, as we know that women have more prevalence of asthma than males, and childhood is the opposite. Next slide. Okay, in 2020, the prevalence of lifetime asthma, it continues to grow a little bit, depending basically on race and ethnicity. In the non-Hispanic, Black, and Hispanic, there's always more prevalence based on the race and ethnicity. Next slide. Florida adult lifetime and current asthma prevalence just diminishing a little bit, but and probably we're expecting to continue to diminish even during the pandemic. Next slide. And currently we sit at 13%, 13.4% for females and lifetime, and current 9.4. So again, we see that women have more prevalence of asthma than males in adulthood. Next slide. And the age group, the 45 to 64, has just slightly higher, but it seems like it's almost the same across the board. Next slide. We see the same thing in here. Non-Hispanic, Black, and Hispanics having current asthma prevalence. Next slide. And then here in Florida, you see the education level and the household income. It's just almost the same on the education level and the household income. We have more people with less than $25,000 a year. Next slide. Asthma adjusted ED visit rate per 10,000 population, it's going down, and it as we have coming out of the pandemic, we have seen several variables or factors about this diminishing the ED visits, and so we know that people were scared about going to the emergency department in the middle of the pandemic. There were several reasons: fear, they were confused, there were mixed messages, they could not get appointments at the doctor's office because everything was closed. So there's several factors about this. So it will be very interesting to see the 2021 and 2022 data when it comes out. Next slide. So we see the same thing. The non-Hispanic Blacks have the highest incidence of ED visits than anybody else. Next slide. And again, the ED visits are higher among children from 0 to 4 years old, and it starts diminishing, but it's still going, and we still well below of the Healthy People 2020 target. We can't do 2030 targets because obviously we don't have the data for this point. Next slide. Age-specific ED visit rates. So children, and then once adulthood starts, 2024 for years, it's kind of peaks there and then it starts declining. Next slide. The asthma age-adjusted hospitalization rates also going down, but again, this is pre-pandemic. Next slide. The hospitalizations, again, higher on children. Next slide. And again, if you see, obviously, children 5 to 9 years is a little higher, and then it goes as people get older, 35 to 65, it starts increasing the hospitalization rates. Next slide. The asthma adjusted death rate, it increased slightly. 2020. Next slide. And an average 19 people died of asthma per month is still way too high. So we're that's part of our goals in here to increase quality control, asthma control. I'm sorry, and also obviously to decrease mortality and prevent unnecessary death. Next slide.
So it's 8:45. We are going to have to transition into our next presentation at this point in time. I want to thank Dunham for that terrific presentation. Slides from the presentations are available on the website. If you download the PDF for each of the presentations in the agenda, you can see more of those data. And of course, you can visit our coalition website. Now it's time for our next presenter, Dr. Dunn Buckstein, who is going to present to us on building an asthma lifestyle plan, the total lung connection to improve asthma outcomes. Just touch on a little bit about Dr. Buckstein's background, and you can also read Dr. Buckstein's full bio in your event pamphlet. Dr. Buckstein is our keynote speaker for today. He's triple board certified in allergy, immunology, pediatric pulmonary, and general pediatrics, and has really quite a long and rich history of leadership experience in healthcare and health systems, as well as some enrichment in the humanities, going back to education in English literature, and then pursuing a healthcare and health leadership path. So Dr. Buckstein, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Buckstein here in Wisconsin. Let me see if I can get my slides up here, Ted. If I can share my screen. Nope, it's not working. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, we're hearing you, Dr. Buckstein. I will get your slides up and share those.
Yeah, well, maybe I can. No, I can't share my screen. It doesn't seem to be working.
Just give me one moment to pull up your slides and we'll be good to go. All right. Are you seeing the slides now?
Okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I want to thank the sponsors of the Florida Coalition for Asthma sincerely in giving me this opportunity to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is building an asthma lifestyle plan, and what we call the total lung connection at the Allergy and Asthma Network, patient advocacy group for patients with asthma and their families. If we could have the next slide. These are my conflict of interests. I do research for a number of different pharmaceutical companies, and I am president of the Problem-Based Learning Institute, where we teach doctors how to teach, as well as serving as medical director for the advocacy group Allergy Asthma Network. Next slide. Today, what I'd like to do is set the stage for the rest of the conference. And whoever put the conference together, I applaud, because they start out with what is definitely the most underutilized part of our ability to control asthma, as well as other chronic diseases, and emphasize the importance of lifestyle change. I've never liked the word action plan. I think it's always a lifestyle plan that we make with our patients, or should make with our patients and their families, and trying to manage their asthma. Today, we're going to talk about that, and we're going to describe another passion of mine, shared decision-making approach to lifestyle change that maybe you can incorporate into your daily practice. I certainly hope so. You can begin to understand why sleep, exercise, nutrition, stress control are all important, as well as environmental factor control as much as possible to create a robust lifestyle plan. Next slide, please. Well, I'm going to add to my disclaimer. I don't think any pharmaceutical companies would pay me for giving a lifestyle lecture. And I'm not going to be talking about any off-label kinds of things. What could be off-label about a lifestyle change anyway? But next slide. I do want to talk about asthma management and how a lifestyle plan can be the centerpiece to really good asthma management. When asthma and allergy patients think about managing their systems, they instantly think about medications. And that's what a lot of physicians, clinicians, nurse practitioners, physicians' assistants think about managing asthma. I just throw in a medication, patient should be controlled. I think they need to take, and we need to take a broader view of health and consider lifestyle factors that can impact their breathing in general and their asthma. Next slide. If you look at what contributes to premature death, you're going to see the huge, big slice of this pie that was elaborated in a wonderful New England Journal article quite a few years ago, is that behaviors account for the widest proportion of premature deaths. And that is equally, if not more true with asthma. Next slide. We have far too many deaths, and the deaths occur in minority populations that are underserved. And that's a big challenge for all of us to meet today, to understand the really huge problem we have with asthma disparities. Next slide, please. If we take the whole body approach, we can really act as a team to really approach that in every single patient and hopefully avoid deaths. Next slide. As we move toward a healthy lifestyle, we really want to emphasize those lifestyle changes that we know from research, and a huge amount of research. I'll go through a few of the studies in exercise, sleep, nutrition, stress management, and avoidance of environmental factors. All are important as we approach that lifestyle change. Next slide. I think a really interesting quote is that of recently in another very, very good study that said an action plan process is agreeing on small change with high probability of success and may convert some pre-contemplative patients into action stage. What we want to do is activate our patients. The best way to activate patients to consider cultural competency, asthma disparities, and literacy is through action plans that are really lifestyle plans that take into account all those factors as they do that with the patient through shared decision making. Next slide. So what we want is not a acute care asthma action plan, what to do when you get sick and how do you get to the ER. What we want is to talk about diet, exercise, sleep, stress reduction, anxiety reduction, depression, response to increased symptoms, how to get to the quality of life you want and access to better care. Next slide. That's the action plan we really want. And we want to share education and communication tools in achieving this wellness. And again, share decision-making with the patient hopefully using a well-validated shared decision-making aid so you don't miss anything, is really important in using it with traditional medical education, self-management, motivational interviewing, coaching, a whole range of things to really empower patients to be successful with lifestyle change. Next slide. We use the 5 A's that were developed with smoking cessation to really summarize what needs to be discussed and really acted upon. And that's access, make sure the patient has access, advise in a clear and personalized way, hopefully using shared decision-making with agreeing on collaboratively selecting goals and the methods you're going to achieve those goals, and assisting the patient in gaining those skills and arranging follow-up. Very important. One of the things that gets missed a lot is synchronizing refills. A simple thing that you can do in the pharmacy is synchronize all their refills so they get them at the same time, will help significantly with adherence. Next slide. So what are the top 5 reasons doctors, clinicians, nurse practitioners, physicians, assistants don't practice behavioral medicine lifestyle change? Well, they say they don't have the skills. They don't believe it's important. They don't get paid for it. Takes too much time, and believe the patient cannot and will not change. All of these could not be further from the truth. Next slide. Most often, it's the physician or the clinician that really needs to get their act together and plan a little bit better to incorporate a wellness approach. Certainly, it is very cost effective. And when you consider indirect costs, lifestyle change is really cost effective in promoting better health, not only to asthma, but across the board into almost all chronic diseases, as well as just general health. Next slide. So it's not about being the best. It's about being good, okay? It's not about cost. It's about the value, what kind of quality you can get for cost. So it's really quality over cost. It's not about therapy versus placebo. It's about the benefits and burden of therapy versus the burden of not using therapy. And each person has to weigh those individually through really good shared decision making. It's not simply about whether it's worth it or not. It's about whom it's worth it to. And is the patient going to benefit in the ways that they want to benefit from whatever you're doing, especially with lifestyle change? Next slide. Just 45 minutes a day of structured exercise. I tell my patients that's all it takes. You just need a diet that's reasonably low in glycemic index. You just need to monitor portion size and avoid inactivity. Those are my suggestions, and they're based on many, many studies, including Weight Watchers, Successful Losers. But it goes beyond that. I try to practice what I preach, and it's not easy. And I tell the patient it's not easy, and I mess up myself all the time and don't adhere totally to my diet or my exercise or my portion size or my inactivity. But I try each day to improve on that. And you need to really empower your patients to do that too. Next slide. Diet. What is the importance of diet and lifestyle change? Well, it's hugely important. Obesity is a huge risk factor in asthma, and there are many, many studies that show that approaching obesity, even with a small weight loss of 5 to 10 pounds, can mean a lot with improved asthma control. Antioxidants, they can be replaced. There's some data that that's useful. Pre and probiotics, watch this space, and bacterial extracts. I think there's going to be more and more about their benefit, especially in allergic types of asthma. Smoking, I don't need to really elaborate on that. Breathing techniques, underutilized form of asthma control and lifestyle. I think we had someone at the beginning of the program going over some exercises and breathing techniques that improve your ability to stay focused. And I think those are important. There are Botemko and other kinds of breathing techniques that have been around for many, many years that are also very, very useful. Approaching psychologic variables such as depression and exercise have all proven in many studies to be effective lifestyle change in promoting asthma care. Next slide. Nutrition and asthma. I don't think we have all the data we need on antioxidants and PUVAs and their importance in better asthma control. But in general health, there is a great deal of data, the importance of a good diet. Mediterranean or DASH type diet may be the best, but really making sure you have adequate nutrients, vitamin E, vitamin D, PUVAs, and not just during pregnancy, but at other life times that these nutrients are available. Many of our patients live in areas where they don't have good access to nutrition. And that is such an important aspect of better asthma control. I think I'll maybe talk about that a little bit later, but there is some data that supplements of vitamins and nutrients don't add to asthma control if they're adequate. But many of our patients, those nutrients are not adequate, so supplementation may be useful in those patients. Next slide. Again, I can't underestimate the importance of nutrition. And many of our patients have suboptimal intake, especially of things like vitamin D. We typically find very low vitamin D levels in the inner city population, especially in young kids that aren't outside exercising every day, but kept home and inside because of their asthma. There are studies in chronic lung disease and COPD and asthma showing benefits of fruits, vegetables, other antioxidant-rich food, including fish. I'll show you one study. And increased diet in these foods can help improve lung function in many patients. Next slide. Here's a study that looks at antioxidants. AO is high antioxidants, and you have a Kaplan-Meier survival curve, and you can see the improvement from low antioxidants to high antioxidants, better survival probability. Next slide. Mind-body therapies. I know a lot of people poo-poo and say, how can yoga or Tai Chi or other mind-body therapies help? But the data is accumulating that these types of therapies are anti-inflammatory. And many inflammatory processes are triggered by autonomic nervous systems, which of course emotions are key to controlling that. Stress reduction, anxiety reduction, understanding depression, and getting proper therapy and support is key to really making sure that lifestyle change is adequate. Next slide. Stress reduction is also key. I think we don't understand, especially in some of our inner city population, the severe stressors that they're under. And especially in children and teenage years, peer pressure, homework, all kinds of things can add to the stress of that individual patient. Here, we're understanding those factors through better shared decision-making may help alleviate some of those stressors. Next slide. One of the things that we do is give a depression screen to all our patients. with significant asthma. And I think a 3-question or a PHQ 9-question depression screen is well worthwhile. And there are several studies to show that, in fact, depression is very, very common, and treating that depression improves asthma control. And again, breathing exercises, including yoga, relaxation techniques, all been shown to be helpful. Next slide. And should you limit asthma activity, especially in children? And the resounding answer is absolutely not. 3 in 5 patients limit their activity because of their asthma. Next slide. One of my mentors said that he had a family, and the mother asked what could she do to improve the child's asthma on an ongoing basis. And he replied, exercise, exercise, exercise. That little girl ended up winning 4 gold medals in swimming in the Olympics. So exercise can help improve asthma control. There's accumulating data that different types of exercises may be more beneficial than the other, but exercises can improve asthma control. Next slide. There are other benefits to exercise. It helps with weight loss. It's not the answer to weight loss. You're not going to exercise yourself into weight loss, but it certainly helps with all chronic conditions, improve mood, muscle tone, boosts energy, promotes sleep. Next slide. Sleep, important. Asthmatics have a higher incidence of obesity associated with their asthma. That adds to sleep problems through airway obstruction. And just in general, asthma, well, the nighttime doesn't belong to Budweiser, it really belongs to asthma. Asthma is a disease of the night, and oftentimes that's when people struggle and they don't get enough sleep, and that plays a huge role in lung health. Next slide. The obesity adds to the asthma and to the sleep disruption, which again feeds back and makes asthma control that much harder. Environmental factors. We've done studies in the inner city in Milwaukee that show that environmental factors, dust mite control and avoidance, cigarette smoke avoidance, even passive smoke, and your asthma allergy triggers, since most asthma is a T2 or allergic type of asthma, not only adjusting to the right medications, but really knowing what your triggers are and trying to avoid them. Next slide. Approach to patient empowerment. This may be one of the most important. You need to build relationships. Next slide. The build on this one. Collaborate. Next. Educate. Negotiate. And those can be done very, very effectively in using small groups. You can do them individually through shared decision making, but you can also do it with small group therapy, which tends to be very effective in weight reduction, exercise, and other aspects of lifestyle change and understanding nutrition. Next slide. So, shared decision making, something I'm passionate about. This is something that's not done as often as it should be, but it's something that's been around for many, many decades. It's probably the underlying concept of control of disease. Way back with Osler, one of the most famous physicians of the 19th and 20th century, the validated shared decision-making aids weren't around, but what he said was we need to sit down with our patients and make a shared decision, engage them, and it needs to be a standardized approach. And this is where shared decision-making aids that are well validated can really help us, and helping that patient understand their preferences and choose what's best for them. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, what is shared decision making? Well, it's when you sit down with the patient or your staff sits down with the patient and helps them make an informed decision that's best for them, understanding the benefits and harms and understanding their preferences. Next slide. It's molding not only your perspective, but the patient's perspective. For a patient, it's all about sleep and disruptive symptoms to their life and their daily life, going to work and how much it costs. Next slide. To the doctor, it's maybe controlling their asthma, objective parameters, whether they're adherent, and cost too, and the bother factor that keeps them coming back to the doctor, which is often comorbidities, allergic and non-allergic rhinitis, and the other comorbidities of asthma. Together, a doctor and patient can make a shared decision-making that'll improve adherence, patient satisfaction, and improve asthma outcomes. Next slide. Shared decision-making is not a one and done process. If well done, it involves trained staff using a shared decision-making aid if possible, if one exists for your patient. And there are some shared decision-making aids out there for asthma and better ones on the way. Your patient needs to have a plan. From a shared decision-making point of view, they really need to incorporate their desires into that plan, okay? And again, that really will improve your patient satisfaction and adherence to their plan and medication. Also, another outcome is it decreases malpractice risk, and recent study in Washington State. And that's understandable if both of you agree on a specific action or lifestyle plan. And shared decision-making is even more important in lifestyle plans, because there you're really changing the patient's lifestyle, and that's not easy to do. And you really may do that in little steps that both you or your staff and the patient agree on. Next slide. One thing next slide, I think as we move to the end, and we can see me up on the screen, I guess. As we move to the end, I want to really emphasize that you can put all this together in a very simple way. If you identify asthma disparities, you understand the role of shared decision-making, and you go through that process of lifestyle change with regard to smoking status. I haven't talked about, but inhaler technique really is kind of part of that shared decision of what kind of inhalers they want and how they're going to use them. How you're going to monitor the patient is really a shared decision. And pharmacotherapy. In this day and age, moving to biologic therapy with many pros and cons and many choices, shared decision-making is very important. Lifestyle change, very important, as this whole last 30, 40 minutes we've been talking about lifestyle change really demands shared decision-making. And shared decision-making really is part of the education process. And you can incorporate education that's appropriate for that patient. They understand with aspects of cultural competency and literacy that are really intertwined with shared decision-making. And finally, figure out how you can support them. If they're depressed, if they're anxious, if they're stressed, that support and that support system that you really develop through shared decision-making with the patient can be important to really realize lifestyle change and better asthma outcomes that we're all after. So I think we have a little time, Ted, don't we, for some question and answers?
We do. I'll let Zan moderate Q&A here.
Okay.
For folks, if you have any questions, feel free to drop those in the chat on the event page now, and we'll be able to get them all asked for Dr. Buckstein.
Great. Let me just refresh my chat to make sure I'm seeing everybody's current comments. And if you put a question in the event chat, I will read it out for everyone aloud so that Dr. Buckstein can give an answer aloud as well as in the chat. Folks who are just joining us, there's also some really good information coming through in the chat about how to make sure that you get your CE credits. And I believe that's Carolina Alcala from the Florida Asthma Coalition Management Health Council of Southeast Florida, sharing that information. All right, so I'm going to be watching the chat for questions that come in. Dr. Buckstein, thank you for that terrific presentation. That was a lot of great information, and I really appreciate that you left some time for direct interaction. While folks are thinking of questions, I see a question has come in on our speaker chat that might be good for Dr. Buckstein to answer for the group. I see a question from Dr. Weiss asking, how do you deal with barriers to a holistic lifestyle approach to asthma management? Terrific question.
Yeah, it is, and it's not an easy one. I think you have to incorporate it into your daily practice, and there's no way that an individual clinician can do it all. And so really it is a team effort with your support staff. And I'm not the best one actually in my office to do good shared decision-making. I'm not the most empathetic. And initially, that shared decision-making process is initiated by me, but is incorporated into one of my nurses who really is from the population that I serve in the inner city of Milwaukee, understands a lot of the problems she's faced herself and really can empathize with the patient. Then I come back in at the end, answer questions, and really kind of sew up that shared decision-making process. The process that we use is establishing misinformation initially, and then offering choices, providing options, eliciting preferences, and then most importantly, talking about next steps, what we're going to do if this lifestyle plan doesn't work well, how can we adjust it? So it's not a one and done process, it's something that's ongoing, but it takes your whole staff.
Terrific. I'm watching the event chat for other questions that folks would like Dr. Buckstein to answer. And I see I see a question has come in on the event chat. Where can we find evidence-based decision aids?
That is a great question. I became so frustrated that in the field of allergy, asthma, pulmonary, there weren't enough shared decision-making aids that were well validated, that I've joined with a small company that develops shared decision-making aids, especially for patient advocacy groups. And we've developed and we're working in vaccine hesitancy to a great degree right now in both children and adults. But we've done hereditary angioedema, urticaria, and we're working on asthma tools as we speak for both children and adults that are validated. There is an asthma tool that I helped create that's not been well validated and is a little out of date, but it resides in Allergy Asthma Network and on the CHEST website, and happy to send those links. But really, I think individual practices can kind of create their own shared decision-making aids with a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of work, but the validated ones are coming for asthma. And I think the Florida Coalition will certainly be aware of when those are made available.
And I see we also had a question come in for Dr. Dunham. So Wanda, if you are here with us and you would like to activate your camera and your mic to answer, please feel free to do that. What did Dr. Rodriguez Dunham mean by current asthma? Is that a current flare? I was always taught that once asthma was diagnosed by a medical provider using breathing tests, there is no cure. Oh, and I see Dr. Dunham has put an answer in the chat. Current asthma means that the person still has asthma. And then we have another question that came in. What if the patient is deferential to the provider and does not want to engage in shared decision-making? as in just wants the provider to make the decision. So Dr. Buckstein, what do you think about that?
That's a common misconception that a great percentage of our patients don't want to be involved in this decision. There are about 10% of patients that do not and can't be coerced or in any way encouraged to participate. But it's only 10%. 90% of patients, whether it's oncology with cancer, whether it's rheumatology with types of arthritis, whatever the chronic disease, want to be part of the process. They really say nothing for me without me. And they want to be part of the process. Now, they may have different roles in that process, and that's why training and shared decision-making is really important. But really, most people do want to be part of the process. And I think we need to respect them when they refuse, but it can be offered multiple times. And I think almost all my patients, maybe a little less than 1 in 10, say, no, I don't want to be part of the process. They all want their preferences to be understood and the decision to be one that both parties make.
So I'll jump in here a little bit also and say, as someone who spends a lot of time being a respiratory patient, and that's a lifelong thing, multiple ways to give your feedback are also really important. And this is where, that idea about it's not just about the participation overall, but it's really about the values and preferences of each unique patient and the pathways by which they came to those values and preferences, culture, socialization, gender norms, lots of different things that influence our behavior, as well as just personality. Some people are quieter. Some people maybe don't speak aloud or might benefit from being able to write their feedback or to have an interpreter present if there's language, but they're more comfortable speaking, and even if they do speak English. I see another comment coming in the chat. So we had another follow-up on the question about current versus lifetime asthma. And making that distinction between curing and controlling, which is an important distinction. Then we have a question saying slightly off topic, but as a nurse epidemiologist during COVID, we did not see patients with asthma having significantly poorer outcomes than the general population, unlike chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. In fact, at one point, we heard on a webinar that there was a possibility of asthma actually having a protective quality regarding COVID. Thoughts?
I could approach that one. Yeah, it's really quite interesting that with COPD, there's no question there was a signal of increased morbidity and even mortality with active COVID. But with asthma, especially well-controlled asthma, and that is a factor because poorly controlled asthma tended to have significant problems with COVID, but well-controlled asthma really didn't seem to be a risk factor, and there was a slight benefit, and that may be because they were taking inhaled corticosteroids. There are other theories. I don't think we know for sure, but it is well known that asthma and allergies are not a significant risk factor if well controlled to COVID morbidity or mortality. So an interesting factor.
Yeah, we saw this in the cystic fibrosis community as well,
Yeah.
and it really speaks to the diversity of what we experience.
Yeah.
Just like asthma is a general cluster of health issues, so are most global chronic conditions. And what individual people experience may be very different, but there may also be some common threads like recurrent respiratory infections, very common in asthma, very common in CF. That might mean you're less likely to have kind of this shock and awe immune response, that cytokine storm we were seeing information about.
I mean, that is an interesting theory, and I think one of the prevailing theories, but COVID has presented some opportunities also because I just published an article this month in Allergy Proceedings about the effect of telemedicine. And that may be why ER visits and other things went down, is because we had this huge opportunity. And within the underserved community, it's important to take advantage of those opportunities. We find that shared decision-making, lifestyle change, small group therapy can be, if coordinated properly, done through virtual means, and bring groups together virtually, and make access better for some parts of the population. So again, taking the good of telemedicine and trying to understand the problems is the way to go. And hopefully we'll keep it reimbursed for now.
Absolutely. And we're seeing this theme of just choices expanding, how to participate in your own care, how to participate in events, and what conversations to have.
And lifestyle change is all about choices, offering them to the patient, offering support to the patient. I have a handout on exercise, a handout on diet, and then we go. My nurse goes over it and says what they're willing to do, and it's just like smoking cessation, small steps. So having that support there.
All right, let me check my event chat again. I'm not seeing other questions coming in the speaker chat. We've got a question about certificates of completion for asthma educators who took, I believe that references the mini course. And then I also see, I do see another comment in the speaker chat as well from Dr. Weiss, which I will read out in just a minute. So for our mini course attendees, make sure that you fill out any documentation needed for your CE credits. I believe that our Altus and Health Council reps can put some information in the event chat about certificates of completion specifically. Then we have a comment, and Dr. Weiss, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Dr. Weiss says in the speaker chat, I teach nutrition and applaud your emphasis on healthy eating, especially ingesting more fruits and vegetables. I've helped to establish an organic garden, so physical activity as well as getting access to produce on the grounds of an African-American church and across the street from Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, housing in Palm Beach County. Children get instructions on nutrition and learn to garden. They keep all the produce they sow in their planting bed. Such initiatives help deal with food deserts in poor urban areas and a lack of resources to buy fresh produce. Absolutely. Absolutely. And community gardens, I mean, I'm a sociologist, so community gardens are so much more than just access to those foods, in addition to the benefits that you get from eating fresh foods and being able to explore what fresh foods you like best. I mean, gardening together, moving your body, being outside, getting fresh air, these are all things that are incredibly nurturing for our health.
These are solving that access problem that is so prevalent and accounts for asthma disparities in some part. And I applaud these kind of endeavors because they really do give the opportunities. But again, it's going to take you sitting down, or your staff, with the patient, and them understanding him and agreeing to and developing that shared decision kind of contract with the patient to move forward.
Absolutely. And we have time for one more question. I do see one more question in the event chat. Since time is such a barrier in consultation, in your experience, do decision aids make consultations take longer? Should providers give patients educational materials outside of the consultation to keep appointments on time?
Oh man, what a great question. There's lots of research, and they do take a little longer. If you use a validated shared decision-making aid, it depends on if your staff's using it and if you're looking at your time. But total time of the visit is longer, but less than 5 minutes. Okay. And there are codes for obesity management and other types of management that exist that really behoove you to understand, so that when appropriate, there can be charges made and you get reimbursed for your time. Reimbursement can be based on time, and if it takes you a little bit longer, then you have to change maybe the way you're coding. But yes, it takes a little bit longer, but it's well worth it. If you look at total time with the patient over many encounters, you'll see that the time is actually shortened because you spend less time with acute care. You're spending more time preventatively. Okay. And prevention is always the best time saver, most efficient, and most cost effective.
Fantastic. All right. So I believe that it's time to transition over to our next speaker who has a 9:35 start time. Oh, yes, go ahead, Dr. Buckstein.
No, I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank you and the rest of the Asthma Coalition for this excellent opportunity. And please go forward with all the excellent endeavors that Florida Coalition has taken to really improve asthma care. Thank you all. Have a great day.
All right, folks, feel free to take a quick bio break if you need to get up, stretch, use the restroom, get a drink, anything like that. I am going to mute myself and come back in just a couple of minutes to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Juan Carlos Cardet. So stay tuned. We'll get started promptly with a transition for a 9:35 start time, and that's Eastern. So if you're confused by why I'm talking nonsense about time, you may be in another time zone. All right, folks, welcome back. Not sure why I'm not seeing my head in the corner of my screen, but I'm seeing myself being captioned, so hopefully people can see me. Let me check my event page to make sure that I'm still showing up here. All right, Ted, I'm going to send you a chat just to make sure I'm visible.
Hi, Zan. I'm seeing and hearing you. It looks like from
good,
the page you are visible as well.
Just a slight lag. All right, well, better safe than sorry. I really hate it when my head goes missing. All right, it is 9:35, so it is time to get started with our next speaker. Now, the next speaker I have on my agenda for the event is Dr. Juan Carlos Cardet, who's going to be here with us to talk about the use of anti-inflammatory drugs to close racial gaps in asthma outcomes. So let me give you just a little bit of background on Dr. Cardet, who is an assistant professor in the USF Department of Internal Medicine, specializing in the treatment of patients with asthma, chronic rhinitis, and other allergic and immunologic diseases. Like most of our speakers, Dr. Cardet is a combination of research, education, and service, as well as clinical care. Dr. Cardet's focus specifically is on health equity and asthma outcomes among Black and Latin adults, which is a huge focus for us with the Florida Asthma Coalition and program. So Dr. Cardet, the floor is yours. Dr. Cardet, remember you're going to need to unmute your microphone and your camera in order to be able to speak.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, and I can see you as well. Thanks for being with me.
Right.
Mute myself.
Let me show video panel. Okay. Thank you again for that kind introduction. What I was saying was I want to disagree a little bit with the title of the talk. I'll start with that because even though I'm going to show you the evidence for why this intervention I'm going to talk about was effective, I'm not sure about reducing a racial gap. Hopefully, it improves outcomes for all racial groups, and that doesn't necessarily reduce that racial gap, right? And we can get to that in a second. So what I wanted to talk to you about are social determinants of health in asthma and this low-cost intervention that was effective in reducing asthma attacks in a population we recruited of Black and Latinx adults with moderate severe asthma. You can see my colleagues on screen. These are my conflicts of interest, all unrelated to the presentation or funding support and our disclosures. First, here's an outline of my talk, social determinants of health. I'll also talk about the burden of disease from asthma in Black and Latinx. Perhaps you have seen some of these numbers before. And also, and importantly, and I'm excited about this, it's the results of our PCORI-sponsored PREPARE trial. So here are some of the learning objectives. Perhaps you have that from the course materials. So let's get to it. So social determinants of health, and I'll just read this. These are the conditions, the environments where people are born and live, essentially that affect a wide range of health, functioning, and quality of life outcomes. There are 5 domains, and these feed into health disparities, which I think is important for everybody attending this. They include poor education, access and quality, the neighborhood and the built environment, social and community context, economic instability, and poor healthcare and quality. Davis and others from the American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology got together last year and put together a very well summarized article on social determinants of health. And some of this information can also be found in health.gov. So what do we talk about when we say health disparities? So preventable differences in the burden of disease experienced by socially disadvantaged groups, especially relative to less disadvantaged or not disadvantaged populations. And then the last term I think we should consider, they're all related, but there's nuances. It's minority health. Minority health of a population, it's independent of a comparison relative to other populations. So let's break that down. So those 5 components of social determinants of health as we know them. So poor education access and quality. So for these populations, high-paying jobs are less likely, which drives chronic diseases, which drives poor outcomes. There's solid data behind it. Neighborhood and built environment, for example, how much violence you can get exposed to where you live, if there's like safe drinking water, or if the air is breathable, if there's excessive noise, how much transportation that can get you where you're allowed to do your things, activities. Social and community context, so relationships and how the environment allows you to have relationships that bring you well-being into your life, and whether there's a discrimination component or there's a racism or a violence component into it. Economic instability, so despite being the most affluent nation probably in the history of the planet, 10% of the US lives in poverty, and poverty in itself associates with inability to get healthy foods, housing, healthcare, physical activity opportunities, and it drives poor health outcomes. I can show you some data on that. I will show you some data on that. Poor healthcare quality, 10% of the US remains uninsured, which is associates with inability to pay for meds. And you can see that in asthma in particular. It's interesting. This is an article by Yearby that says that structural discrimination, and you can see that in terms of racism, sexism, by class, by age, by ability, then gets into the law, right, and statutes and the political process, which affects budgetary decisions and law enforcement of those laws, which has an impact on those social determinants of health and has an impact on health. So let's relate all of those abstract concepts to asthma. This is from Beck. It's from a number of years back, published in JAMA Pediatrics. This is from the Cincinnati group. 695 Black and white children from Cincinnati and the greater area with at least one asthma hospitalization. They use this fancy statistical approach, causal inference. Their outcome, the oval to the right, is readmission, hospital readmission for asthma within a year. And of all those factors that you can see on screen, either in an oval or a rectangle, they found that more than 80% of the association between self-reported ancestry and readmissions can be explained by social determinants of health, importantly, disease management, access to care, and environmental exposures. So if you look at, I'm going to show you those data. If Black race associates with a greater prevalence of asthma and also greater morbidity from asthma in terms of ER admissions for asthma attacks, and also asthma-related death. And those morbidities that associate with race, according to this group, most of it can be explained by non-ancestral and non-racial factors, but rather social determinants of health. More recently, this group, and this was published by Mersha and Jackie last year, is that now they went back, same cohort, same outcome, right? It's readmission within a year of follow-up for a hospital for an asthma hospitalization. Now they looked into the genetics, not just self-reported Black ancestry, for example. Now they looked at genetic markers for African ancestry, right? And more than 50% of the association between ancestral genetics and readmissions can be explained by social determinants of health. So what about all those individual factors that I talked about within those 5 components of social determinants of health? This is for Thaker. This is from Esteban Burchard's group. You can see here African-American in the left figure, African-Americans, Mexican-Americans, other Latinx, and Islander Puerto Ricans. Anything that's to the right of that vertical dotted blue line is an increase in the current asthma prevalence. Of those, African Americans have the highest one, 78% higher, as we know. But you can see to the right side of the screen, so the more often that people experience discrimination, the higher the chances of having current asthma prevalence. So 2.6 fold for those who often experience discrimination. This is after adjustment for many different factors. Also, the impact of violence. This is Seema Ratnam. She's now in Wisconsin, and this is from Juan Celadon's group. And this, they looked at 466 children in San Juan. Those are the ages with and without asthma. And you can see that there's a dose responsiveness, I guess, with the combined score of fear of leaving home and or hearing a gunshot. And the higher that score, the greater the proportion of people that have asthma. This is after a multivariate analysis, so after adjustments. Education is important. Also from that same group, Rosa Salazar, but from Juan Carlos Celadon's group, you can see especially that adjusted line, low parental numeracy, how good they're with numbers in an educated fashion. 70% higher the chances of their kids having one or more ED or urgent care visits for asthma in the past year. This is from our group. This is from the secondary analysis of the AsthmaNet VITA trial. Often a criticism from large epi studies is that, it's not really income in itself, it's lack of access to medications, which is a reasonable concern. But in the context of this trial, where inhaled corticosteroids were provided for free and adherence was reinforced with weekly calls, so people who were taking their meds and self-reported to be more than 95% compliant with taking controller inhaled corticosteroids for asthma. You can see in red, it's people who were assigned to placebo. In blue, you can see it's the people assigned to vitamin D. That was the intervention of the trial, but which we don't care about right now. What we care about is comparing the blank squares relative to the filled squares. And you can see that over the course of the trial on the x-axis and the y-axis, you can see the cumulative number of treatment failures, or you can say it asthma attacks, if you will. Those who have lower incomes tend to have greater number of asthma attacks. That's after adjustment. More recently, this is a ancillary study from the PRECORI PREPARE trial, and I'll give you all of the details now. This is IMPRESS and Jackie. We looked at socioeconomic status as a multi-dimensional construct. In the last slide, I only looked at income. And looked at also education and perceived stress, but did not build a variable that incorporates many different aspects. So socioeconomic status is not just one thing. It's not just income, right? So for this one, we looked at this variable, low socioeconomic status composed by poverty, unemployment, and low educational attainment. And we found that indeed it associates. What's neat about this one is that this is in a cohort only of Black and Latinx adults. So rarely do we find that. It's typically, minority populations are underrepresented in clinical studies, but this one was exclusively composed by these populations. And even in Black and Latinx populations, low socioeconomic status associated with worse asthma morbidity outcomes. And it seems that we did a mediation analysis, part of it, especially with ER visits, it's mediated by hard perceived stress. This is from the government, so minorityhealth.gov. You can see that in Blacks, the prevalence of asthma is higher in adults, also in children, but I'm focusing on adults. And so is the ER visits for asthma, 2.8-fold. And also the death rate almost 3-fold higher relative to non-Hispanic whites. For Latinx, perhaps you know about this, the story is complicated. Being Hispanic, it's an ethnicity, it's not a race, and it's many different groups, ethnic groups with a shared language. Puerto Ricans and other Caribbean Hispanics tend to have greater asthma morbidity relative to other racial groups, and Mexicans seem to have less. But overall, Hispanics tend to have a higher emergency department visits for asthma relative to whites. And particularly Puerto Ricans have a fourfold higher death rate from asthma relative to whites. So in summary, social determinants of health are environmental features that impact our health and underlie health disparities. This is so in asthma. Black and Latinx, especially Puerto Ricans, bear a disproportionate burden of disease. Lower socioeconomic status associates with worse outcomes, even if you only look at Black and Latinx adults. And this comes to, I think, an interesting part of the lecture, which is efforts to reduce this burden has been expensive and mostly unsuccessful, but here's something that might work, and we're hoping to get it to clinic. So here's the background to our trial that we recently published, the primary outcome. As needed, so an as needed inhaled corticosteroid strategy, and this might work, and here's why. So inhaled corticosteroids are a centerpiece of asthma control therapy strategies. We know that adherence to them is low. From refill data, it's only 20 people take 25% of what we think they should be getting. But data show that an as needed inhaled corticosteroid strategy guided by asthma symptoms can improve outcomes. So for example, the SMART therapy. So symptom-driven as needed use of ICS is now recommended by NAAPP for mild asthma. Twice daily inhaled corticosteroids with formoterol plus additional as needed use is now endorsed by American and international guidelines for moderate severe asthma. SMART has not been tested in Black and Latinx adults. It's in the last EPR4 listed as future directions, right? It's not studied in populations reliant on rescue nebulizers, as you'll see our populations in Black and Hispanics are. Pertinent trials only enrolled patients with an exacerbation history and a demonstrated bronchodilator response, which in clinic you may or may not see, right? SMART therapy requires a patient stopping whatever it is that they're doing for controller therapy and switching them to essentially Symbicort, 2 puffs twice daily, which not everybody can do. I'm seeing a sign participants can now see presentation. I hope that's not true. FDA does not approve the use of as needed ICS formoterol, which is a huge barrier in my clinic at least, and I think in most of yours. And there are insurance and other barriers to SMART. So we thought, in consultation with patient partners, providers, and advocacy groups, that a patient-centered strategy, which we called PARTIX for patient-activated reliever-triggered inhaled corticosteroids, where patients were asked to take 1 puff of ICS, which we provided for free for the duration of the trial, every time they use a rescue inhaler, and 5 puffs of ICS when they use a rescue nebulizer, without having to change their underlying controller therapy or therapy in general, would improve asthma outcomes important to patients and the healthcare system. I'll give you some more detail. This is a prepared trial, pragmatic, randomized, open label. Recruited 1,201 Black and Latinx adults, bad asthma on ICS that was uncontrolled or had self-reported exacerbation the past year. We randomized them to PARTIX and gave them extra ICS and asked them to keep their usual care versus the other group, which is continue usual care. All of this instruction happened in only a single in-person study visit. Our primary outcome was asthma exacerbation rates per year, which we captured through monthly surveys, which we administered online in whatever device they wanted to use, or by a phone interview, or by snail mail. Additional pre-specified outcomes included quality of life, asthma control, and days lost from work, school, and usual activities. These are our results. They're published in the April issue of the New England Journal. These are the baseline characteristics. I don't want to get into those details, but essentially characteristics were well balanced across both treatment arms. You'll see that a majority of our population, even more than the rest of the United States, the general population was obese. Many current or former smokers, and many in smoking environments. This is not seen in pharma-sponsored trials. more than 2/3 regularly using NEBs, which is also not accounted for by SMART therapy trials, and more than 2/3 with important comorbidities for asthma. These are primary results. You can see the red dotted line is the usual care group. You can see the blue straight line is the Pardix intervention, and you can see that there's a decrease in asthma attacks, cumulative number per participant. And the x-axis is the months for the trial. It's about a 15% reduction in exacerbations. When you turn it into per person per year, it's 0.13. This is equal to or greater than what we see with SMART therapy, which was 0.12 per patient per year. You can see the same thing for asthma control. The blue line is the Pardix intervention, and it's higher than the usual care group. It's the difference is about 1, but you can see that it was a 3.4 increase in ACT score from baseline, which exceeds the minimally important clinical difference of 3, whereas for the usual care group, it was only 2.5, which does not cross that important MCID, clinically important difference. The same goes for ASUI, Asthma Symptom Utility Index. The difference between them, so it was only clinically significant relative to baseline for the Pardix intervention. Both groups increased, but the Pardix intervention did more so, and it was the only one that did so across that minimally important clinical difference. Pardix also reduced the number of days lost from work, school, and usual activities, which is something crucially important to patients, about a 20% greater number of now days available that go back to work, school, and usual activities. We wanted to find out if our signal was driven by any group in particular, any clinical, demographic, social characteristic. You can see in the red rectangle, that's the primary outcome. So there's a 15% reduction in exacerbation. So anything that you see to the left of that big vertical line of 1 is that it favors the Pardix intervention relative to usual care, which is the right side of the line. You can see that all those points are to the other side. They're favoring Pardix, except for that former current smoker. It may not work as well in them. But then again, that p-value exceeds that threshold that we thought would be important to make a distinction. So we have no evidence to say it works less in current smokers or former smokers. Except for these two, we have evidence to suggest that Pardix works best among those with self-reported exacerbations. This makes sense. This is expected. In fact, SMART therapy trials enroll only people who have self-reported an exacerbation in the past year. Why should that be so? If the primary outcome is asthma exacerbations, the best predictor of a future asthma exacerbation is the past one. It's a very low event rate, even among the most severe asthmatics. You might get 1 exacerbation per year. So trying to cut down from that is hard in these clinical trials. The second point is medical adherence by the MARS-5 score. This may work especially well among those with low self-reported adherence to controller therapy. This makes sense. People don't take their controller therapy. It's human nature and behavior. Or supplementing their inhaled corticosteroids at the right time, which is when their body is having asthma symptoms. All of this, you can see the effect of Pardix was incurred with little additional inhaled corticosteroids. The difference between the Pardix intervention group and the usual care group was 1.1 extra inhaled corticosteroid inhalers per year, which is very little, costs very little to the system. Pardix reduces their rescue therapy usage. So we're comparing the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. Left hand is the Pardix intervention. The right-hand side is the usual care. So compare the blue ones, which is the how much self-reported inhaler puffer for rescue they used, and it's 1 fewer inhaler refill per person per year, or for the duration of the trial. And it also decreased the amount of nebulized rescue albuterol that they were using, about 33% less. You can see that the severe asthmatic events, severe adverse events that were comparable between the Pardix intervention and the usual care group. We weren't powered to detect differences in ER visits for asthma attacks. I said before that asthma attacks are a low event rate. So actually going to the ER for an asthma attack is even lower than that. So it's hard to detect a difference. But we saw essentially a very comparable difference between the Pardix intervention and the usual care, which is about 16% less, but it was not statistically significantly different. Notice that 95% confident interval crosses the line of 1. Same goes for hospitalizations, even rarer events, but so we're not powered statistically to detect differences. But again, a 16% reduction for Pardix relative to usual care alone, but again, not statistically significantly different because it crosses the line of 1. So in summary, reducing the disproportionate burden of disease from asthma in Black and Latinx patients has been difficult, but we collaborated with patient partner advisors. We demonstrated Pardix, again, patient activated, reliever triggered, inhaled corticosteroid therapy added to the underlying therapy in Black and Latinx adults with moderate severe asthma was well adopted after a single in-person session of training, and it reduced asthma attacks, improved asthma control and quality of life, reduced days lost from work and school. It was homogeneously effective, but maybe most effective among those with low self-reported adherence to control therapy and those with a history of exacerbations. Pardix reduced rescue therapy relative to usual care. Severe adverse events were comparable between arms, and Pardix tended to reduce ER visits, urgent care visits for asthma attacks, and hospitalizations for asthma, but we were underpowered to detect such differences. The reductions we saw in asthma attacks with Pardix were equal or greater than those of relevant SMART trials. Actually, we have some preliminary data. Had we applied that same entry eligibility criteria as for SMART trials, which is self-reported history of asthma attacks, the reduction would have been more like 0.19 exacerbations per person per year, which would have surpassed it. But we would need to show that prospectively, which we're trying to do. Pardix comes at only 1.1 additional ICS canisters per person per year, which is nothing, peanuts for the healthcare system. Pardix was tested in a broad population without restriction of asthma phenotypes. Again, we did not require, as this was a pragmatic trial, a history of exacerbations that are positive bronchodilator response. Does not require changing the underlying control of therapy. I don't need to switch them. The budesonide for Motorol, they can keep whatever it is that they like to take for control of therapy. Was tested in populations that use rescue nebulizers, as opposed to insisting that people change something that they like, which is rescue nebulizers. And Pardix, as far as we can tell, does not challenge FDA restrictions, which is an easier way to adopt it. And that's it. I would like to acknowledge all our study participants for dedicating their time, their families for trusting us with their time and dedication. And special thanks to our patient partner, patient advocacy, and professional society stakeholders, our study site staff, study site investigators, health policy experts, our coordinators from the AAFP, our medical writer, expert scientific advisors. And here are the co-authors for that socioeconomic status ancillary study that I mentioned. Thank you so much for having me. I'll take questions. That's my email. Please shoot me an email. Happy to address any questions. Happy to collaborate. Interesting. What do you have to say now?
Dr. Cardet, thank you so much. That was a terrific presentation, and I really appreciate that you have left some time for questions. So I'm already seeing some questions coming in on the event chat. We have one person asking, GINA guidelines discussed SMART therapy. Why is it recommended if it's not FDA approved?
That's a great point. I think that experience is more unique to the United States relative to other countries. Perhaps you know about this. So for the longest time, there was a black box warning on long-acting beta agonists, such as that formoterol that's within Symbicort, which is a typical inhaler used in smart therapy trials, budesonide formoterol. There was, oddly enough, it was also called the SMART trial. There was a signal for people who were using only long-acting beta agonists as causing increased morbidity and mortality from asthma. So it's now recognized if you only bronchodilate the airways and you don't treat it with inhaled corticosteroids or other measures to treat the inflammation, then it's asking for trouble. For example, 60s, 70s, there were epidemics from overuse of beta agonists. There's many reasons for that, but again, one important reason is not adequately targeting the inflammatory component of asthma. So there's that black box warning. Recently, or more recently, maybe 8 years ago or something like that, FDA mandated a bunch of trials to address the safety of inhaled corticosteroid long-acting beta agonist combinations. And it was found, to be comparable to high-dose inhaled corticosteroids alone in terms of safety. But still, that there's, for that reason, that increased signal in morbidity and mortality that we saw before, like 15 years ago or something like that, there's that hesitation to give it the free pass and use Symbicort for rescue. Some people are afraid. Well, my patient uses albuterol 20 times in a day, right? What if I'm giving inhaled corticosteroids and formoterol 20 times in a day for a patient? It's Gina says cap it at 8, but if you unleash it, if you give it out to the real world, people may use it more than that. And I think that's part of the hesitation. I hope that does that address your question?
So I'm seeing some more comments coming in from folks who are kind of elaborating on a few of the things that you mentioned, Dr. Cardate. So I think that answer was probably pretty on the money, because we're getting folks writing in with supportive comments. One person says, we deal with this issue in pharmacy constantly because providers are writing according to Gina, and insurance providers, especially Medicaid HMO, will not pay for the inhaler increased frequency use and by what is on formularies. And then another person says, but what it looks like 1.1 canisters more per year is much less than an ED visit cost. So talking about the competitive advantage of introducing that approach. And then we have Andrea Jensen is commenting, certified asthma educator here and asthma patient. I'm recovering from COVID and just spent the last month with my best friend, AKA the nebulizer. I was very sick and missed a month of work, but my husband was only sick for a few days. Then Dr. Perpich has jumped in saying, Symbicort's is approved in Europe as a rescue. Gina has a global focus. Then Andrea says, again, I'm hoping the smart therapy is quickly approved by insurance companies, some supportive comments for that. And then Dr. Perpich is giving some accolades. Excellent presentation. It's great to have more options and keep pushing our past norms. Absolutely. So we do have a few more minutes. We will get started with our next speaker, Dr. Timothy Doherty, who I know is here with us at the scheduled time of 10:25 to learn about vaping. So we have more time for y'all to ask questions in the chat for me to read out for Dr. Cardate to answer. So please feel free to take advantage of that. While I'm waiting for more questions to come in, I want to remind folks who are just jumping on the live stream of a few housekeeping items. Number one, if you're looking for CE credits for today, make sure you follow the procedures for the specific type of credit you're seeking. If you are looking for CHES, C-H-E-S, Certified Health Education Specialist credits, there is an additional form that you will have to fill out. It's a PDF that you can download from the conference website. And our Altus representatives are periodically putting the link for that form in the chat. If you're seeking other types of CE credit, you will get some follow-up about that from our event coordinators. And please also make sure that when you're doing your event surveys that are going to go out from SurveyMonkey early next week, that you do fill out the page that's about your licensure information. Okay, so that's a little bit of a different process depending on what kind of credit you're going to be seeking. And I see that Dr. Garcia has joined the chat to say, excited to be able to share more information with our providers, be advocate for patients, and overcome insurance problems in the pharmacy setting. Oh, and then Andrea saying, sorry, that COVID comment was supposed to be for Dr. Buckstein's presentation, but apparently it didn't show up. So this is an important note about the event chat. Periodically, it may time you out if you're in there as like a temporary user. So make sure that when you're trying to submit a comment that you can see it actually posted in the feed. And then it doesn't say like you need to reconnect or something, because otherwise it might just show up like an hour later. So good attention to detail there. And then we have another question. Oh, you know what? We have another person saying that they never got their credits from last year's conference. I completed the survey and sent several emails. Is there any way to get last year's also? That would be a question for our Health Council colleagues. So do me a favor, person who submitted that comment, NMRN, go to the view guidelines area in your event view. It's the button right to the bottom left of the chat view. Use the contact information there to get in touch so that we can follow up with you. We'll have certainly our Health Council folks and possibly Altus as well follow up with you to see if we can sort that out. And then we have another comment and a question saying, in your study, Dr. Kardec, what was the common inhaled corticosteroid that was used? Were patients understanding the reasoning behind using both?
The first question is easy. It's QVAR, beclomethasone, 80 micrograms per puff. The asterisk to that is, do I have reasons to think there's something magical about that formulation over other inhaled corticosteroids? No, I think it's getting inhaled corticosteroids precisely at the right time when the body is, starting to have asthma symptoms. It's prevention. An ounce of prevention is better than a ton of cure, right? And a ton of cure often comes in prednisone or other systemic corticosteroids, right? Mm-hmm. Do patients understand the rationale? We had patient partners. I think we consulted absolutely every single thing, every study material that went out to the participants were first vetted by this group of patient partners that were representative from different sites throughout the US, equal representation of both Latinx and Black participants. I would say yes, based on those conversations, but again, it might not be a fair comparison, right? Those patient partners, the rest of the group. We had a subset of participants who exited the study and completed some questions. Most of them who were assigned to Part X, they felt better at the end of the study compared to those who were assigned the usual care alone. It was like more than twofold greater the difference of those who felt better on Part X compared to those who felt better on usual care alone. Does that address your question of did they understand exactly why they were doing this? No, I don't think so, right? It's unless you do qualitative interviews and you elicit that from the patient themselves, then I don't think you can get that straight answer. We're putting in an implementation and dissemination grant now to PCORI. We want to get this to clinic. I think we have a chance. I was thinking about this, right? It's a 15% reduction in asthma attacks, in ER rate, likely in ER rates, likely in hospitalizations. If we disseminate this nationally, those are big numbers, right? It's like there's like at least 2 million asthma attacks per year. 15% less than that, we're hundreds of thousands. Does that address your question about do they understand, why we would be doing this? I'm not sure, but it's something we should find out for sure.
Definitely. And I see that in follow-up to the question about the CE credits from last year, we've got some of our coalition management folks from Health Council of Southeast Florida saying, please email us at FL Asthma Coalition, one word, at gmail.com. We will look into this. We will definitely not leave you hanging, NMRN. And if anybody else is in a similar situation with your CE credits from previous year's summits, definitely email the Florida Asthma Coalition general Gmail address and we will help you out. Then I see a comment in the chat from Dr. Dunham. The word steroid is still scary to many patients, absolutely. Education about safe use of inhaled corticosteroids for asthma control is a must. I can tell folks, I'm pretty open that I've been taking Q-Bar for years to help with some of the lung issues from my CF. And it's done wonders for me, and it does not have the same kinds of really big side effects that being on, prednisone or methylprednisolone repeatedly would. It's very, very different. Doesn't mean that it necessarily is a fit for everybody. So talk to your providers, but it is not the same experience. I was on oral steroids a lot as a kid, and it's night and day. Then Katie saying in the chat, handouts with the difference between ICS and oral use would be helpful for those patients.
Could you repeat that? Because I wanted to address the difference between ICS versus systemic steroids. Because one thing that often helps is converting the units. Because ICS is presented in micrograms, whereas prednisone is presented in milligrams. And it's 80 versus 40, and people, what's the difference? It's steroids, it's steroids, it's steroids. Convert it to micrograms, right? So it's 80 micrograms puffed to your lungs compared to 40,000 micrograms that enters your system and goes everywhere, and there's solid data behind what are the effects of a single oral corticosteroid burst associates with increased all-cause morbidity, all-cause mortality, whereas one puff does not.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Something about socioeconomic status.
Oh, I am not seeing that. I just read out a comment that said handouts with the difference between ICS oral use would be helpful for those patients. So not SES.
Okay.
Certainly very relevant for our summit. All right. So I think that if there are no more questions, we can go ahead and just give everybody a couple minutes to kind of regroup. Dr. Doherty, right before the 10:25 a.m. time slot, I will give a brief introduction to you and then get you started with your presentation promptly at 10:25. So feel free to take a bio break. Just for people who are coming in fresh, note that we have had a change with our agenda for today because Dr. Fish couldn't be here. So we have Dr. Garcia, who's going to do a presentation that will be eligible for pharmacy CEUs. So a little bit of a change with that educational session. Specifically, if you've got questions about CE credit for this year, you can definitely get in touch with our Altus representatives. You can also pose questions in the general event chat. You can contact the Altus folks by going to the View Guidelines button on your event page, which is right below the live stream and the chat window. A current agenda for today is available on the View Agenda tab. We also have our expo hall that's going to be really important as we get more into the day's program, because we've got some wonderful sponsors who are here to share with you about what they do. So sponsoring today, we have Novartis Pharmaceuticals. We've got the Everglades Area Health Education Center. We've got Sensitive Home, the Association of Asthma Educators, and Air Cleaners, Inc. And if you're a Florida Asthma Coalition superfan, some of those names are probably familiar because some of our sponsors have also done Lunch and Learn webinars with us this year to talk about some innovations in asthma management. And some of you also attended the Asthma Educator Review mini course yesterday, led by Dr. Teresa Sumi and Dr. Roseanne Stadler. I may have just given some people doctorates who don't actually have doctorates, but when in doubt, give a doctorate. It's a good thing to do. So if you attended the AAE mini course yesterday, you will get an evaluation survey for that that's separate from the evaluation survey for the main summit. So if you attended both days, you're going to look out for 2 different email invitations that are going to be coming into your inbox early next week after we have the final manifest of email addresses for all the registrants, so we can give you invitations. If you're getting CHES credit today, make sure you also fill out and submit your CHES credit evaluation form, which is separate. We keep posting the link for that in the event chat to make sure that nobody's going to miss out on that. For our speakers who are here with us today, make sure that if you're in the speaker stage Zoom, that if you also have the event landing page open on another device, make sure the volume's muted on that so that there's not an echo or a double feed. Altus are here to provide us with technical support. You can reach them in the event chat or using the View Guidelines tab on the landing page below the live stream feed. And if you are looking for speaker bios, make sure you consult the pamphlet button on the event agenda page. That's where you can find all the information about our sponsors, each of our individual speakers, and other information about the Florida Asthma Coalition. And for those of you who missed anything, maybe you are from another time zone that is not anywhere near Florida, or you had other things to do this morning, or you just needed some extra sleep, never fear, we are recording all of the presentations, so you'll get another chance to see the content. And I just want to give another recognition to our principal sponsors, also Simply Healthcare and Sunshine Health, who've got a spread right near the start of the pamphlet after the agenda and the CE credit information. You will get some time with our sponsors during the expo session later today. Exhibitor meet and greet will be between 1 and 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. All right, I am going to go ahead and get us set up for our next presentation, which will be starting promptly at 10:25 Eastern time. And that's going to be Dr. Timothy Doherty, who's going to talk to us about vaping and asthma. After that, we will have a poster presentation. I will do a quick transition over to Dr. Weiss, who's going to introduce our featured poster team for today. And then after that, we'll do a lunch break to make sure everybody gets a chance to rest and refuel before going into our afternoon agenda. So Dr. Doherty, if you want to go ahead and get your slides shared, we can get started with your intro and presentation, and then make sure you'll have your camera on and your microphone on. Unmute yourself in the Zoom to be able to speak. So while Dr. Doherty is getting set up, oh, great, I'm seeing your slides, perfect. While Dr. Doherty is getting set up, I will give a brief introduction to him. So you can see the bio in your pamphlet. Dr. Timothy Doherty is the Medical Director of Cape Coral Emergency Physicians and the Medical Director of Lee Health Emergency Management. So certainly Lee Health has been an amazing partner for the Florida Asthma Coalition over the years. And we are very privileged to have a number of folks from Lee working with us. In education, Dr. Doherty has worked at Allegheny University of the Health Sciences and also helped to found the Health Opportunities Prevention and Education curriculum at Jefferson Medical College. So welcome, Dr. Doherty.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay, perfect. So welcome everyone. So today I was asked to talk about vaping. And the reason why I said you come a long way, baby, I was first asked by to speak back in 2015 on how e-cigarettes are affecting respiratory patients. And back then it was just starting, and we'll see where we, if we've been able to answer any questions from that time to this. Again, I just wanted for clarification, I want to make it clear that I'm not a pulmonologist, that I'm actually an emergency physician and a medical toxicologist. So that is my background and training and my interest in e-cigarettes and everything that potentially you can vape because of it. So I have to learn how to do, okay, I got the buttons now. Okay, so back in the 1970s, there was a very successful campaign by Virginia Slims to try to encourage women to start smoking cigarettes and increase their market share. Jump 50 years, and some things actually still haven't changed. So the question of the day is vaping safe? And I'll go through the presentation, and I think that the best way to do it is have you make those decisions on whether or not that you think it's safe for you or your patients, and use this as an educational piece. The other part that I do want to say is I have no financial disclosures to make on anything that I'm going to say about e-cigarettes, any of their components or treatments. So what are e-cigarettes? So e-cigarettes were designed to deliver vapor nicotine for absorption through the respiratory tract through non-combustible means. It was developed by a gentleman a pharmacist in China in 2003. Basically, it was related to a family member who had died of lung cancer and wanted to find a more safer means of still allowing people to, quote, enjoy nicotine that didn't require all of the other components that were in regular cigarettes. It was introduced in China in 2004, in Europe in 2006, and the United States in 2007. Interestingly enough, Philip Morris actually had conducted experiments in the early 1990s on this capability, but they actually shelved their research because they thought it would hurt their tobacco industry too much. Well, jump forward, currently it's a $4 billion annual market share and a $15 billion worldwide. So what's the definition of an e-cigarette? It's a little complicated, but I'll still read it. It's an electronic device that delivers nicotine or substances to a person inhaling from the device, including, but not limited to, electronic cigarettes, cigar, pipe, hookah, including any component, part, or accessory of such a device, whether or not sold separately. So that's the actual definition, but what does that actually mean? So another way of looking at it, they refer to it as ENDS, or the electronic nicotine delivery systems. And it can come as an e-cigarette, e-pen, e-pipes, e-hookahs, and e-cigars. How does it work? So if you look on your screen from your right to your left, you have the cartridge that contains the solution. And that solution has the ingredients, so in this case, nicotine, which then has to get dissolved. And the two main components that people are used to dissolve is either vegetable glycerin or propylene glycol. And we'll talk a little bit more about those two substances later on. Then you have a heating cartridge that heats up the vapor. Almost all of them now have a microprocessor to control the heat and an LED. Then you have the battery pack. And then usually for an e-cigarette, you have something on the other end to make it simulate and look like a cigarette. So a green or blue light or red light will light up at the end of the cigarette when you take a draw. It's not part of this talk, but I do want to say that there's been, when we talk about health risks, there have been several times that the microprocessor has malfunctioned or the battery has leaked that has resulted into explosions. And people have lost their fingers, partial of their face, third-degree burns when it's in their pocket. So there are complications of just actually holding on to these devices based on the manufacturer's ability to still maintain the integrity of what it was intended for. The newer models actually have if you look on the right-hand side, you can see that now some of them, you can actually have your own, it doesn't come pre-filled. You can have your own refilling reservoirs. You can mix different liquids to get your flavor just right that you like. You can also choose which temperature of the vape you want to manage. And some people feel strongly it has to be at a certain temperature to get the maximum effect. So I guess one of the other questions is, well, why is it so popular? Well, is there power in marketing? I can tell you, and before I want to go, I will say that for those who are interested in the marketing aspect of e-cigarettes, if you go to Stanford's education site and just type in Stanford e-cigarette advertising, they have a whole entire site that is devoted to a collection of every type of advertising that has been occurring for e-cigarettes, and group them by category. So if you ever have to give a lecture, if you ever have to educate other people, it would be a great site to use for some of the questionable advertising techniques that were used in the past. Some have since been closed down by the FDA, but some are still going on right now. And when we talk about advertising, we're not just talking about print ads or obviously the ability to do things on TV, but through YouTube, through Twitter, through other things. So this is one of the ads that actually they were using, and you can see that they also initially were really advertising as this is a safe alternative to cigarettes, that you can do it around your kids and you can blow in their face and they love to see the smoke, the vaping mist come at them, and it's perfectly fine. And actually now, they're actually even now really creating mixed messages, because somehow they're connecting you purchasing e-cigarette solutions or pens, and you think that you're actually helping with cancer treatment by smoking e-cigarettes. So again, on the right-hand side, you see you can't buy happiness, but you can buy e-cigarettes, and that's kind of the same thing. So exposure to e-cigarette ads back in 2011, just in 3 years, jumped 256%. And these ads solely were targeted at the time, because it was legal, to the youth aged between 12 and 17 years old. An 8% of online audience of e-cigarette ads is estimated to be younger than 18 years old. So one of the claims and advertisers that they had is use e-cigarettes. It will allow you to stop smoking traditional cigarettes and just switch over to e-cigarettes. Well, they've been too long. This slide is a little bit old, but this slide at the time had 2 longitudinal studies involved in multiple nations, and found that e-cigarettes was not associated with quitting of conventional cigarettes. Then the second one found there was significantly less quitting. And since then, there's been other longitudinal studies that have looked at it, that there are still plenty of people that are smoking both regular cigarettes and e-cigarettes, depending on the restrictions or where they are. And there has been also associations of people going from e-cigarettes to tobacco cigarettes. So again, on the right-hand side, if you can't stop smoking, cancer will, but if you buy and smoke with stream e-cigarettes, cancer will not. Well, I'm not sure 100% that that's actually going to be, obviously it scares you. But again, I think that does that make it safe to smoke, to vape e-cigarettes? We certainly know it doesn't help quit smoking. And studies over 2 years have looked at that, and so far have not been able to show any evidence that actually that occurs. So there has been a rise in popularity. Twitter had over 200 million posts advocating vaping cigarettes, and greater than 80% of those were actually created by bots. And we're going to get into it in a second, but part of the rise in population is all the multiple flavors that are out there. And in addition to that, the technology has improved to make it more attractive. So now chargers that you don't have to worry about keep plugging it in if you're out and about, these chargers will last up to 500 puffs. And they're advertising a cost savings that you can save 50% of your budget on cigarettes over a year by switching over to e-cigarettes. So So every year, the Department of Health and Human Resources looks at this and the National Youth Tobacco Survey, and they're looking at high school students. Again, we're just purely looking at high school students, and I'm going to explain why that's kind of important. High school students, the use of e-cigarettes continue to decline. Now you can see that on the far left, as you go down in years, or from 2001 to 2019, there is a steady decline of e-cigarettes, of traditional cigarettes. And on the right, you can see that clearly there is an increase in e-cigarettes. And you can see what a significant jump. We're almost close to 30% of high school students now in 2019 use e-cigarettes. Now compare that again to just 16% of regular cigarette smoking of high school students in 2011. So in less than one decade, not only have we increased the people's use of nicotine and other products that are within e-cigarettes, we've actually doubled that usage from traditional ones, mainly because people believe it's safer. Some people believe it actually is healthy. And some people will then utilize, well, this way I don't have to start smoking regular cigarettes, but I still have other reasons why I want to do that. We'll get into it. And the reason why I point this out is if we want to deal with prevention, if you want to have the conversation with people about the potential risks of e-cigarettes, it's a little late to, well, I mean, technically it's never late, but if you really want to be proactive about it, and we're talking about prevention, you actually need to now go and start teaching at the middle school level. If 30% of high schoolers are already smoking or are already vaping, we've lost we've lost them. We might be able to whittle that back down to a reasonable number, but if you really want to talk about prevention, you actually have to go all the way back to middle schools to have this conversation, which is, you think is unfathomable that you would actually have to do it, but that's actually where you're going to have to go to do the best education. So it's the pediatricians that are going to really, and parents are going to have a lot more influence. This slide, again, we talk about flavors, and the two things I want to point out, obviously, the most popular flavor amongst high schoolers are the fruit flavored type. The second flavor, and I want to point this out, is the menthol or the mint flavor, and that's going to be important in a minute. Then you also have candy, things that taste like an alcohol drink, chocolate, cloves, spice. Those things are kind of much lower, but fruit and menthol and mint are the most common ones. So it does come down to flavors, and when they market it, they market the liquids to look like products that you go, oh, I actually like gummy bears. Let me taste it. And some of it's curiosity. Oh, I can't believe, does it really taste like gummy bears? So they'll buy that liquid and try it. So why are they so popular amongst adolescents? Again, flavoring is the number one reason. Age-related curiosity. Peer pressure obviously is one of them. They certainly market the devices to make them look cool. And they come in all shapes and sizes and colors, and you can do all different things with them. And again, it's advertised a healthier alternative than traditional cigarettes. So the flavors, they come in multiple flavors. Mint's actually the most popular. Now, since the FDA, since I gave a talk in 2016, that was with the year that they had just kind of came out with the FDA ban on children, so under 18, being able to walk into a store and buy them. I can't believe it actually took that long, but it did. But the two things is that isn't banned across the board is tobacco flavored and menthol flavored are not banned in anywhere. And the reason why menthol is important, or the reason why they added menthol years ago to traditional cigarettes, menthol prevents the cough reflex. So when they said, oh, the menthol flavored relaxing of a Marlboro Light, well, that's because it prevented you from doing what your body wanted to do, which is cough up everything that you just inhaled. So having the menthol there prevents the cough reflex and actually increases your usage then by blunting the body's preventative normal response to that to smoking and vaping. So those who are scoring at home or looked on your phones last night or today know that the FDA just banned Juul. And what does that mean? Well, so the ruling is they must stop selling its vaping device. They must stop selling tobacco and menthol flavored cartridges. And that's the reason why. Those on the market must be pulled and must prove their e-cigarette benefit to their public health prior to being able to go back onto the market. Now, Juul also is responsible or felt to be responsible by many, and obviously the FDA, and in their press release, that they feel that Juul in their marketing strategies have played a disproportionate role in the rise of teenage vaping. Now, the top part, I just kind of went to their website and I only cut a small little piece of what of the flavors that they had, but you can see that they had a long line of tobacco and menthol based products. And then they also, I can't even count how many flavored products that they had and the little cartridges that went with them. Okay, so we do have some known health risks. So when we say, well, is it safe? Is it not safe? There are things that we found out that make e-cigarettes actually cause damage, and that's very clear about it. So the first one, Harvard School of Public Health found that 75% of e-cigarettes were filled with a liquid containing diacetyl. And what diacetyl was at the time, that was what was used in other flavorings to help dilute the flavors that you want to get into it. And the original one was butter. It created the butter flavoring. But then they found that people who work in the popcorn processing factories that are mixing that chemical onto the kernels and in their shops and in their warehouses, they found that they were actually developing an irreversible respiratory disease that's similar to COPD called BOOT. And it was when they realized that, that's when they took and switched to a different type of diluent to make it safer for the workers. But for a long period of time, it was actually used in vaping to improve, again, the solubility for that. It has since been discontinued when this was found out with the permanent causes. But unfortunately, for all those people who were using those e-cigarettes and those liquids up until that point, there have been many people that are permanently damaged with their lungs that they're not going to get back. On the right-hand side is a picture, a cross-sectional section of a CAT scanner that kind of shows that information. And this was only vaping for 7 months for permanent damage. Now, the other part I want to make a point about when we talk about these flavorings. FEMA, most people think of the federal government's emergency management, but there's actually a Flavor Extract Manufacturing Association that is in charge of the safety of what gets put into foods. And they say it's a GRAS, or generalized recognized as safe, but it only applies to foods. It does not apply to the flavorings that then get into an e-cigarette to then get vaporized and inhaled. It was only what was safe for baking. So secondhand smoke, I'm not going to spend that much time, but again, it is something that people thought, well, it's okay because it's not a real cigarette. So it's okay to sit beside them and blow it into your neighbor or your child or be in a car for a long period of time. But what happens is your propylene glycol and your vegetable glycerin, they get broken down to form from under heating when they get volatilized to formaldehyde and other carcinogens. There's no evidence the secondhand aerosol is safe for non-users to inhale, and 9 states actually prohibit, and actually this has now gone up higher where smoking is already prohibited. This is another thing that just occurred when we talk about vaping, that, why should we let a good pandemic slow down our profits? They really started advertising to vape during COVID. If you're in lockdown, doesn't mean that you can't de-stress by vaping. And so COVID, social distancing, the isolation from school, stress, poor social support, all contributed to its increased use. The false narratives for the protective use of e-cigarettes against COVID were also being exposed out there. The exposure to toxins and compounds in e-cigarettes may suppress the immune response to actually lead to increased COVID symptoms in users and non-users. It made it very difficult for some radiologists, because EVALI symptoms was very similar to the ground glass appearance of COVID, but at least you can test positive for COVID, and EVALI is still a diagnosis of exclusion. So one of the main ingredients, obviously, is nicotine. Nicotine's found in almost all of e-cigarettes, and its range supposedly is between 0 and 3.6%. Studies have shown repeatedly that when they test the actual cartridges, what is actually the concentration that's on the label is nowhere near the concentration that is actually in the container, to the percentage that you can actually say that you can trust with it. And even amongst the same brand of e-cigarettes, there can be a variation between up to 30% from different batches of the same brand of e-cigarettes for concentrations of nicotine. Surgeon General, again, this is the common sense stuff, has already said that exposure during pregnancies can harm fetuses. It can affect the brain and lung of newborns, create low birth weights and premature deliveries and stillbirths. Nicotine in the adolescents and young adults can cause lasting cognitive behavioral impairment, including effects on working and memory. Excuse me. So nicotine alone, again, will cause lung inflammation. It will cause significant deposits and increase responsiveness to airway spasm. When we talk about, well, how do you compare apples with oranges? So the amount of nicotine found in a pack of cigarettes is the amount found in a 1 Juul bar or 1 puff bar. Nicotine outside of the lungs also has significant effects. It can cause increased heart rate variability, increase those that are prone to arrhythmia. It can cause those who are prone to addiction. Nicotine is actually more addictive than heroin, and nicotine is transmitted 100 times more in vaping than in cigarette smoke. So the other contents that are there, when they looked and through those things, there's many other substances that have been found in combustible cigarettes. They're not all in e-cigarettes. That is true, but studies testing 12 brands of e-cigarettes did test carcinogens and toxic chemicals. Testing the refill dispenser of 56 e-cigarette devices detected toxic metals, including lead, chromium, and nickel. Toxic metals that become toxic, not if you ingest them, but when you inhale them, manganese and zinc. There are plenty of impurities and inconsistencies in what's in the cartridges, and recent studies have both found bacterial, fungal, and organic contaminants in both single use and, obviously, not surprising, that would also be found in refillable e-cigarette products from multiple manufacturers. In 2015, David Christiani had came out and said, since most of the health concerns about e-cigarettes have focused on nicotine, there's still much we don't know about e-cigarettes. The addition of the other variable levels of addiction substance of nicotine, they also contain other cancer-causing chemicals such as formaldehyde. And at the time, they were the study that actually brought light on how the flavorings was causing boop. He actually came out with another study this year that has basically that was in the New England Journal of Medicine. I would also recommend kind of using this to talk about e-cigarettes and chronic lung. That looking at all the other factors, e-cigarettes was the most likely cause for these people to develop chronic lung disease. Most of them were only between 3 and 8 years, and they use different devices and different vaping flavors, so you can't pin it down to one specific thing. But their lung biopsies did show small airway centered fibrosis, and even the editorial from the New England Journal of article had said that it is the first admirable step to unveiling this complex issue. There is an addiction potential at least in mice. They exposed mice to 2 tubes. One had harmless gas, one had vaping gas. They saw what, and then they set this experiment up the next day, and the same mouse ran to the vaping smoke and stayed there. So I want to speak now about the asthma risks of vaping, and if we have time, we'll go through some of the other potential health risks. But let's focus mainly on asthma and where we are today. So 13% of adults in the U.S. have used e-cigarettes, and e-cigarettes do have some damage to the respiratory symptoms such as cough and bronchospasm and asthma. Pre-existing epidemiologic results were inconsistent on whether or not there was e-cigarettes risk to asthma. That was then. We've now have jumped forward, and there is more evidence showing at least significant associations. So close to a 5,000 patient study in Korea, there was a significant association between active and passive smoking in asthma compared to the control group. South Korea, close to 36,000. E-cigarette users had an increased association with asthma diagnosis, and these are diagnoses by were not cross-valid. They didn't go back and look at all 30 in this study, did not go back and look at all of these studies and all of these users to find out, did they have a true diagnosis from a physician? These were more forms and surveys filled out where that came from. So, but in the United States, another close to 22,000, looking at teenagers, also vaping products were associated with asthma. In 2021, this is also a very important paper that I would recommend those who are interested in this. He did a meta-analysis of what do we actually know. So looking at it, it was down to 11 observational studies. You might not think that that's much, but when you look at it, it is over 1 million participants. And they were looking at what is the relative risk or odds ratio of e-cigarette exposure to asthma. And this is asthma that's actually diagnosed by a clinician. So of the 11 studies, 3 were adult only, 7 were adolescents only, and 1 was mixed. There was association with e-cigarettes of asthma. There was a significant association with if you're a current e-cigarette smoker with asthma, and even a significant association of former users with asthma. So even when you stop, there's still an association with asthma. The e-cigarette users association, again, is obviously significant higher risk of asthma among the current e-cigarette users than the non-users, and the risk of asthma using both e-cigarettes and traditional cigarettes obviously escalates. The odds of developing asthma is even higher than if you just smoked traditional cigarettes alone. So there must be that just adds to, there is a risk factor for vaping and developing asthma. There's not we don't have as of yet, and I'm not going to say that there will be, but the fact that information is there says that there's certainly enough there that I would pause and use that as an education rather than saying it's safe, it's okay, you can vape and you're going to be fine. That is not the case when we're talking about asthma. Subgroup analysis. E-cigarettes in adults actually were greater risk for developing asthma than adolescents. Not surprising. Statistically, female risk is always greater than males. But in these studies, the risk in Korea was the same as the risk in the United States. So you can't blame. So in a sense, some people would say, well, there's a lot of smog in Korea. Maybe it's due to other external environmental factors, and in America were different. Both had the same subclinical information. So the meta-analysis showed that the use of e-cigarettes was closely related to the onset of asthma, that the use of e-cigarettes among teenagers with asthma is close to 13%, which is significantly higher than those that do not have asthma. There is an indirect exposure to e-cigarettes as a risk factor for developing acute asthma attacks. And in addition to that, the propylene glycol and glycerin heated, again, forming formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, both are also risk factors for triggering asthma exacerbations. This is a simple editorial. It's short, but also is very excellent. And you have to appreciate when someone's title is Vaping Asthma Adolescents, Time to Deal with the Elephant in the Room. So it just came out in 2022. I would recommend it's a very short read. That's another article that may be helpful in your education and goes through the different the information in a logical way to share with your patients. Obviously, we can do more with animal studies than we can do with human studies. So the animal studies consistently show an increase in airway hyperresponsiveness and exposure to e-cigarettes. There is a significant increase in airway inflammation characterized by the infiltration of eosinophils in the blood, from the blood to the airway, an increased association of mucus production, airway thickening, and inflammatory markers. Few studies actually look at in the adolescents. There is some information from adult studies using conventional spirometry or impulse oscillometry, and found that there's an acute deterioration of the iOS parameters even after one session, and both peak expiratory flow, FEV1 over FEVC ratios are also deteriorated, along with airway resistance and small airway function. Going along with that, vaping will increase the risk of respiratory infection because it impairs the function of the cilia, it reduces the sensitivity of the cough receptors, it impairs the neutrophils and the alveolar macrophage function. And it does modify genetic expression for immunologic reactions. To what extent does that lead to a clinical event? I can't say, but it does modify the genetic expression. When we talk about asthma risk in adolescents, e-cigarettes use increases the probability of asthma diagnosis in adolescents. It's found to be an independent risk factor for asthma. Vaping increases asthma prevalence in high school. E-cigarette users have a high absenteeism due to that asthma. Asthmatics have a high odds ratio for an attack from secondhand smoke, secondhand vape next to someone. I apologize for that misspelling there. E-cigarettes are linked with lifelong asthma and have a higher incidence, whether again cause, effect, or just related, have a high incidence of depression and social and social depression compared to non-users. So in summary, from asthma, the main effects of vaping on the airways: it does increase the risk of asthma developing triggers. It increases the onset of severe attacks in asthma, deteriorates lung function. It increases airway inflammation. It increases the risk of respiratory infections and acute lung injury. Now, Ivale, I'm just double checking. I apologize. Let me double check on our time. So 11:10. So we have a little bit of time. So what Ivale was, Ivale e-cigarettes, vaping That's some will have the E there, some will have just the valet. Right, you have to remember, right before COVID, there was significant amount of events that were occurring of people getting very, very sick, and they were younger, and having these unexplained hypoxic events and chest x-rays and CAT scans that had these big ground glass, horribly looking CAT scans. And they were trying to investigate what it was. And some people thought it was related to marijuana. Some people thought it was related to some other black market clandestine labs that were making them, but it was in over 48 states, and people died because of it. And there was a lot of hospitalizations. It turns out that we think that it was probably multifactorial. It wasn't due to bacterial, it wasn't due to funguses. We do think that it probably was due to the diluent that was used. However, it was due to multiple manufacturers of those diluents that led to it. Just as it was kind of peaking, and the CDC was putting out MMRs on it and trying to figure out where it came from, was right around the time that COVID hit. And so there was an overlap of some people looking at it, thinking that was a valet when it actually was COVID. But then once we started testing for COVID, then sort of knew what was going on with that. So some of the other issues when we talk about e-cigarettes, let's talk about e-cigarettes and pregnancy. So when a pregnant mother is vaping, that does cross over the bloodstream, and it does and has been shown to compromise placental function, decrease blood flow because of spasm, and can increase the risk of fetal structural abnormalities. Postnatally, it does increase the risk of short-term and long-term respiratory morbidity. And there has been shown that in utero exposure to e-cigarettes increase the risk of nicotine dependency in the youth. The offspring of smoking mothers, ADHD has been associated with maternal smoking during pregnancy. Again, nicotine can be absorbed through inhalation, through skin absorption, through oral ingestion, and through breast milk. And exposure through nicotine through an e-cigarette during early life may adversely affect the lung and brain development based on animal studies. Obviously, we're not going to have studies on humans, but based on animal studies, it does show that that is a potential risk factor that needs to be taken into account. So again, one of the other issues that we have is when you, as a toxicologist, you always think of, well, what is the toxin and how is it delivered? Because different toxins, they delivered different way, can potentially cause problems. So when you, and it's not usually isolated just to one organ system. And we're finding that vaping is one of those situations that once you vape nicotine and other products into your bloodstream, it does have an effect on the rest of the body. So in 2018, they looked at the association between e-cigarettes and myocardial infarction. The National Health interviewed survey looked in 2014 and compared that to 2016. There was a cross-sectional association between e-cigarettes and regular traditional smoking cigarettes and MIs. The daily e-cigarette was independently associated with an increased odds of having an MI, more than if you were not smoking. And it was lower. The odds ratio for conventional traditional tobacco products had an odds ratio of 2.7, but e-cigarettes had an odds ratio of close to 2, 1.79. Both former and same day and occasional smokers did not have that association with the MI. So it does look like if you stop, that your risk does start to go back down. They did compare that and look at the odds. If you start adding that with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, MI, and diabetes and age, your odds will increase. Women, again, in this situation, as with cardiac disease, have lower odds. But daily e-cigarettes adjusted for conventional cigarettes, as well as all the other risk factors that I had just mentioned, is associated with an increased risk for MI. So looking at the physiologic effects of e-cigarettes and not only the heart, but the vascular side. If you look at the heart, again, nicotine will increase heart rate, will increase your likelihood of dysrhythmia for those who are prone with it. It will increase your arterial blood pressure in your central artery and your peripheral arterial blood pressure. Increase your likelihood of having an MI, increase sympathetic activity. It will decrease the repair activity because of the decreased protective effects of the immunomodulatory activity, and also potentially in some studies can actually in utero can prevent and decrease cardiac development and increase the likelihood of abnormalities. When you look at the peripheral side of things, if you look at the arterial blood flow, it will increase arterial stiffness and aortic stiffness, increase platelet activation and adhesion, increase the likelihood of thrombogenesis, and increase platelet function, which can all lead to not only cardiac disease, but potentially could lead to stroke as well, based on this type of information. So the summary, this study supported the notion that e-cigarettes pose at least some level of risk for atherosclerotic disease and all those other things that we had just mentioned. There is significant umbilical and uterine artery blood supply restrictions from e-cigarettes in mice, and at least some level of risk of endothelial and platelet function malfunction, actually. So they would be unable as a safe smoking. So with that, I will stop. I did leave some time for questions. We could, if you wanted to, talk more about some of the other factors that e-cigarettes have with regards to how marijuana is now affecting the use or anything else that people may want to address.
So we have time, I think, for one question, because we want to get started promptly with our poster presentation. And we will also give some additional time at the start of the lunch break to the poster presenters in case folks want to listen in while you're prepping your food. So we have a couple of questions. We have one that came in the event chat, which I think we partly answered, but I just want to make sure it gets read out. While flavored e-cigarettes may lure in new audiences like children and adolescents, which is problematic, would you say that tobacco flavored e-cigarettes are a viable alternative to help people reduce cigarette smoking? And then we have Dr. Weiss following up in the speaker chat saying it took about 50 years from the Surgeon General's report that cigarettes were a carcinogen and a health hazard until public places and housing became tobacco free. How can we address the dangers of vaping through advocacy and legislation? Outlawing the purchase by underage youth was a start. What is the next move? So if we want to touch on those briefly, we've got just a couple minutes before we got to get started with the posters.
So I would say three things. I think, again, it's very difficult to compete with the marketing advertising of the makers. But as health advocates, as physicians, as respiratory therapists, as pulmonologists, what we can say is do not think that they are safe. They may be potentially safer than cigarettes as far as some of the carcinogens, but it doesn't make them safe. We don't know what we don't know. And I will tell you that the amount of information that we've learned in the last 5 years is purely based on the years of people using it. So unfortunately, by the time we get to the point that we can say with certainty, theoretically, that e-cigarettes are harmful and they cause X, Y, or Z, and some of those events are permanent, say asthma, heart attack, stroke, birth defects, all those things. The countless people that have been exposed to it are going to be innumerable. So I do think that the research will be getting caught up. We are now having some things that have been in place. The FDA, so last night's announcement from the FDA was the first really hard stop with that production. And I think that hopefully that will lead to others restricting those issues. But I don't think we can wish it away. But I do think that that we would be naive to think that it's perfectly harmless to do it for the person who's using and the people around them consistently.
Great. So we do have to transition now. Thank you, Dr. Doherty. And for people who want to access Dr. Doherty's slide deck, that is now available on the site if you refresh the agenda and hit that download PDF button. You can also download a PDF of the poster for our featured poster session. So I would like to turn it over to Dr. Weiss. We'll keep the poster session going until 11:20. Feel free to make that soft transition into the lunch and also visit our expo hall during lunch. So Dr. Weiss and poster team, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. If you could take down the slides from the previous presentation, that was excellent. I really enjoyed that. So if you're very hungry, feel free to eat your lunch while you're watching the poster presentation. Otherwise, you can have plenty of time for lunch. So our poster presentation today comes from the University of Florida Pediatric Pulmonary Center, which I will refer to as UFPPC. Ellen Bowser, co-director of the UFPPC and faculty nutritionist, will be representing the team today. Ellen is a registered dietitian and RN who has served as lead analyst and consultant for the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics Evidence Analysis Project. She was awarded Outstanding Member of the Year by the Pediatric Nutrition Practice Group of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and is a Fellow of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. She was awarded Outstanding Dietitian of the Year in 2019 by the Florida Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Mary Abney Wagner, MD, is the director of the UFPPC and the Pediatric Sleep Program at UF Health Sleep Disorder Center. She is board certified in sleep medicine, pediatric pulmonary, and pediatrics. Dr. Wagner evaluates and treats children with a wide range of pulmonary and sleep disorders. She has written numerous publications on the care of children with pulmonary and sleep disorders. Dawn Baker is a nurse practitioner and nursing faculty with the UFPPC. Her interests include pediatric and sleep medicine. Her research focuses on children and youth with special health care needs, as well as the pediatric pulmonary medicine interdisciplinary training. She works closely with the faculty from the Severe Asthma Program. The Florida Asthma Coalition has previously recognized Dawn Baker as an asthma champion. Tatiana Pulcini is a licensed clinical social worker for UF Health Pediatric Specialties and the UFPPC faculty social worker. She has supported children with special healthcare needs since 2014. Her clinical interests include family empowerment, patient advocacy, and mental health. Angela Miney is the UFPPC family partner. She works with leadership at UF Health to incorporate the patient voice into all systems. As a parent of a special needs child myself, I appreciate your work. It's very important. Working with Florida State Title V office, she coordinates the Florida Family Leader Network. In 2021, Angela received the Merle McPherson Family Leadership Award. And finally, Elizabeth Pate is trained as an Echo Hub partner who provides groups of community providers with the ability to connect in real-time collaborative sessions. She has a background in both nursing and association management. And now it is my great pleasure to turn this over to Ellen Bowser.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weiss, and thank you for allowing me to talk about our Project Echo. I'm going to talk about a collaboration that the University of Florida Pediatric Pulmonary Center did with the Swanee River Area Health Education Center and the Florida Rural Health Association. So I think we all know, and have certainly heard today from Wanda, that we're continuing to see issues for kids with asthma, particularly children who are in the rural areas. It was interesting to hear the data that Wanda showed earlier that Black and Hispanic youth have increased incidence of current and lifetime asthma compared to non-Hispanic whites. And I think we would see those children, particularly in the rural areas. And we know that access to evidence-based guidelines is really important in the treatment of pediatric asthma. And it can be difficult for providers in those communities to get that kind of information. So what we decided to do at UF, at the PPC, was to develop, to collaborate on a project ECHO. And ECHO stands for Extension for Community Healthcare Outcomes. ECHO as a model was developed by the University of New Mexico School of Medicine in 2003. And really ECHO is both education and mentoring from experts to community or remote providers. The ECHO model is a hub and spoke model where the hub is the expert who generally at a tertiary care facility, but not always. And the spokes are the rural or community providers or agencies who are gathering that information from the providers. So again, if you think about the way that we had it set up at our ECHO, was the Florida Rural Health Association was really the ECHO hub. And we were able to come in and give this information to the community and rural providers. It is done through distance technology. Our ECHO was done through Zoom. And we partnered again with the Florida Rural Health Association to provide 6 sessions on pediatric asthma in the spring of 2022. This was actually our second our second ECHO project. The first series we did in 2021, and that was on pediatric sleep and sleep health. But we selected asthma as a topic for 2022. So we, again, as I mentioned, we had 6 ECHO sessions. They were each 30 minutes, and we selected a noon time for ECHO because we thought that would be a more convenient time for the providers and community agency staff to be able to tune into the ECHO. We had them on Wednesdays, just happened to be a convenient day. So again, we had 6 sessions and we wanted a an interdisciplinary approach. So you can see our first 2 topics were a little bit more focused on the science behind treatments for asthma. And we had a pharmacist, Leslie Hendelis, who gave those 2 sessions. Our next session was on the allergen immunotherapy, and that was by Elizabeth Lefebvre, a nurse practitioner. Our next topic was on technique and how to use devices, and was done by Alicia Hardy, registered nurse and certified asthma educator. And she did a great job at really showing the best way to use particularly inhalers. Tatiana Pulcini, our social worker, gave the next session that looked at support resources that improve access and adherence. She talked a lot about insurance and Medicaid and the things that are available for families related to asthma. And then our very last session was by David Fideli, a clinical psychologist, and he really looked at what can we do to help empower our families to be able to take their medications. So what did we find? We ended up with 155 professionals and students who attended our 6 sessions, and 75% of them were employed in medically underserved or rural communities. As you can see, our goal was to have a multi or interdisciplinary audience, and we had our professionals included registered nurses, nurse practitioners, pediatricians. We had emergency responders, paramedics. We had family partners, and we also had emerging health professionals, which were our students. So our goal was really to hit those rural communities, again, the rural providers. And so this map on the right is actually a map of Florida, and the blue counties are those which are considered to be urban, and the yellowish gold are rural communities. And every star that you see indicated that we had someone from one of those counties at our on our echo sessions. So we were really happy to see that we had at least 9 rural counties participate in our echo. And here on the left, these are just some of the agencies who participated. We had the Calhoun County EMS up in the Panhandle. We had pediatrics in Brevard County. So we were really pleased that we were able to get the reach that we were hoping for. So what did our participants say? Our participants agreed with the following statements. The sessions fulfilled the goals and objectives. The program offered them skills or knowledge that would help them improve their patient care, that provided relevant knowledge for their practice. And the idea one of the goals was to have the echo again, having that location and the time that would be convenient for the providers so that they wouldn't have to leave their practice or time away from their job. We also asked our participants what new knowledge, information, or skills did they obtain from this activity? And so these are the comments that our participants wrote in: adherence, resources for families, learning about sublingual allergen immunotherapy, treatment for asthma, how to treat exacerbations, and then the expanded Medicaid benefits for children. So in conclusion, we felt a Project ECHO program provided teleeducation and telementoring to a multidisciplinary group of healthcare providers, both rural and urban settings. We felt that education using Project ECHO was an effective way of increasing the access to experts in the care of children with pediatric asthma. And we would like to suggest we should continue to use Project ECHO to provide additional education to topics and providers in underserved areas. So we at UF are planning to do ECHO 2023. Generally, we started our sessions after the first of the year, so they would go January through March or April. Our sessions for asthma, we had two a month. And so it was generally every other week, although we had to move our schedule around because of some of our team. But we are going to develop a needs assessment, and we would really encourage people who are at the summit, or if you can share it with others, to let us know what you would like. This is my email address, and I know Dr. Weiss would know how to get a hold of me, but we would greatly appreciate your feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, folks, that was a terrific presentation. Thank you so much to our Project ECHO team, very dynamic. Definitely encourage folks, if you would like to stick around, I'll hang around. If you do want to ask questions and have them gotten into the recording, you can ask questions in the chat as well, or follow up by email. Please do feel free to start your lunch break. Remember that we've got Expo Hall is open all day. That's accessible in the Expo Hall button on your event page, and then you can navigate to the individual speaker areas to visit their website, contact them, and then we're also going to have breakout rooms available from 1 to 2 p.m. Also want to mention, we did get the last minute approval for CHES credit for Dr. Garcia's presentation for later today. So that's now eligible for both pharmacy CEUs and certified health education specialist credit if you fill out your PDF paperwork. Dr. Weiss is reminding everybody that not only is the poster available on your event page and the agenda where you can download the PDF of it, we're also going to have it up on our Florida Asthma Coalition website. So I will stick around. I will moderate. If we've got any questions coming in, I'll take a look at my event chat if folks want to ask questions of our poster team. Our next presentation will be at 11:55 Eastern, overview of the State Health Improvement Plan.
Thank you. I'll be here as well, and I just want to congratulate the entire team. Thank you so much, Ellen.
Thank you for asking us to speak. And I know several members of my team are on. I can't see them, but I know we've got asthma clinic happening today and a lot of other things, but I know as many of the ECHO partners as possible were with us.
Super. So I don't see any questions yet in my event chat. Although Katie, was your question about Project Echo? I see a comment from Katie. This sounds great. Is this something that may be rolled out soon? I would love to get our organization to attend something like this when available. Based on that, that might have been a Project Echo question, judging from the timestamp.
Yes. So again, as I mentioned, we're in the process of developing the needs assessment to send it out. To really, what we want to do is make sure that we're able to, we're going to ask specific questions to see if we can address the topics that are identified. So probably after the first of the year is generally what we've done. So they would probably start in January, but in the past, we usually have the schedule completed by October or November. So that's the way that it's worked out the past couple of years. I'm guessing we would do the same thing.
Super. All right, other questions? We do have a few more minutes with our poster presenters, and we really appreciate you coming and sharing with us today. This was great to be able to.
I did want to say too, if you're interested, to go to Project Echo website. There's a lot of information. You can learn a lot more. I mean, I didn't spend much time talking about Echo, but there are videos you can see. There are Echo projects that go on around the world. And so it's an interesting and unique concept. And I think it's really going, to reaching people who otherwise could not come in to conferences. Now with Zoom, it's a little bit easier, because we can have virtual discussions. But prior to, I think when COVID really hit, there weren't as many, distance educational sessions. So that's what's unique about Echo.
Do you want to put that website in the chat, Ellen?
I will. I have to find it. I think it's projectecho.org, but I would need to. I can definitely get it to you.
I'll send it around. No rush.
Check back my event chat tab to see if we've got more questions. I'm seeing a lot of positive comments, just great information and appreciation for what you're doing and for coming and sharing with us today.
If anything does come up later on, if you could just maybe email it to me, so we can address the questions, or if people want more information, I'm happy to get with them.
Sure, and if you're going to stick around, you can also continue dialoguing with people in the event chat.
Yeah, and you could send it to me too, and I'll make sure the whole poster committee knows that it was a very good and successful presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to mute myself. Encourage folks to go into that expo hall if you are eager to start checking out our sponsors' content. We have a lot of booths. We've got one booth for each sponsor where you can interact with their content. And if you want to visit their breakouts, you can kind of choose which breakouts you'd like to visit during the 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern time slot that we've blocked for intensive time with our sponsors. So I will see everyone back for the brief presentation on the State Health Improvement Plan. And then we'll also have a presentation from Azim Chinamer about addressing health disparities right after that. So lots of good things coming up. So take a break, get some refreshments, and we'll see you back at 11:55 Eastern. And Altus colleagues, if we want to get the slide deck back up, that would be great. Wanda, I just gave the reminder about the ship updates with Julia just now. So we'll be back for that at 11:55. right, folks. Let's give our next presenter just a little bit of time to set up so that we can start promptly at 11:55. I also did get a little bit of update about our agenda for this afternoon. We will spend toward the end of the day, we'll spend about 5 extra minutes on those work group updates to make sure that everybody has time to do that before we go into our awards and closing remarks. So not too big a change. Everything for the educational presentations is the same, but we want to make sure our work groups have time to give updates on everything that they've been up to. So is our speaker for the State Health Improvement Plan with us? Julia, are you here?
I am here.
Great, welcome. All right. So feel free to share your slides if you have slides to share. If you have trouble sharing, we can also have our Altus representative share your slides for you. All right. So welcome back, folks. If you're just joining us for this afternoon's agenda, make sure that you check on the event website tabs for the updated version of the agenda with additional resources. And make sure if you're seeking Certified Health Education Specialist or CHES, continuing education credit, that you fill out the updated version of the PDF CHES evaluation form that's on the website. There'll be information about that periodically posted in our event chat. And we'll have a few other announcements periodically throughout the day. All prior sessions have been recorded and will be available to you afterwards if you missed anything. Our next presenter is going to give us a brief overview of the State Health Improvement Plan. So I'd like to welcome Julia Fitzgibbon from the Florida Department of Health. And Julia, you need to unmute your microphone when you're going to get ready to speak.
Thank you for reminding me. So good morning. I am Julia Fitzgibbon, and I am the Chief of the Bureau of Community Health Assessment here at the Florida Department of Health in Tallahassee, Florida. And it is my pleasure to provide an overview of the 2022-2026 State Health Improvement Plan, affectionately known as the SHIP, to you today, as this plan also aims to advance the well-being of Floridians through statewide partnerships and collaboration. The State Health Improvement Plan, or the SHIP, is a roadmap to guide the development and enhancement of structures and systems to support optimal health and well-being for the millions of residents and visitors to the great state of Florida. Its overall purpose is to provide a strategic direction for health in the state for the next 5 years. It provides a platform to raise awareness of shared priorities and celebrated shared success, and is an instrument to help us increase efficiency, effectiveness, and performance of Florida's public health system as a whole. The 2022-2026 SHIP was launched in January of this year. Next, let's briefly review the State Health Improvement Planning process. Over the last year, we have solidified the 7 health priorities and established priority area work groups, or PAWs, who have worked diligently to develop goals and objectives for their respective priority areas. On March 31st, the SHIP Steering Committee met to solidify the objectives for inclusion in the plan. Now that the objectives have been selected, the implementation phase of the 2022-2026 SHIP will begin on July 1st, 2022. So here's a depiction of the organizational structure for the development of the SHIP. All 3 groups shown here, the SHIP Steering Committee, the State Health Assessment Advisory Group, and priority area work groups, are comprised of statewide partners from diverse sectors that have a vested interest in improving the health of Floridians. The steering committee's role is to provide leadership, oversight, and guidance for the entire state health improvement planning process from start to finish and throughout the 5-year duration of the plan. They also established priorities based on the recommendations of the State Health Assessment Advisory Group and approved the goals and objectives proposed by the priority area work groups. The State Health Assessment Advisory Group is responsible for overseeing and participating in the development of the state health assessment and recommending priorities for the SHIP. Once the priorities are solidified, the priority area work groups are initiated. The priority area work groups, or the PAWS, are the operational arm of the SHIP. Membership in the PAWS is voluntary, and the work groups consist of individuals from various sectors and backgrounds and can include anyone with a vested interest in improving health in our state. The members serve throughout the duration of the SHIP, and the PAWS are open to additional interested members at any time. In order to realize meaningful impact on the identified priorities, it is vital to have strong, robust PAWS comprised of subject matter experts from organizations across the state. This is a state health improvement plan that requires cross-sector interagency collaboration to achieve the identified goals and objectives from each SHIP priority area. Based on the SHIP Steering Committee discussions around the state health assessment findings, current efforts, and priorities, the 2022-2026 SHIP includes the following 7 priority areas: Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, chronic diseases and conditions, injury, safety, and violence, maternal and child health, mental well-being and substance abuse prevention, social and economic conditions impacting health, and transmissible and emerging diseases. Usually, I would take a closer look at all 7 priority areas and discuss each goal. However, in the essence of time, I would like to highlight a few priorities that may be of interest to the Florida Asthma Coalition membership for future participation. But please keep in mind that you can join any of the 7 priority area work groups. The Chronic Diseases and Condition PAW has outlined 7 goals that are shown here. One in particular I wanted to bring attention to is goal number 5, which is improve respiratory health. But the other goals they have listed under chronic diseases and condition include reducing new cases of cancer and cancer-related illness, disability, and death, improving cardiovascular health, improving respiratory health with objectives pertaining to topics such as quit attempts for smokers, childhood asthma emergency department visit reduction, and home radon measurement, health promotion through nutrition, physical activity, and supportive lifestyle behaviors, and increasing access to and use of oral health care with a focus on untreated tooth decay in children, fluoridated water access, adult dental visits, and preventable emergency room visits due to dental conditions. The second priority I would like to highlight is maternal and child health. And they have 4 goals, with goal 1 being one that I wanted to bring special attention to, which is increase access to quality primary, preventative, and subspecialty care for infants, children, and adolescents. This deals with the use of medical homes for children with special healthcare needs, the availability of treatment and counseling, and preventive dental care and developmental screenings. We also have goal number 2, which is reduce infant morbidity and mortality with a particular focus on very low birth weight infants, average length of stay for infants with neonatal abstinence syndrome, congenital syphilis rates, and the Black infant mortality rate. And we also have a focus on reducing maternal morbidity and mortality pertaining to topics such as Black pregnancy-related mortality rate and postpartum care visits for mothers with Medicaid. And goal 4, which is improve preconception and interconception health by addressing oral health. The next priority I want to bring attention to is the social and economic conditions impacting health PAW. And they are working to expand access to high quality education opportunities with a particular focus on reducing the high school graduation rate gap between students with physical and/or developmental disabilities and students without physical and/or developmental disabilities. They're working to improve access to high-quality healthcare services, support communities by increasing the prevalence of trail towns and livable communities and decreasing the percentage of food insecurity, and enhance opportunities to foster economic vitality and resilience with objectives related to housing costs and weatherization assistance. So you may say, how can the Florida Asthma Coalition members be active participants in the SHIP? How does your organization fit in? Well, the success of the SHIP is directly tied to partner initiatives that support the priority area goals and objectives. We would love for coalition members and their organizations to be involved on the ground floor. There is an opportunity for coalition members to be working across many or perhaps all of the priority areas through their participation on one or more of any of the PAWs. Within your organizations and across the state, you can be a champion for the State Health Improvement Plan. Become an advocate by participating on one or more of the PAWs, aligning your organization's strategic priorities with the SHIP priority areas, or informing others about the SHIP and its purpose. If you would like more information on the State Health Improvement Plan, please feel free to visit our website at floridaship.org. There you will find a plethora of resources, including PAW information, meeting materials, and SHIP reports. You can also find reports for the old SHIP and for the new. If you or any of your colleagues are interested in contributing on any of the PAWs, please reach out to the Health Improvement Planning team here at the Florida Department of Health at hsp.healthimprovementplanning@floridahealth.gov, or go to floridaship.org and fill out the contact form right there on the website under the Contact Us tab. I have provided my contact information as well as the contact information for my health improvement planning team here at the Florida Department of Health. If you have any questions, comments, or feedback, please do not hesitate to contact us. With that, I would like to thank you for your time and look forward to working with each of you to advance the well-being of Floridians.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We do have a couple of minutes before we're going to get started with our next presenter. So if anybody would like to ask a question in the event chat, I can read it out and we can take a moment to answer that. I'm going to flip back to my event tab to see what we've got. All right, I'm seeing some thanks for Julia. That was a terrific presentation. And you'll see if you're filling out the evaluation surveys for this event next week, you'll see we do have a little bit of information and some questions in there about what folks are planning to do specifically to fulfill state health improvement planning objectives related to respiratory health. So be reflecting on this, and if you missed part of the presentation, you can catch up with the recording, and that'll help you think through what you can do to help achieve those objectives in the coming years. All right. Still watching the chat for questions, but while we are giving some time for any questions to come in, Zine, soon to be Dr. Chinamere, if you would like to start getting your slides up so that we're ready to get started with your presentation promptly at 12:10 Eastern, please feel free to do that. Izzy, I see you're here in the Zoom for the speakers. So if you're having any trouble getting your slides up, you can definitely do a speaker chat and someone from Altus will help you get those displayed. remember that when you're going to.
I'm
Oh,
here.
yes.
Did you
Oh,
want me to go ahead and put the slides up now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure.
To get started promptly. I'm trying to keep us right on pace. And when you're ready to make your presentation, you'll just unmute your camera as well as keeping your microphone on.
Sure, no problem.
All right, still no questions coming in for Dr. Fitzgibbon. I'm seeing several thanks in the chat for such a terrific presentation. So let me go ahead and give a brief introduction to our next featured speaker in the educational track. Izine Chinamira is the founder and CEO of Kezi Health LLC, which provides program and project management services to organizations within the public health sector. And you can read a little bit more about Kezi in the event pamphlet. Notably, Izine also has 10 years of experience managing public health and social service programs and initiatives, including and beyond asthma and related areas of health, such as lead poisoning and diabetes, and also sexual violence. And you can read a little bit more about Izine's background in the pamphlet, which is accessible from the main event website. And for those of you who are just coming in for the afternoon, please also watch the event chat for announcements throughout the day, including detailed information about how to make sure you get all your documentation prepared properly to get your continuing education credits. All right, Izine, the floor is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I really hope all is well with you and everyone, and you're enjoying the summit. I am extremely grateful to be here today. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Izine Chinamira. I am the founder and CEO of Kezi Health LLC, which we provide training and public health consulting for health education, health educators and community health workers for home visiting, engaging with families, chronic disease management. I'm located here in Baltimore, Maryland, home of the Baltimore Ravens. And I'm also the manager of the strategy and planning with the Baltimore City Department of Social Services. And I also have the pleasure of being on the board of the Association of Asthma Educators. And so I'm super excited to be here and talk about a topic that I'm really passionate about. And it's a topic that I'm sure all of you are familiar with because you've done multiple trainings and programs when it comes to addressing health disparities. But I'm hoping I get an opportunity today to be able to kind of shed when it comes to addressing health disparities in a different light and looking at systemic racism and its impact on health. Now, the objective for today, during this session, we will discuss and address systemic racism and its impact on health outcomes of those within the Black and Brown communities. In my presentation, you are going to see Black and Brown communities and people of color used interchangeably. That is not always the same group of people, but just for the sake, we're going to use them as the same group for this presentation. We will also look at how systemic racism fuels health disparities, particularly among our asthmatic population. And by the end of this session, you'll be able to, one, define systemic racism, gain a deeper understanding on how systemic racism impacts health outcomes for our families within the Black and Brown communities, again, particularly with our asthmatic families. And we want you all to consider how we interact with our families to foster a positive experience among the Black and Brown communities, and kind of how can you play a part in being able to address health disparities, particularly around systemic racism. So what is racism? Let's just start with a basic definition. The American Public Health Association's past president, Dr. Kamara Phyllis Jones, defined racism as a system of structuring opportunity and assigning value based on the social interpretation of how one looks that unfairly disadvantages some individuals and communities, unfairly advantages other individuals and communities, and saps the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. I love this stuff. I think it's one of the best definitions of racism. I love it so much because of two parts. One, she states that the system of structuring opportunity and assigning value based on a person's color of their skin, the ability for a group of people to create opportunity for themselves and not for others, as well as determine the value of a group of people based on something that's completely subjective in regards to assumptions, really signifies how problematic racism is. But she also talks about how racism saps the strength of society and wastes human resources. The society is only as strong as its weakest link. And racism prevents individuals from the ability to living, working, and thriving at their maximum potential. So Dr. Jones's definition was so amazing and in-depth, but what does all of that mean in layman terms? Racism is treating people unfairly just because of the color of their skin. Racism has regulation of Black and brown people to an inferior status, and that's how we get white supremacy, where they believe as a person of the white race, they are inferior or they are superior to a group, and that group would be to the Black and brown community. Racism is not always conscious, it's not always explicit, and it's not openly visible all the time. And racism can take many forms and can be embedded in many or all aspects within the lives of Black and brown people. And racism is a public health issue. There's no doubt about it. Racism is a public health issue. It damages the health of society overall. And yes, that does include the health of white people. So in this slide, we have another working definition at the top where it says racism is the individual and systemic manifestation of the uneven distribution of power and prejudice related to cultural defined ideas of race. There are many different types of and aspects of racism. If you Google racism, you'll find a lot of more modern definitions to certain different aspects of racism. But the four most common types of racism you may know is structural, institutional, interpersonal, and internalized racism. Now, your internalized racism and your interpersonal racism is more on the individual level, while your institutional and your structural racism is the systemic portion or the systemic level. So what is systemic racism? Simply, to be as simple as possible, let's just say systemic racism is institutional and structural racism combined. Now, if you go on Google, you'll be able to find multiple different definitions for systemic racism. But for the purposes of this presentation, we're just going to say institutional and structural racism that was defined in the previous slide combined makes systemic racism. Systemic racism is the widespread and deeply embedded in systems, laws, written and unwritten policies, and entrenched practices and beliefs that produce, condone, and perpetuate the unfair treatment and oppression of people of color. Again, racism is often invisible or seen as the norm within system or systems that it does not directly impact, and it does come with adverse health consequences. The iceberg. I know many of you are familiar with the iceberg illustration. It's been used multiple times to describe multiple different things, but it can be used for systemic racism as well. For most people who do not identify themselves as Black or brown, the visible part, the top part of the iceberg that we see is usually the more overtly obvious racist acts, like calling a Black person the N-word, or verbally expressing your dislike to work with non-whites, or referring to all Hispanics as Mexican. But the base of the iceberg, which is the biggest part, is where systemic racism lies. The base exposes people of color to health-harming conditions, imposes barriers, and strips them from the opportunity to improve their health. And for many, it keeps them in poverty. And if you look at the factors down there with the systemic racism, they look pretty similar to the social determinants of health. So there's definitely a correlation there. So let me give you some examples of systemic racism. Now, we have residential segregation, unfair lending practices, and barriers to home ownership. And it's not just the fact that it's a barrier to home ownership, it prevents Black and Brown people from the ability to accumulate wealth and be able to pass that wealth from generations on in. Environmental injustice, air pollution, exposure to lead, unclean water, biased policing and sentencing of Black and Hispanic men and women, voter suppression, and exclusionary zoning laws and redlining. Now, for those who may not know, redlining is a discriminatory practice in which services, both financial and otherwise, are withheld from potential customers who reside in neighborhoods that are classified as hazardous to invest. These neighborhoods have significant number of minorities in it, typically Black and Brown communities, and can be low-income residents as well. And exclusionary zoning, those are laws placed that place restrictions on types of homes that can be built in particular neighborhoods. So common examples include like minimum lot size requirements, minimum square footage requirements, prohibiting multifamily homes, limiting the heights of buildings. Exclusionary zoning contributes to the racial wealth gap. And if Black families are excluded from higher priced neighborhoods, or if neighborhoods where Black families live are zoned into being less valuable, the homes purchased by the Black families are not worth as much over time to those compared to those who white families that live in other neighborhoods. And in the long run, not only does it diminish the wealth of the individual or the family who purchased the home, it diminishes the wealth for the people who will inherit the home as well. So systemic racism and health, decades, even generations may pass between the exposure to systemic racism and the evidence of the health damages. So this image on your screen, I pulled it from an article written by Braverman and colleagues on systemic racism and structural racism. The appendix shows in a simplified form a series of sequential general steps represented by boxes through which systemic racism is thought to produce racial disparities in health. It lists examples of factors often involved in each step. Although some of the factors could be listed in more than one step, the authors avoided that just for the sake of readability. Also not displayed are the many potential interactions among the listed factors, or between the listed factors and the unlisted factors that can aggregate the health damages, or could aggravate the health damages. And the authors also stated that most people of color are affected by multiple factors and pathways. So it's not, nothing works in silos, of course. But these are 4 causal pathways that are examples of how systemic racism can damage health. So if you look at the first box, it says systemic racism. And in that box, you see many of the examples I had already provided. So racial residential segregation, voter suppression, biased policing and sentencing, white supremacy. These are all different factors within the systemic racism box. And now these different types of, or examples of systemic racism then prevent the access to resources and opportunities. And some of those factors can include economic disadvantages like lack of access to wealth, home ownership, and education opportunities, disenfranchisement, and mass incarceration. Also, these factors can then cause health harming or lack of health promoting experiences. So a lack of access to wealth and home ownership, mass incarceration, they in turn can cause issues like chronic stress, environmental hazards, both inside the home and outside of the home, inadequate housing, exposure to violence, and inadequate medical care. And we all know that these health harming experiences or the lack of health promoting experiences do have biological effects, can cause inflammation, immune system dysfunction, infections, premature aging, and all of the biological things that are occurring then worsen the health among people of color, which cause health inequities, which we like to also call health disparities. There we go. So what is a health disparity? We talk about it a lot, especially amongst the asthma community. What health disparities are very visible, but what are they? So health disparities are preventable differences in the burden of disease, injury, violence, or opportunities to achieve optimal health that are experienced by socially disadvantaged populations. Health disparities are directly related to the historical and current unequal distribution of social, political, economic, and environmental resources. And what do you think is the major causes of historical and current unequal distribution of resources? You guessed it right, systemic racism. So let's have an honest conversation about health and health disparities. What's the truth? Black people are sicker and dying earlier than our white counterparts. Even educated Black people are sicker and dying younger than their educated white peers. Approximately 40 million people identified as non-Hispanic Black in the United States in 2019. That made up about 13% of the population. The US Hispanic population reached a record of 60.6 million people in 2019, and that was up 930,000 people over the previous year, and that makes up about 18% of the population. According to the Census Bureau projection, the 2020 life expectancy at birth for Black people was at 79 years of age for women and 74 years for men. For non-Hispanic whites, it's projected at 82 years for women and 78 for men. That's a drastic difference. And as you can see from my slide, the death rates in most chronic diseases, cancer, high blood pressure, asthma, et cetera, is higher for Black people than white. And this is a real concern because as we look at this, especially as health professionals, we say, how do we close this gap? Because it is sucking the resources, the ability to have long years, long working years, long years with our families in the United States. So this is a huge problem. So racial and ethnic disparities in asthma have been around and been documented for over years, and multiple factors are linked to the cause. We have decades of research and data that confirms that Black and brown people are disproportionately impacted by asthma. We know this. We do not need any more research to explain to us that these disparities exist. We all know, everyone here, we know they exist. But now it's time for us to focus on understanding the problem by identifying the root causes and finding solutions to close the disparity gap. But for those who maybe this is their first time in the asthma space, or maybe this is their first conference, I do want to be able to put out some of the asthma disparities over the recent years. So in 2017, non-Hispanic Black children were 5 times more likely to be admitted to the hospital for asthma as compared to non-white children. In 2018, 2.7 million non-Hispanic Blacks reported that they currently have asthma. Non-Hispanic African Americans were 40% more likely to have asthma than non-Hispanic whites. And in 2019, non-Hispanic Blacks were almost 3 times more likely to die from asthma-related causes than non-Hispanic whites. And non-Hispanic Black children had a death rate 8 times that of non-Hispanic white children. So I'm sure that you've all seen this slide before. These are the determinants of health: social economic factors, physical environment, health behaviors, and healthcare. It breaks down the percentage that each factor contributes to our overall health. And we all know that most factors that contribute to our health live outside of the doctor's office. But for Black and Brown people and families, each of these factors can be impacted by systemic racism. We know our health behaviors can be a result of the stress we encounter on a regular basis. But for Black and Brown people, there's an added stress to maneuvering through an oppressive system or systems that is embedded with prejudice, bias, and discriminatory practices. But I do want to take a second to kind of focus on the social determinants of health. As public health providers, we're very familiar with the social determinants of health and its categories: economic stability, neighborhood and physical environment, education, food, community and social context, healthcare systems. We're very, very familiar with the social determinants of health. And these days, it is pretty rare to find an asthma program that does not attempt to address at least one of the factors within the social determinants of health. Usually we use these factors in our programs to help us identify and eliminate asthma triggers, understand the lack of medication compliance, understand and address transportation needs for those who continue to miss doctor's appointments or appointments with specialists. But let us look at the social determinants with a systemic racism lens. So let's talk about the disenfranchisement of people, which is depriving them of the right to vote or decreasing the weight of their vote. Despite legal emancipation, voter suppression continues to deprive people of political power today. Even as recent as last year, there were many headlines in the news regarding voter suppression in the South. And as an FYI, almost 60% of the Black population live in the South. So the lack of political power produces a lack of access to key resources and opportunities needed to be healthy, such as clean water, pollution-free environments, well-resourced schools, affordable housing, and access to medical care. When people are prevented from voting or when their votes count less, they can't get elected representatives to act on their behalf. And the impact of voter suppression is not one that's only related to the Black community. We have heard a lot about the attempts of voter suppression within the Hispanic population in the South, especially during the last presidential election. So what now? You've learned all this information about systemic racism, how it causes health disparities, and how it impacts the health of our families, especially our asthmatic families. So what do we do now? What's next? We need to address the root problems with the systems in order to be able to see the greatest impact. And for some solutions, we will see an immediate impact, but for most, it'll take generations. We're not going to see it in our lifetime, but the work starts now. Advocacy is a driving force to making sure anti-discriminatory laws and policies are enforced, and new legislation that promotes healthy living for all people are passed. Advocacy also starts at home. You know, we didn't talk a lot about individual racism when we talked about interpersonal or internalized racism. So stuff like more on the individual level, but we have to be able to check our attitudes, being able to be aware of biases and harmful practices. These things are a great start. Sometimes being in the workplace and checking those who may have some views of people of color that they may not believe impacts their ability to practice, but it does. At the end of the day, the goal is justice. And I know you've all seen this slide before. Dr. Jones uses this slide a lot as well in her presentations, but I love it because it really shows you what the definition of each in a visual sense, so that you understand why justice is the end goal. So when we say, when we talk about inequity, we see on one side of the tree, there's a lot of apples and they're falling greatly. But on the other side, there's only a few apples. And the little child is wondering when the apple is going to fall. And so we know that this shows that there's a lack of resources on one side of the tree versus the other side of the tree. And then when we look at equity, or let's go to equality. Equality would be the even distribution of tools and assistance, where now both kids have the ability to use the ladder to equally access the tree. But there's still more apples on one side of the tree than another side. So even though myself and a white counterpart both have an equal platform to be able to get to the tree, I don't have as many apples on my side of the tree. So now we're going to talk about equity. Now, it's custom tools that can identify and address inequality. And we see that on one side of the tree, they have a ladder that is shorter than the other side of the tree. So now, let's say I'm the person on the right side of the tree, I have a taller ladder. So I can pick the apples a lot easier than my colleague who's on the other side that has a shorter ladder. But I still have the least amount of apples on the side, on my side of the tree. So I'm only picking 3 apples with my taller ladder, although my colleague is picking 9 apples on a shorter ladder. And maybe they're waiting for the apples to fall while I can just pick them right out. But once my 3 apples are done, they're done. While they have a plethora of apples. So when they're done with their 9, they can still come back and get more. But justice, which is where we're trying to get to, as the fixing of the system to offer equal access to both the tools and the opportunity. So sometimes I might need a taller ladder to be able to get to the tree, but we both have the same amount of apples on both sides of the tree. Sometimes I actually may need a ladder and something to pick it with, but we both have the same amount of apples on each side of the tree. And that's the main goal. That's where we're going to get to. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take years. It took years for us to get there. I remember at one point in time, even slavery was backed by laws. And that was 250 years. And then another 100 years of fighting for equal rights and being able to have the right to vote, be able to go to school with individuals who didn't look like myself. And now we're here looking at the health impacts that systemic racism has caused biologically over the years, but we're still facing some of those issues in the systems today. So, it really does boil down to advocacy. And the only way we can do it is together. It's not a Black issue, it's not a white issue, it's a together issue. It's not a Hispanic issue and a white issue, it's a together issue. The health of me impacts the health of you. And the only way we can do that is by seeing each other as equal. So these are my references. And I just thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you today. I hope that you learned something new. I'm going to put a little shameless plug. If you have the ability to, this August, the Association of Asthma Educators will be having their annual conference in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'll be speaking there with 2 other of my colleagues, and we'll still be talking about health disparities within minority populations. And I would love to see you there.
Great. Azina, thank you so muche. And the AAE conference is terrific. So for those of you who are able to make the time to participate in that, it's a great learning opportunity. We have some time for questions before we go into the exhibitor meet and greet session. And I also, Azina, if you are willing, it would be great if you could share your PowerPoint file for your slides so that we can get those uploaded similar to how we've done for the other speakers so that people can access them. I'm seeing some comments in the event chat that of the slides were covered by the speaker review in the live stream. So if folks would be able to interact with them directly, that would be excellent. So folks, put your questions for Azina in the chat, and I will read them out as they come in. As we're waiting for questions, remember that we had an update to our CE credit opportunities. So this afternoon, if you were looking to get credit initially for Dr. Fish's presentation before Dr. Garcia stepped in to take that slot, we are now offering both pharmacy CEUs and CHES, CHES, Certified Health Education credit, as long as you fill out your CHES evaluation PDF form. And there's instructions periodically in the event chat and on the website about how to do that. For folks who are just joining us also, the CHES evaluation form is totally separate from the event evaluation form for the summit. And for those of you who did the mini course yesterday for Asthma Educator Review, we also will have an evaluation that goes out for that. Both of the event evaluations will go out from SurveyMonkey early next week. So if you don't see anything today, don't worry about it. We still got to get those finalist emails of everybody who registered so that we can get the evaluation surveys out to everybody. But in the meantime, do your CHES evaluation forms if you want your CHES credit, and make sure that you're checking in on the event main page in that little box where it says check in for credits. Still watching the event chat to see if anybody has a question for Ms. Chinamera. I have to say, I love the use of imagery from that's reminiscent of Shel Silverstein's The Giving Tree, which is a book that was read to a lot of children my age. I'm 38, I was born in 1983. That has some messaging that really needed an update. So the idea that giving is a reciprocal relationship, that it's not about martyrdom, but rather about mutual benefit. I love that. It's certainly very, very reflective of the philosophy of everything that we do with the Florida Asthma Coalition, which is making sure everybody's got opportunities to participate, opportunities to lead. All right, we've got some comments coming in the chat. We've got a request for that CHES evaluation form link again. So if our Altus colleagues can share that again and just keep sharing it throughout the day, that'll be terrific. We have a comment and a question. I love the presentation. How have you seen systemic racism in Baltimore specifically impact asthmatic populations?
Say it for me one more time. How have we seen systemic racism
in
impact
Baltimore, specifically impact asthmatic populations? So I believe that this person is asking, some specifics from your direct lived experience living and working in Baltimore with people with asthma.
Oh yeah. So like we said, systemic racism it's so embedded in our systems that when it comes to the asthmatic population here in Baltimore, it does have the ability to kind of seep into multiple things. I think one of the most common ways that we may see systemic racism is in regards to like access to healthcare, as well as transportation and the ability to move from point A to point B. In Baltimore, we don't have as many asthma specialists in regards to pulmonologists and allergists as we would like. But the ability for families to be able to transport themselves from point A to point B, like to get to doctor's appointments, is very difficult. And a lot of it is strategically placed bus stops and how families have access to be able to get to these bus stops, because many people in Baltimore don't drive. They use public transportation to get from point A to point B. But if the closest bus stop, based on zoning and all the other aspects that are, based on policies and laws, if it prevents you from having a bus stop that is within 4 to 5 blocks, and you have to walk to that bus stop with 3 children in the rain, you may be less likely to go to your appointments because it's an inconvenience. versus if you have a bus stop that's around the corner and you're able to get there quickly. And, so some of these systemic factors that we don't think about, like where we place a bus stop, where do we put trains, what are the ability to have access to services outside of an emergency room? Because in Baltimore, we have two main hospitals that our communities flood, especially our asthmatic patients, they flood. And a lot of that is because access to a primary care doctor may be a little further out, and the access to get there without the transportation may be more difficult, but I can walk to that hospital. I can walk to that urgent care. So things like that we don't think about are ways where systemic racism prevents our families from being able to get to the optimal health.
Absolutely. Izina, thank you so much. I see another question really looking toward interventions. This person is saying, congratulations on a great presentation. I might have missed it, and if so, I apologize. I was juggling home life. But could you give a couple examples of an intervention that would achieve justice? And Izina, if you want people to be able to see you and read your lips, please do feel free to turn your camera back on. Never want to put anybody on the spot, but if you're open to it, we definitely want to be able to see you.
Sure. Can you see my face now? I forgot my camera wasn't on. Okay, perfect. I think when it comes to interventions, to be able to address systemic racism, it's very particular to your community. There's not one size that fits all, and all of our asthma populations are different. Of course, the vast majority of us are focusing on Black and Hispanic population, low income families. But when we talk about health disparities and we talk about certain things that we see, we have to kind of take a second to be able to really dig in deeper to be able to understand the interventions, because I can see now my population of asthmatics that are in my clinic that for some reason we're having a really hard time with getting them to adhere to their medications. Like they're not using their controller inhalers, no matter how many you prescribe. But is it just the controller medication that's the issue, or is there a literacy issue? And as asthma professionals, a lot of times we will advocate for easier medication equipment to use so that our families have less difficulties using the inhalers. But I'm going to challenge you guys to think outside the box. What if, as an asthma professional, you start advocating for adequate school education, resources within the school, because literacy starts somewhere. It didn't start at 45 because I'm an asthmatic as an adult. And it doesn't, teaching my child how to use their inhaler and read the pamphlets and understand what you're telling me and being able to regurgitate it back, that doesn't start as a mom. That starts as a child. And we have to challenge ourselves in how we look at being able to solve some of these health problems, because it's not as simple as being able to just, create a program around teaching how to use inhalers. The teaching of how to use inhalers is just a fragment of what they are experiencing on their everyday life in regards to other aspects of their life. So the interventions are very individualized to what you're seeing. Anyone who wants to kind of talk more about it, I am more than happy to be able to kind of brainstorm with you and talk. But, there's no one size fits all. We all have to be able to really dig deep and see what are the problems that our current patients are experiencing, and how does systemic racism or the racism they're experiencing from professionals, how is that impacting their health?
Definitely. Terrific. Thank you so much for sharing. And I definitely encourage folks, our speakers are happy to follow up with you. The relationships that folks build at the Asthma Coalition Summit have always been really dynamic. This is a continuing conversation, and we really look forward to maintaining those relationships over time. So this is a place to start, but don't think this is your only chance to interact with our speakers. All right. And I see a lot of support in the chat for your answer to the last question, and also mentioning different barriers and injustices that people may face with respect to language. We were talking before about how just because you speak English doesn't mean that that's the most person-centered language for you to get your care in. And there, of course, are concepts that don't translate readily in English, even if you speak aloud and use English to communicate in everyday life. And then we also talked about, interpretation, not just in other spoken languages, but sign language, and just, the diversity of ways that we communicate in ways that it's best for us to receive that input and build that trust.
Absolutely.
When we think about conversation, that can be a lot of things. And I'm very open. I'm neurodivergent. So this is beyond my mind, not just as somebody who grew up speaking multiple languages, but also about, well, what does it mean to have a conversation that feels safe and where the messaging is really clear?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And we're seeing a lot of comments in the chat about, persistent needs and just diverse needs to support our Spanish speakers. We will also hear more later in the day from our home visiting work group about new opportunities that we've really been able to nurture to support our Creole speaking community in Florida, especially for people who are ethnically Haitian who speak Haitian Creole. All right, let me check. So we still have a little bit of time. This is terrific. So if folks have more questions for Azina, please feel free to put those in the chat. And then we will get started with our speaker meet and greet hour right at 1 o'clock Eastern. So there'll be lots of choices for what breakouts people want to attend. We will have live breakouts with exhibitors during that time. So that's where you can go and visit each of our sponsors and have some actual live time to interactively ask questions. But you can also feel free to float around in that expo hall, look at the websites, look at the resources that our sponsors have provided. That'll be open all day long. And I did see for our person who requested information about the CHES form and a direct link to it, our Altus colleagues a few minutes ago did paste that link in again. So it's a big long link on the Florida Asthma Coalition website that takes you to a PDF form. All right, still seeing supportive comments in the chat. I definitely commend Dr. Jones's work as well. We've been fortunate to host her for a couple of events with FSU College of Medicine over the years as well, and with the Florida Health Equity Research Institute, and she's awesome. All right, I am going to stay. Oh, okay. So, all right. Speaking of languages, comment from Andrea Jensen. It also helps to use person-first language. So not using the term asthmatic, diabetic, etc. Person-first language would be, I have asthma, little Johnny has asthma, etc. So this is one situation where, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well, Azina. This is a situation where I'd recommend asking people what they prefer, because it may not always be the same depending on context. And sometimes different types of lived experiences feel right to describe with different types of language. So it's very different talking about, having cystic fibrosis versus being a neurodivergent person or an autistic person. That's identity first language. That can be important too. So let's hear from Azina about your recommendations about how do you make those choices about what kind of language to use.
I agree. I spent several years doing home visiting and case management, and I ask. I agree with Andrea. There is some form of acknowledging the fact that being an asthmatic isn't the only thing I am. I am more than an asthmatic. I have asthma, but I also have a life that is outside of asthma. So it gives me the opportunity to be able to identify myself the way that I want to be identified. And I think the best way is to be able to ask. and also listen, like the best case managers, the best health educators, the best community health workers are the ones who talk less and listen more. So listen to how your families address themselves, and repeat how they address themselves. If you want to know, a lot of the times it's just listening to how they address themselves. You'll be able to identify that. But I agree with Andrea. There is definitely a level of not making the disease you, that sometimes saying, Azina is an asthmatic rather than Azina has asthma. That can allow, in that sense of building trust and not making every aspect of your interaction with them about just their disease, because they're more than just the disease that they have, the chronic illness that they have. So, but I agree, allow the families to guide that process, allow the person to guide that process.
Definitely. And I would add, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. Maya Angelou said that a long time ago, and it applies in so many different ways. Trust the people you're working with, that we know ourselves and that we know ourselves best.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the basic keys to building trust is allowing the family or the person to guide the process, because I may think I know what's best for you, but the only person who knows what's best for you is you.
Absolutely. And so, I had a provider tell me once, they corrected me when I spoke, because I referred to my cystic fibrosis as an authentic truth of what I'm living and how personal that journey is to me. And they corrected me. I said, oh no, it's the cystic fibrosis. That's not all you are. And I'm thinking, in the moment, I'm a person who would really like to give you a light slam or two. But hearing and paying attention and just asking that question, I mean, honestly, that alone communicates so much about caring about
Absolutely.
What's for that person. It works for health conditions, it works for pronouns, it works for just language in general, values, preferences about what your healthcare is going to look like, how you like to receive information. It's very evaluative, honestly.
Yes. I couldn't agree more. And at that moment, what you were looking for was the ability to kind of speak and be able to feel heard. And by correcting you, they took that from you. And a lot of times we don't allow our families to be in the moment of what they're experiencing, especially with our asthmatic families. I know we have somebody who's talking about home visiting later, but one of the biggest things about home visiting is sometimes you will walk in and yes, the child has been to the emergency room 3 times in the last 3 months, and they're using an inhaler, a rescue inhaler every single day, but they're going to get evicted. And they want to talk about the eviction. So what do you talk about? The eviction. And, don't strip away their power by making them speak about things that are not necessarily the most important to them right then. And don't push their feelings to the side by redirecting where you want them to go. And that what that doctor did to you was literally strip the ability of you to be able to be in the moment, being present, identifying how you want to identify, and allowing that doctor to be a support system to you.
Definitely. And this is why those multiple modes of communication are so important, because there's support now for providers, making sure that the person who came to see you can still cover everything they initially thought they wanted to cover. Maybe they need to talk about the eviction in the moment, but they can follow up with you in
Absolutely.
the patient portal. They can call back, talk to a nurse, a case manager on their way out, making sure that full scope of needs is met in the way that's best for the person while providing support in the moment. I'm seeing supportive comments in the chat about just that general practice of centering what matters to the person with respect to language, identity, experience. I also have to give a shout out to our wonderful colleague, Bruce Brown, who has shared some information following up on Dr. Doherty's presentation, with some information about our own Florida Representative Krishnamurti examining the marketing strategy used by Jewel And then, oh my gosh, so Andrea's coming through with the share here. I was a patient stakeholder on a PCORI grant, and our entire white paper had to be written to take out the term, quote, asthmatic and replace it with child with asthma, etc. I did warn them to use patient first language, but they didn't listen to this public health expert. So I had to rewrite the very long white paper. Yeah, don't get in that situation. Make sure that everybody's going to be able to have a discussion early on about what type of language is going to best fulfill the group's goals in working together, and honor people's individual experiences. And I mean, healthcare is teamwork, right? Those of us who teach healthcare providers, who are healthcare providers, we know it's teamwork. It's a lot easier to work effectively as a team when we check in about what good teamwork looks like for each person, and when we intentionally create those opportunities to practice. When you get unfamiliar information or new information, it's totally okay to make that space and just let me make sure I got this right. Double check, practice it. All right. Azina, I want to thank you for an absolutely terrific presentation, and a wonderful question and answer session. This was just absolutely fantastic. We're looking forward to staying engaged with you. Now it is time to have some Q&A time intensively with our different sponsors for today's event. So we've got lots of opportunities to engage. So what you're going to do first, exhibitor meet and greet, is you're going to use your View Expo Hall button. You can use that anytime during the event. But right now, if you fire that up, you'll actually be able to enter the individual breakouts using the Join Breakout button at the bottom of the right-hand area of the frame for each exhibitor. So you can scroll through the whole page. Everything's on one page until you find the area that you're interested in, and you can visit multiple areas as well. That's totally okay. You can watch videos, download PDFs, contact sponsor, visit their website, and or join their breakouts. And as always, if you're having any difficulty with the tech, just go back to the main stage, that click to return to stage button, or send an email to our Altus colleagues using their contact information in the general view guidelines area. They're here to support you. They're here to help. We want to make sure that everybody can navigate the sponsor content in the way that's going to be best for them. So you've got an hour to be with our sponsors. We need plenty of time for this today. Use that hour to the fullest. We'll reconvene on the main stage using that click to return to stage button at 2 p.m. And then we'll transition into the remainder of our afternoon agenda. And Altus folks, if you want to get our slides back up in the main stage in here for folks who want to stay in this room, please feel free to do that as well.
Test. Ted, can you hear me?
I'm not Ted, but I can hear
Well,
you.
hi, Zan.
Hey, Angela.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure my mic and camera worked. So when we were ready, we could just roll.
You sound really clear.
Okay, great.
And thank you so much for stepping up as our alternate speaker for today.
Yeah, Eddie was like, hey, in the event something happens, because we had talked about you being in it before, and I was like, I'll just do it because I have to give a CE on this anyway. So that way, if it, if I'm in the on deck, I can step in. Otherwise, we'll do it as one of our lunch and learns later. So it all worked out.
Yeah, and we even got the chess credits approved at the last
minute. I know, I saw that. I was like, oh my gosh, I missed this yesterday.
Wow.
So that's good.
Yeah, lots of good last minute changes. All right, well, I'm going to mute myself again, and looks like you're all good. Did you want to do a quick test on sharing your slides? There we go.
Can you guys see them?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right, you are good to go.
And then I've got my two screens so I can keep the chat up, and I've got my camera up on the back end, but I've got the chat up, and then you guys can see my slides, right?
Gotcha. Excellent. I'm just gonna check. And just let me confirm, you're our next presenter, correct? You're going at 2:05.
Yeah. So Ted wanted me to come in early, make sure everything was set up. So I'm just going to mute and turn my camera off. And
excellent.
Then
if you
I'm
want to leave your slides up, you can feel free.
Now, can you see my slides or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave those up there. I'm puppy sitting for my neighbor, and I can hear her whimpering. So I'm going to go let her go potty, and then I'll be right back.
Terrific. Yeah, we've got a bit until we're going to get started with your presentation. But if you want to be back here by a couple of minutes before your start time, then we can give you a quick intro.
Sounds perfect.
Head on in.
Thanks, Ann.
I'll see you soon. All right, folks, it is 2:00. So we are going to wrap up our sponsor meet and greet time with the breakout rooms. And apologies, apparently some folks had some tech difficulties with the breakout rooms where audio from the main hall while we were doing a tech test appeared in the breakout room. So we're looking into why that happened, because that's concerning. It shouldn't have been able to happen. We appreciate our Altus colleagues helping us troubleshoot and make sure people could get their time with their sponsors. And I'm seeing some positive comments in the event chat about the sponsor room experiences. So remember, Expo Hall will stay open all day. You can still interact with the sponsors' content, even if you were not in there to do breakout rooms, and you can use the contact information to follow up with your sponsors. We're going to set up for our next presenter, Dr. Angela Garcia, who will get started at 2:05. So if you're just getting back into the main hall, take a minute to grab a drink, use the bathroom, take your meds, whatever you need to do, and we'll get started in just a minute. I want to give a very warm thanks again to our sponsors for the event. Those being our principal sponsors, Simply Healthcare and Sunshine Health, as well as Air Cleaners, Inc., Association of Asthma Educators, Everglades AHEC and Sensitive Home, and of course, Novartis Pharmaceuticals, one of our additional sponsors. If you are just joining us for the afternoon's programming, please remember that if you're seeking CHES, Certified Health Education Specialist, or CHES credit, that you fill out the PDF CHES evaluation form that we keep linking to in the event chat that's on the Florida Asthma Coalition website. We also will be sending out evaluation surveys next week for the main summit, which is today's programming. And for those of you who did the Asthma Educator Review course yesterday, we will also send you an evaluation survey for that. But if you don't see anything today or over the weekend, don't worry about it. You're not missing anything. We will get your evaluation surveys to you early next week when we've had a chance to make sure our registrant roles are complete. We don't want anybody to miss out. All right, let me give a quick introduction to our wonderful colleague, Dr. Angela Garcia, who has been a member of the Florida Asthma Coalition Steering Committee for many years now, has been a leader in developing pharmacy-focused programming for the coalition, and who is teaching still at the University of South Florida College of Pharmacy. And you can see in the event pamphlet, Dr. Garcia also serves as member at large for Florida Public Health Association and serves on its board of directors, and is active in a number of other service activities for public health in general, health equity, and people with respiratory diseases. So please give a warm Florida Asthma Coalition welcome to Dr. Angela Garcia, who is going to talk to us about monoclonal antibody treatment in asthma.
Thank you, Zan. It's really nice to be a part of the summit this year and to talk about selecting the right biologic. And we have a lot of our attendees who are either in a situation where they're working with a family that may or may not feel comfortable with the biologic, or not necessarily have that confidence in navigating how you decide which one you want to work with your patient or recommend to a patient, or even if one doesn't seem to be as effective, what other alternatives are there based on different demographics for your patient or characteristics of symptomology. So I want to just present this to you guys, and because you'll have access to the slides, you'll be able to also have those as a reference point for you. I'm putting into the chat 2 articles that are a fantastic reference in terms of summarizing content, some of which you'll see in my slides here, but also as something that you can utilize in clinic and reference back to with the other members of your team. So that's available for you guys. So let's get started. So we're going to really kind of work on just a real quick review. So describing how we get to the staging of patients who are really kind of focused on to use our biologics or our monoclonal antibodies, and then kind of look at what are the different options that we do have and why do those differences exist, and then really kind of looking at how the guidelines and best practice recommend you step through how you're going to determine which medication might be the most appropriate for your patient. And then also kind of monitoring and management. How are we making sure that our patients are effectively getting treated? Are there any kicks in the smooth process that we always hope that we have with our patients, but we always experience with some of the insurance issues that unfortunately face us when we get our patients at the pharmacy level. So we can kind of talk a little bit about that. But just kind of as a roadmap, making sure everybody's on the same place. We're just going to do a couple of little review slides, really kind of walk through some of the visuals. So if you're going to take that information and share it with people, you can kind of successfully navigate that. And then again, just reference some of the guidelines and best practice so that you can be the greatest advocate for your patient and really help your team making those selections. So this is an image from a New England Journal of Medicine. And I love this, and I put this up for my students, and everybody kind of has a moment of panic. But when you really kind of look through, there's so many different terms that we're using when we talk about patients with asthma. And so understanding type 2 low, type 2 high, thinking about where these proteins, the cytokines and the interleukins are in our bodies that are parts of this trigger system, and then where these medications, these biologics actually work in the system. And what we know is the higher up, right? The higher up the system that they go, the more effective they are at shutting everything down below them. And so a lot of times we can see certain medications might make it an opportunity for our patients to eliminate other medications. So instead of always thinking of we're adding another medication, sometimes you can ease our families into trusting that if we get somebody and they're responding well on a biologic or a monoclonal antibody, then sometimes we can get rid of some of the other medications. So that burden, that medication burden can be lifted. And what we want is not to feel sick, right? And as a person who grew up with very severe asthma, have had a lot of challenges with that, you almost adopt a sick mentality and you identify as your disease. And so it's really important to help families overcome that by being able to eliminate medication when we can, by helping to identify and personalize the medicine so it's the best medication for that patient, not just necessarily what works. And that puts us in this toe-to-toe conflict with insurance companies quite a bit. And that's why it's really important that everyone on the team, pharmacists, our nurse practitioners, APRNs, PAs, everyone, the physicians, the primary care, other specialty, and then our pulmonology, immunology, allergy specialists, everyone is being an advocate, because the really frustrating thing about treatment is no matter what we decide, the insurance company is going to have kind of that final stamp. And so it's great when we have providers that can do samples, or they might have some medications we can initiate in the office, but that also creates some challenges. And I want to just kind of touch on that towards the end. But we're going to kind of go through. And so this visual will make a whole lot more sense as we navigate each of these different biologics and sort of when we use them and where we use them based on the type of asthma that we're treating. So key terminology, these are those terms that I was kind of mentioning, that it's really important to be familiar, because as we progress with disease state knowledge, we get new terms, we hear different things. And so rather than thinking, I don't know anything about this anymore, it's just sometimes we rephrase things as we start to understand disease states and processes a little bit more. So understanding heterogeneous syndrome, phenotypes, endotypes, those are really things that we're going to hear a lot more. Looking at the immunoglobulin E antibodies, so IgE, type 2 inflammation, so we have T2, right? And then we have low and high. Looking at blood and breath biomarkers. And so these are those biologic markers that we use to sort of identify and help to categorize the potential symptomology for patients, because certain things reflect certain systems and how it presents in our bodies. So eosinophils, fractional exhaled nitric oxide, or FeNO, cytokines and interleukins. So those are these very small proteins that are in our bodies that are really kind of targets of where biologic therapy is used. And then TSLP, which is the thymic stromal lipopoietin. And this is one of our new medications, Tezspire, or tezepelumab echo, that is really targeting this. And this is kind of that last one that was kind of up high in the image that we just saw. So just to kind of prep those kind of coming in. So to get us all on the same page, we know that asthma is a syndrome that's characterized by the chronic inflammation of the airways, and also that hyperresponsiveness. So we get the inflammation, we get the mucus buildup, we get the bronchospasms. And so those are sort of these hallmark symptoms that people recognize as asthma. And not everybody presents with those, but those are kind of the hallmarks that we know tend to exist with much higher frequency. The syndrome part of asthma is that we have multiple cells and cellular structures involved in this inflammatory process. It's a cascade that gets activated. And if you think about a waterfall and you see the bottom of the waterfall is all this rough disruption, that's really kind of that expression of all the asthma symptoms. And if you try to just fight it there, you get beat up quite a bit. You get a lot of symptoms, a lot of medications. Then you start dealing with side effects and the costs of these medications. And as you go higher and higher up that cascade, where you shut it off can almost have this downstream effect. And that's where we were kind of talking about earlier. The variations in endotypes are these pathobiologics. So what's going inside the biology of each of our patients, and why personalized medicine is so important. And the phenotypes, which is what we see clinically, really give it that heterogeneous syndrome, right? So it doesn't look the same, and it can be very different among patients that are in the same family. So siblings, parents. And so just simply putting all of the family on the same medication is not the solution. It is an obstructive airway, which means our patients can, most of the time, they can breathe in fine, but that air that gets in there gets trapped. And that's the problem of the trapping. So then when they're breathing out or exhaling, they're not exhaling fully. So then they have this additional pressure that remains, and then they're breathing in against that pressure. And so if we can start targeting where these things are happening with our medications and do a better job of matching up the right medication based on what the patient needs, we can decrease medications, and we can certainly decrease side effects. And that's something that's really important for me. So we kind of talked about those hallmark symptoms: inflammation, breathlessness, chest tightness or pressure, and then cough, especially at night and early morning. Those nocturnal awakenings tell us quite a bit about the level of severity with our patients, and gives us clues to other areas of the kind of the four corner pillars that we really focus on with the management of asthma, and can be a target for indoor triggers. And that's part of something that's such an important piece. And with our groups that are doing home visits, certainly those are the areas that we lend into those conversations. Now, when we look at these endotypes and phenotypes, we see these type 2 asthma or these non-type 2, and some of them look more like that allergic versus non-allergic asthma. Some have to do with the frequency of childhood onset versus adult onset. And this isn't an end-all be-all. It's just to kind of help look at where are we at. A lot of the children, the majority of children have the allergic onset of asthma as children, and that's less as you become an adult, but it doesn't exclude any of our patients. And so we always want to come in with a completely open blank slate, do a great job at histories, and really kind of navigate with our patients to find the best and most appropriate treatment that gives them the greatest quality of life. So we know that the US EPR3, now we have EPR4, and the guidelines for GINA have created some conflict. We heard earlier today, and there was a great question, why doesn't, if the GINA has these guidelines and we have providers that are trying to follow GINA guidelines instead of our US standard guidelines, it creates a problem, and these medications don't get paid for in the pharmacy. And so the idea of trying to do something good for our patients and follow some of the guidelines or the recommendations ends up with our patients having no inhalers at all, because what's written doesn't get paid for, it doesn't get adjudicated or processed because the insurance denies it. And then instead of having something available for our patients, we have nothing. And so it's really important that providers understand the limitations of being able to write according to new guidelines and recommendations when there's those discrepancies between what is approved with the FDA and therefore what would be covered under insurance. The other issue, and a lot of people are not aware of this, I spent 10 years in community pharmacy, and this was a frustration on our end. We want to get medications to our patients, but the insurance company blocks them. And 1 month they'll pay for something, and the next month they'll change. And they can actually change the formulary every single month. We usually don't see it change except for like either on the quarter or at least halfway through the year. And it really depends on the buying and how many inhalers are filled. And the insurance company looks at what they're making and what they're losing. And so they'll make adjustments. And so that's where we see our patients having to flip between all these different inhalers when we find something that works great, and then all of a sudden we can't access it. And that's where really working with your team to get these insurance overrides and to challenge the insurance company to say, this is where the patient is stabilized at. They did not respond to previous therapies. Please don't change this, and get a permission and an override in order to keep our patients on the same medications if those patients are responding. There's a lot of overlap between the Global Initiative for Asthma, or GINA, and our expert panel report. And what's important is to remember that the largest proportion of change happened in what we would classify as our mild persistent asthmatics. So we were having patients that were not staged with severity appropriately. And so then people were kind of confused and putting different medications on board with our patients. And so those were causing concerns and challenges with managing our patients. We know that it's a high prevalence disease, and it's disproportionately represented in minority populations. And about 10% of the 30 million patients who do have asthma have severe asthma. And when we see that they're uncontrolled despite the appropriate drug, appropriate technique, appropriate adherence, then we're left with how else do we help them control this disease and have a quality of life that's not overwhelming. And when we look at the costs for asthma, severe asthma is about 50% of all the costs that we have when we're dealing with asthma episodes, issues, medications, hospitalizations, emergency department visits. So we know this small group is responsible for half of the cost of the disease that we face in this country. And that's where really that focus of having treatment for severe asthmatics is extremely important. So when we are staging our patients, right? So the first thing that we want to do is to stage patients based on their severity. So when we see patients, most of the time, we're not actually seeing patients for the very first time who've never been assessed for asthma. We're working with patients who've not been successfully treated. So it's very difficult for us to understand where the patient really truly is in their baseline of severity. And we don't pull meds off to see how bad it gets, right? That's not what we do with our patients. But when we're talking about biologics, we're looking at these patients that are in this severe persistent asthma. And it can be moderate persistent if it's still really challenging for the patients and they're not responding. And so we're really in a place where we're trying to determine that they have failed the efficacy of medium dose and high dose inhaled corticosteroids. And we're determining the necessity of biologics. And sometimes patients still have to stay on those inhalers, and we get them on the biologic. And when they get stabilized on the biologic, then sometimes that inhaler can go off the patient's regimen, or sometimes we can go from a high dose to a medium, or from a medium then down to a low dose steroid, which all of those things are great. But when we then continue to visit with our patients and have those follow-up management appointments, we're really not going back to how severe is it. We've already determined the severity. That is their baseline diagnosis. And now we're looking at symptoms of control. So is our patient well controlled? Are they not well controlled, or are they very poorly controlled? And we have to make sure that in assessing for control, our patients have the appropriate technique, they are adherent, and we have identified the triggers that could be eliminated both indoor and outdoor. And this includes referrals for immunocap or other immunologic testing, so that we get a real clear picture of what is triggering our patient and what things can we eliminate in the environment, what might we be able to eliminate in food, how we might be able to optimize care and other comorbidities, and then what we're left with, right? And so in those patients who, despite those three things, right? So I tell my students things that'll help them remember, right? AT&T, make that call. You check adherence, you check technique, and you check triggers before you disrupt the treatment. Because if those things are the problem, we don't want to keep stepping our patients up and exposing them to more medications or additional therapies, because we know the cost burden. We also know just the burden of taking so many medications in itself, right? Health literacy issues are there, access to care, appropriate diagnosis, and appropriate management. And the more meds you have on board, the greater the challenges are for that. So these patients, we've made that call, AT&T is in check. They're still not well controlled, and they're very poorly controlled, meaning highly symptomatic, experiencing a lot more challenges. And many of them, unfortunately, have to do a lot more of the oral corticosteroid, not just the inhaled. And these are those patients that we're really thankful that we have the biologic options for. Now, in our updated guidelines, we can see this intermittent asthma still as a PRN short-acting beta agonist. In the GINA guidelines, that is different. When we look at the persistent asthma, right? So we have mild, moderate, and then severe. And our mild is step 2 treatment, which is our daily low-dose inhaled corticosteroid and an as-needed short-acting beta agonist, or using the inhaled corticosteroid and the short-acting agonist concomitantly, meaning we use it when we need it, right? And that's really more in line with the GINA guidelines, but we really have to remember that for our patients on the inhaled corticosteroid side, there is a certain number of inhalations per device. And if our patient is using those beyond what is the, right now in the US, approved number of doses, these patients will lose their medication. They'll run out too soon. And then some insurance companies will not provide another inhaler. The short-acting beta agonists, they have 180, 200 puffs. So that's not the issue there, but it's really on the corticosteroid side. When we get to moderate persistent asthma, this is our step 3 and 4. And I tell my students, step 3 is 3 syllables, moderate is 3 syllables. So this is where we're really dealing with that moderate persistent asthma. And this is where we're seeing the daily and PRN use of this low dose ICS and formoterol. Now, formoterol is a long-acting beta agonist, and this was that whole point of coming in saying we're used to seeing these short-acting beta agonists, but now we have this long-acting beta agonist being used as a rescue. And the reason that formoterol is able to be used is because it is, although it's a long-acting beta agonist, it has a very fast onset. That's what we need the short-acting beta agonists for, is they're a very fast onset, but unfortunately their efficacy weans or fades away sooner. So that's where we get that shortness, right? So formoterol is the only long-acting beta agonist that we have currently in the US that's approved to be used in that capacity of immediate onset, but long-acting. And so that's where it serves as both the rescue and the maintenance as part of that SMART therapy. The two drugs that we have that are in this combination are Symbicort and Dulera. So again, as our providers are trying to follow guidelines and recommendations, that's what we're looking at here. But unfortunately, the approvals for those meds to be used in this manner is mismatched. And so that's a very important conversation to have with your team to make sure that everyone is aware of and how to successfully navigate based on the patient's insurance. When we get to step 5, 5 looks like an S, and that's our severe patients. And so this is our severe persistent, step 5 and step 6. GINA has 5 steps. The US guidelines have 6, but there's a few differences in those, but overall they're very similar. And that's why it's really important to know the difference of GINA guidelines don't typically match up with the FDA approval of drugs. And so therefore using guidelines that are not US-based guidelines tends to lead to some issues with insurance paying for medications or creating rejections. When we look at our patients, typically those that are severe, so they're either using medium to high dose inhaled corticosteroids plus the long-acting beta agonist, and then plus or minus a long-acting muscarinic antagonist. And we're hearing and seeing that the LAMA or the long-acting muscarinic antagonist may not have the same level of efficacy in certain populations, predominantly African American. So additional studies are going to come out and look at that. And that's similar to drugs that we use in hypertension. So there's some genetic differences. There's some etiologic differences. And so some medications may or may not be best and may or may not be first line. And those are things that we need to be adherent to and diligent to the medical literature so that we're ready and we're prepared for the patients that we're serving. Now, our patients that have the oral systemic glucocorticoids, some might be frequent pulse dosing and some might be just consistent daily dosing. When these patients are not responsive, or there's still such a significant burden from the disease itself, this is really where we want to consider using the biologics, right? And so our different biologics really have different areas that they're targeting for their mechanism of action, or the mechanism by which this drug is going to work in the body. And so we really kind of have 4 main areas, plus the TSLP, which is one of our newest biologics that came out on the market earlier this year. So one of the things that we do is we really try to look at, are we able to reduce damage to the lungs? Are we able to reduce symptomology? Are we able to reduce morbidity and mortality? And that is truly our goal in treatment, because we want our patients to have the best quality of life they can with the fewest medications and the fewest number of complications. And sometimes those things match up beautifully, and other times they are a definite challenge to navigate. So the fractional exhaled nitric oxide is really associated with eosinophilic airway inflammation. And so typically when we use pulmonary function testing and spirometry, we're looking at those, but they're difficult to perform, especially in the young and the elderly. But also when you have complications breathing, it is almost impossible to do a great performance there. And a lot of our pediatric pulmonologists have this Vioxx handheld sort of desktop device, and it's got an active component for children and adults. I personally like the child one because you get to blow a balloon or somebody's moving across this little cavern, and that's how you get that exhalation or the exhaled breath to push, 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 push until we're able to measure that. And we're looking at that inflammation and can use those devices to say, are the patients responding to their inhaled glucocorticoid or inhaled corticosteroid? And when the higher that is, the better the response is. And so some patients, will have a better response. Same with our biologics. Some biologics work better when this FeNO level, this biomarker, is higher. Some, it doesn't matter if it's higher or lower, and others we look more at the eosinophil count as kind of the target where it works. Again, talking about the cytokines and the interleukins, those are these little small proteins that are either involved in the growth and activity of immune cells, which are part of that immunologic response, and really kind of that underlying part of inflammation, or the interleukins that communicate between the cells, right? So when you have interleukins, they are sort of recruiting, right? These are the inviters. These are the people who are charging things up, right? They're kind of your cheerleaders. They are getting everyone excited. And we really want to keep these interleukins under control because they just kick in all of these additional cellular structures that really present with the challenges of control and increase our symptoms in our patients. Now, these T2 high, right, asthma targets, this is really kind of moving into that personalized medicine. But what's great about asthma is if you take somebody's blood, you can see the types of blood cells that are in that sample. And based on what's in there from a histopathologic kind of arena, if you see mast cells, you know we have mast cell stabilizers. If you have high leukotrienes, we have leukotriene modifiers. So depending on what the cells are that show up, you kind of have some gauge as to where you might want to start with the baseline of treatment that's going to be the most effective. And unfortunately, we don't have all of our patients experiencing that level of care, and that would be great. But that's really one of the fun things about being in asthma is knowing, you know, your own challenges, but being able to help build up and personalize the approach to the patients in the care of the clinic that you're in. So we know that about half of the patients that are diagnosed with asthma have this T2 driven inflammation. So this in severe asthma, it's a higher prevalence. And we know that biologics are very effective in those patients where we have this T2 high, right, or these higher expressed cytokines and interleukins. And so one of the newest drugs that came on board, Tezspire or tezepelumab, this kind of addresses a different protein, the TSLP, right? And that's a precursor. So if we can knock that out or block that from signaling, then you don't activate everything else that's below it. And so it's very exciting to see where Tezspire is going to fit in terms of our recommendations for patients because of its ability not to be limited by certain biomarkers and ages. So we have our antigen, it expresses in the dendritic cell, and if we're following the T2 response or that highly allergic response, we see that there's certain interleukins that are really involved in this T2 response or T2 high asthma response. And so those are the interleukin 4s and 13s, interleukin 5, 3, 9. And so those are really the ones where we see and a lot of association with eosinophils. We have IgE, which is a different kind of biologic that focuses on a kind of a unique population. And our mast cells and basophils are all kind of involved, but the eosinophils become very important. So our interleukins, our eosinophils, these are all kind of markers that we have a focus on. These are in mediators of inflammation, and these kick in the other things, the histamine, the leukotrienes, prostaglandins, different enzymes. And so again, we are activating this huge group of inflammatory processes. And then that's where we get this hyperresponsiveness that leads to our asthma symptoms. And so those are the things that are really important, because if we can get in front of these instead of chasing them, we have much better outcomes. Now, we know that 70% of the patients have an allergic component and would be very responsive to monoclonal antibodies or biologics. And so in that T2 and high and T2 low, we have to distinguish the difference of those. And those kind of lend another level of decision-making when we're selecting the biologic. The expressed cytokines, in particular, IL-4, IL-5, and 5-RA, IL-4A or 4R, and then IL-13. These are when we have type 2 asthma, we really see a high expression of these. So then we kind of, again, get another layer of information that helps guide us down that decision-making path. Now, when we have the patients with this T2 high asthma, aeroallergens, or things that we breathe in, whether it's indoor or outdoor triggers, they activate TSLP, which then begins to trigger some of the other interleukins, right? So TSLP, interleukin 25 and 33, those are all those ones that are the first round of activation. And then they have subsequent activation in IL-4, 5, and 13. We know that they draw in and activate the eosinophils, the mast cells. They can segregate and pull in the IgE. And so you can kind of see then why we have this whole disruption and why those high level proteins and areas are really kind of a great focus. Now, this slide is really kind of there to point out, again, just for you to say, okay, where are we at with our patients? Up here is our TSLP, our interleukins 25 and 33, whether the patients have an allergen-based or a non-allergen-based expression. But when we look at the allergen-based, we see our TSLP is here. We go to the T2. From T2, they activate mast cells, which then kick in our IgE. These T2 also will go in and activate interleukin 13, which changes some of our cellular structures, and goblet cells are activated, as well as those eosinophils. If they're activating interleukins 4 and 13, we get to beta cells, which then trigger back into once they meet with T cells are activated, we start releasing the IgE antibodies. And then with IL-5 or interleukin 5, we activate the eosinophils. All of these things end up triggering smooth muscle cell activation or constriction, and that's where we're getting some of that bronchoconstriction. And then they also increase the deposition of mucus, right? So we know that these things are activated. And what we do know is that there's markers, right? So these serum markers are markers from the blood that we take from our patients that give us kind of a heads up of what might be going on, and then guides us in the direction of appropriate treatment and therapy. So we're looking at blood eosinophil counts, our serum IgE, their FeNO scores, serum periostin, and then we look at those things, because then we can say, will this or will this not be a good candidate then for biologics? We know that T2 low asthma is really triggered more by neutrophil or mixed pulsogranulocytic asthma. And so that's kind of a whole different class, but we're seeing some biologics that are being developed to target that. Now, most biologics are not appropriate for patients who are non-allergic, but we see that they're appropriate because that's where they started to test. And they will continue to test in different populations to broaden their approval for use in other patients. But for now, really our patients that are highly expressed allergic type patients are the ones that are our primary focus. We see that there's new therapeutic drugs that are already being studied, trying to come out with, again, with GlaxoSmithKline, with AstraZeneca. But we really, I'm excited about the TSLP because it's really got a unique opportunity, because it's not restricted by a certain biomarker. And then if there's some resistance to glucocorticoids, TSLP can kind of sometimes override those resistances and give us some successes with our patients. Now, with the biologics, we have seen that these are being demonstrated for safety in younger and younger patients, and these are not new drugs. They have been around for a very long time. We are just using them in different ways. And so it's exciting that we're using these with children and adults with asthma, because we know that they have been there in rheumatoid and inflammatory diseases from that way, from dermatologic issues, so eczemas, those sorts of things. And we tend to see these overlap in our patients, asthma and eczema, right? And allergies. So if we know they've been very effective there, then rather than adding a whole nother drug on, sometimes these patients are going to get a little bit of benefit. The dosing is similar for some and different, but for the most part, we're really looking at these biologics to target some pretty significant markers for us. And so we have reducing the annualized asthma exacerbation rate, right? We want to reduce the number of times they have these exacerbations, because anything over 2 is an extreme concern for us. We want to decrease emergency department visits and hospitalizations. Wanda was talking about that and how profound those numbers are. And we want to constantly use these as markers for our success in how we manage patients, how we educate them, how we elevate their ability for self-management. Oftentimes the biologics allow us to reduce the need for high dose steroids. We may still have to have our patients on the inhaled corticosteroids, but they're not at high doses, which is a really good thing. And for those who are oral corticosteroid or OCS dependent, sometimes we can get them off of that and then begin to taper down that steroid, which again, all of those things are good because of the side effects that come from those. Improving control, improving lung function, and improving quality of life. Those are all key markers for us. And so we really are excited about that. Now, just a quick review of those, right? We have Xolair or omalizumab, and this is really kind of one branch of the group that's really focused on the IgE, right? So we're not really looking at FeNO, we're not really looking at eosinophils, we're really looking at IgE markers. And so during COVID, we ended up with the self-injection, right? So it's one of the few that is a self-injection option. Otherwise, all patients go to the pulmonologist's office. It's very rare to have these in the primary care, but mostly in the pulmonologist or allergist, immunologist offices. They would typically go there for their appointments. Now these patients can administer from home, and it's important that they know how to use these devices and that they're comfortable with that. For interleukin-5, that's really kind of the survival of the eosinophils, right? So we want to, if we have a high level of eosinophils circulating, not only systemically, but also concentrated in the lung, this is where Sinqair or reslizumab and Nucala, which is mepolizumab, these are kind of our go-tos here, and typically more on the adult side, right? Xolair is for use in peds and in adults. Sinqair and Nucala, they've got some restrictions, but really this is kind of, again, our eosinophil, high eosinophil kind of medication. And Nucala also had a reformulation of a device so that patients could do that from home. Fasenra is another one. These are, when we induce eosinophil apoptosis, or we kill those eosinophils, right? They have, our bodies will make them, right? When we are using Fasenra, and it's amazing how quickly Fasenra kicks in for our patients, not only do we deplete it in the lung, but we start seeing the peripheral depletion. So a systemic level of inflammation caused by the eosinophils begins to lower. It binds to the interleukin-5, prevents the recruitment and activation, right? So it's got a lot going on for the benefit of using Fasenra. And really it's best if a patient has had 3 or more exacerbations in the previous year, if they have nasal polyposis, and if they're less than 65% of their predicted pre-bronchodilator FEVs. And so literally within 24 hours of administration, it depletes what's in the lung, and a near depletion of what's circulating in the blood. And so really, this is a fast onset, and within a week, your patients can actually feel differently. How frequently you have to use these also makes kind of a difference in some of our patients in terms of adherence and wanting to have this. Now, our IL-4 receptor alpha, or IL-4A, this is where our proteins, the interleukin-4 and 13s, really regulate and drive that T2 inflammation. And so if these are really your markers, Dupixent or dupilumab really is kind of the target for that. So we're looking at kids over 12, anyone over the age of 12 and up, that have that type 2 inflammation with increased eosinophils and increased FeNO. And they may be dependent on oral corticosteroids or not, but this is really kind of a drug that we might select then. And we have some really great responses. Now, TSLP as the target protein, and Tezspire, which is our tezepelumab, this is really the one that has gotten a lot of excitement. And so it is beginning to get more inclusive in the literature, but this is the most recent one. And so you'll start to see more of that showing up. Now, these next few tables are really sort of to help summarize information. All of the references at the bottom are where the information has come from and kind of summarizing these to make it easier to navigate. So this one here really just talks about your agent, your brand name, to help the age indicator, where it's acting, and sort of what its biggest criteria is. And then your dosing, right? So some we see with Fasenra especially, it's every 2 months. And that's what makes it quite attractive. The criteria, again, is those biomarkers, whether it's interleukins, IgE, eosinophils, or exacerbations. These are really kind of what we want. Now, we do have black box warnings on Xolair or omalizumab and Dupixent, which is dupilumab, but the black box warnings came from when the drug first came out. Since then, they have demonstrated that there's really no difference in fatality, mortality, any sort of major difference in the safety profile, but it's very difficult once you get a black box warning to get rid of that. And so it's really great that we have the opportunity to be able to put this information for you guys so you can kind of see, is your patient greater than 6, great, you have a lot more options. If your patient is not, and they're 12 or 13, you have some different options. And then if they're 18, that's when you have something different, right? So SyncAir is really the one that's limited to adults, older adults. Everything else is either 12 or 6. But again, this chart is there for you to reference when helping to make that. So I've made some modifications to this from its original presentation in the literature, just to kind of help walk through. So we have our basic biologic therapy, right? And we want to say, is this person appropriate? So the first question is, what's their age? If they're 6 to 11, we've got 2 options. And if they're greater than 12, we have others. So if they're anywhere between 6 and 11, we look at omalizumab and mepolizumab, and we determine based on what the biomarkers are, what their symptoms are, where we want to go with our selection. And I've got another table for you guys for that. If they happen to be greater than 12, we want to know from that point, are they on oral corticosteroids? Or are they taking it orally by tablet? Yes or no? If no, we go straight over to omalizumab, and we go there and we see how that's effective. Now, we want to use biologics for at least 4 months to determine their efficacy before we switch, before we stop. If they are on an oral corticosteroid, then we're looking next at their eosinophilia. And their eosinophilia is their eosinophil rate. And we see the different options there. And so, you know, now that we've got kind of a flow diagram, you can kind of see where we break for certain medications and where we might be as a means to support selection. Now we see these agents and kind of lung function, right? So this really kind of is summarizing how effectively it reduced asthma exacerbation rates and where we are with lung function. And then if they were on oral corticosteroids, were we able to wean or reduce those based on the different drug, right? And so we see that Tezspire, we could also decrease the inhaled corticosteroid right away, same with Xolair. And it's not that the other biologics don't do that, but that wasn't one of their primary points in the study. So we see more information coming out, and they do they mirror each other quite similarly. But again, we want to see 4 months of treatment on a biologic before we determine that it's not efficacious or it's not working. Again, we want to make sure that our patients, we've made that call, right? AT&T, if they're adherent, if they're using their technique, and if they're controlling those triggers. And then we start looking at those biologic markers. We want to see, as a profession, getting in front of the costs of the inhaled corticosteroids. The fact that we have inhalers that are $300 and up is just an atrocious thing. And as a pharmacist, it angers me because there's no reason for it to cost that much, because it doesn't cost that much. And we see that in other countries, and I do mission work, so I know when I buy medications that I'm taking out of the country and I'm ordering from different areas, it doesn't cost this. And so we've got to do a great job of advocating to change that. We want to use the guidelines, we want to reference those, but we have to be aware of the limitations of implementing them as they're stated in the guidelines until things catch up and our patients can afford those. And we also want to look at monitoring for control. Okay? We're not trying to rechange whether they're moderate, persistent, severe persistent, mild persistent. They have their diagnosis, we're working with them. And if your patient has not been to a pulmonologist, they need to go. If they haven't, and that should be an annual to a biannual at the most, they need to have their allergies tested at least every 3 to 4 years. If you have a very symptomatic patient, every 2 years, and even annually, depending on what's going on with your patient. We want to make sure that we're utilizing tools. We're using shared decision-making. You're educating your patient. These are your options. These are your choices. Here's this information. Here's this. What would you like to do? If your patient surrenders and says, I don't know, you pick, then that's the patient giving you the trust to know which ones to select for your patients and how to be judicious in the fewest medications that are necessary. And then again, being really on top of our triggers. So we want to confirm the diagnosis. We want to do the AT&T, and then we want to look at any coexisting syndromes, right? So those are kind of the steps. Then we need to know what their blood eosinophil count is, their FeNO, and if we have spirometry, that's exceptionally beneficial. And then we need to know whether or not they have oral corticosteroids daily. If they are without daily oral corticosteroids, and we start here with their blood eosinophils, they're less than 150 to 1500 cells per microliter, or greater than 1500, we start to navigate down these flow diagrams into whether we get into an anti-IgE or our Xolair, or anti-TSLP, which would be Tezspire. And so you can see, do they have a perennial allergy? So do they have high allergies? These respond great to, FeNO that's elevated or that's lower. These respond really great to FeNO that's elevated. So we have Xolair, we have basically everything. If they have perennial allergies and they have high eosinophils, anything is going to be effective for those patients. It's just finding out which one is the most effective. And then we have those that don't have allergies but high FeNO, and where we're at with the selection of those medications. And again, same thing. You look at the eosinophil count, you look at other biomarkers and coexisting, and you kind of see where we're going. Most patients, again, if they're between this lower and higher rates, anything that's on the board is going to be effective for these patients. It's just then adding each of those other criteria and determination, especially with insurance provisions. And then those that are extremely high, we look at the interleukin-5s. And so those are really things that are important for us in the management of our patients and in terms of kind of navigating. Now, specialists don't have to do this tight navigation, but it's certainly something that we then come back and look at good responses and poor responses. The same exists for those without or with an oral corticosteroid, where we go, how we recommend it, and then assessing for response. This is a patient characteristic and a recommendation. So again, each of these are kind of the characteristics, and then whether this would be a specific criteria under each of the different classes. And so the IL-5s include this grouping. The TSLP our 4RA, and then our IgEs. And so again, hoping that this serves as a reference for you. We do have challenges, right? We have those challenges, and I want to make sure that there's an opportunity for questions. But this is really an important slide, because if our patients are not adjudicating an inhaler in the pharmacy, they have to have a minimum of 3 months consistently for the insurance to then pay for the biologic. And so if you're having those challenges, making sure that samples, they can be given, but we still need the patients to get them there. And if it's a cost issue, then that's where advocacy becomes really big. And again,
So,
I
Angela,
can't
we are
stress.
to move to the next presentation now to keep ourselves on schedule, but I would still encourage folks to use the event chat to ask questions.
And I'll stay in and watch that. So,
excellent. We may have a little
thank you guys so much.
Well, so think about those questions, get them in the event chat, and we'll follow along. We are going to get ready for our next speakers. And thank you, Dr. Garcia. That was a terrific presentation. Slides are available on the summit agenda. Our next presenters are Dr. Erica Waters and Sienna Ruiz, who are going to talk to us about the diversity of asthma care beliefs and practices and share some findings from one of their projects. So just a brief introduction to Dr. Waters and to Sienna. Dr. Waters is a professor in the Division of Public Health Sciences, Department of Surgery at Washington University School of Medicine, also has training in public health in addition to a PhD in social psych, and focuses on public perceptions of health hazards and their impacts on medical decisions. And then Sienna is currently a public health research coordinator, also at Washington University School of Medicine, focusing on qualitative work on medical geography and social determinants of health. Very much in step with our summit theme for today of diversity in asthma management. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Waters and to Sienna, who are going to get their slides up and start off their presentation. And then we'll have one more educational presentation before we transition into some work group updates and awards.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Today, Sienna and I are going to share the presentation, and you'll find out why in just a moment. I am thrilled to be presenting here today. I learned about this summit for the first time just maybe 6 months ago or so, and it sounded exactly like the type of venue where kind of our group could learn a lot, and hopefully we could describe what we've been doing over the last several years, describe some of our new findings, and hopefully help others learn a little bit as much as we're learning today. So anyway, about 5 years ago, James Shepard, who's a professor in psychology at the University of Florida, we were awarded a grant from the National Institutes of Health. And the purpose of the grant was to understand the social, psychological, and healthcare system factors that shape how caregivers of children with asthma, came to understand their child's asthma and how they made decisions about managing their child's asthma. And when we're talking about caregivers today, we're talking about parents, legal guardians, but also potentially grandparents, basically anybody who have a not engaged in the healthcare system as a professional, as a healthcare provider, but those people who are with children day to day as they manage asthma and as they live with asthma. Our ultimate goal with this study is to develop and implement an intervention that will help caregivers, their children, and healthcare teams keep children with asthma as healthy and happy as possible. And so today's presentation will discuss what we learned in the first 3 years of the project. And I've asked Ms. Ruiz to actually develop and present this presentation because she has been a central team member for this entire duration of the project. She obtained her bachelor's degree in medical anthropology in 2020 from Washington University. And without her hard work and critical insights, we really would not know as much as we do today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sienna, and we will go ahead and get started.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Sienna. I'm a research coordinator with the Asthma Caregivers and Children Project. And yeah, today we'll be reporting on the findings primarily from the qualitative side of this project. And just let me know if my slides get kind of weird. Hopefully it'll be good. But yeah, for some background, childhood asthma affects over 5 million US children. However, asthma is more common among children who are Black and whose parents have limited incomes and limited formal education. And this difference in asthma rates is due to many factors that aren't really under the control of caregivers or children. For example, discriminatory housing practices result in racially segregated neighborhoods with more asthma triggers. And in addition, discriminatory or weak environmental laws can result in people in Black neighborhoods living closer to highways, resulting in larger exposure to air pollution, as well as living close to chemical plants, which results in toxins in the environment. And this means that Black families are more exposed to air pollution and toxins that harm children's lungs. And there are also fewer healthcare providers in Black neighborhoods than in white neighborhoods, which means that Black families have to travel farther to get healthcare. And we know that preventing asthma exacerbations is a crucial asthma care goal for children with asthma. And because asthma exacerbations can be life-threatening, our research has focused on how caregivers, children, and doctors and other healthcare providers understood and managed asthma to try to prevent exacerbations. Sorry about that. Slides are being slow today. But yeah, basically, as we know the demographic makeup of those who experience asthma is diverse, as primarily Black or Latinx children experience the disproportionate burden of asthma. However, what we must also recognize is that those who experience and treat asthma have a diversity in thoughts, beliefs, household contexts, social arrangements, management strategies, and conceptual models of asthma that shape how they address asthma and why there might be discrepancies between groups. Some questions that we'll address today are: how do caregivers think about their child's asthma? How do those thoughts and feelings influence how they manage asthma? How do children themselves experience and manage asthma in their everyday lives? And what challenges and opportunities do differences in opinions on asthma create? My apologies for the slow slides. I will just jump into the study location. We completed the research in Gainesville, Florida, and St. Louis, Missouri. Residents in both Gainesville and St. Louis experience racism, poverty, and environmental injustices, such that Black populations in North St. Louis and East Gainesville experience higher levels of poor housing conditions, stress, and environmental risks for asthma, like air pollution, healthcare facilities, and levels of stress and environmental risks. And these areas also have limited access to supermarkets, pharmacies, public transportation, and healthcare facilities. Between 2010 and 2015, rates of asthma-related emergency room visits were 8.5 times higher for Black residents than white residents in St. Louis. In Alachua County, where Gainesville is located, emergency department visits were 6 times higher for Black than white residents in 2018. And we recruited caregivers to participate in 60-minute interviews between December 2018 and May 2019. Caregivers could participate if they were age 18 years or older, cared for a child under the age of 18 years, and spoke English. And several months into the study, we discovered that few participants had low incomes or cared for a child with asthma. So we increased our recruitment efforts so that those voices could be heard too. And we asked caregivers questions about asthma treatment, about how their child experienced asthma, how they manage their child's asthma, and the effects of asthma on their everyday lives. And we also recruited healthcare providers through university and professional networks. We interviewed these providers by phone or in person for about an hour. Interviewers asked these healthcare providers what they thought were the main problems that caregivers, children, and families had with asthma. And to interview children, we used a child-centered approach, which means that we saw children as unique individuals who are able to meaningfully participate in their own asthma care and research. Because children's asthma is managed mainly in the home, we also used household visits. And our original goal was to visit 12 families in their homes, and we would visit them twice within a 3-month period. During these household visits, we used activities like drawing, photography, and interviews to learn about children's experiences with asthma, and household visits averaged around 1.5 hours in length. And then after the COVID-19 pandemic began, we moved the study online. And for the Zoom interviews, we delivered a goodie bag full of snacks, craft supplies, and play materials before each interview, along with a research iPad and portable Wi-Fi device. Online interviews with children averaged around 45 minutes each. And we interviewed 41 caregivers total. We had 25 in St. Louis and 16 in Gainesville. Most were women at 83%, Black at 80%, and or had low incomes at 78%. We interviewed 12 healthcare providers, 7 in St. Louis and 4 in Gainesville. And this included pediatricians, school nurses, pulmonologists, and an asthma coach, as well as an emergency room resident. And we did household visits and online interviews with 24 children total. So 10 in St. Louis and 14 in Gainesville. Most of the children were between ages of 6 and 16 and had mild to moderate, well-controlled asthma. The majority of the children were Black and at 71% and boys at 58%. Now we would like to introduce the findings from the qualitative side of the study. And one of our most important findings was that 3 key groups, caregivers, children, and healthcare providers, all understood and treated asthma differently. So my apologies. Most doctors and other healthcare providers we interviewed thought of asthma care in terms of how well caregivers followed their medication plans or action plans. And some healthcare providers noted social and environmental situations that worsened asthma, but in most cases, they didn't focus on those situations. Whereas caregivers described asthma management practices that went beyond the medication and asthma plans. Caregivers appeared to develop their own practices, partly in response to the difficulties they face accessing medical care. For example, caregivers reported monitoring for symptoms where they closely watched and listened to their child's asthma. They managed emotions as they calmed their child during an asthma attack and tried to tell breathlessness apart from emotions like panic. And they would also control the home environment by cleaning, managing the temperature, filtering or purifying air, and trying to control other smoking habits. And they would also try to control the child's activity by avoiding triggering asthma. And some caregivers actually encourage physical activities to build lung capacity. And they managed symptoms with quick relief or rescue medication. Some caregivers did this when their child was having breathing problems. However, other caregivers gave it every day, thinking that it would prevent asthma in the future. They also used home remedies such as hot sauce, teas, and other drinks, steam, and peppers. And children often had information about asthma that caregivers or providers didn't have, mostly about experiences of asthma at school or on sports teams. Nevertheless, children's asthma management practices shared some similarities with those of their caregivers. These similarities included managing emotions and limiting physical activity. However, unlike caregivers, few children described managing their environments. In general, caregivers seemed to focus more on preventing asthma symptoms than children did, and children focused more on managing their asthma symptoms. And so complicating the many different understandings of asthma was the fact that many of the children in our study had received insufficient medical treatment for their asthma. Doctors and other healthcare providers noted that the undertreated asthma occurred because families didn't always remember to give children their controller medication, they didn't understand the importance of controller medication, or they needed controller medication, but they didn't have a prescription for one. However, the issue was more complicated than caregivers being reluctant to administer medication. From our interviews with caregivers, doctors, and other healthcare providers, we found 3 types of disconnects that more thoroughly explain why children's asthma was undertreated. There were system disconnects that included difficulties with insurance, primary care shortages, gaps between emergency and primary care, urgent care replacing primary care, and healthcare deserts. This led to situations where caregivers had difficulty following up with primary care physicians, and they would take their child to urgent care and have difficulties following up with a primary physician if they had one. And for example, Nicholas, a pediatrician in St. Louis, saw the problem as lying within the structure of medicine, the corporatization of healthcare, the compartmentalization of care, and the inadequate training of residents. And resource disconnects included a lack of healthcare providers in disadvantaged areas and challenges to accessing primary care due to time and transportation constraints. Caregivers also experienced life disruptions due to other illnesses and issues, which limited their time and ability to care for asthma. For example, caregiver Tasha had to battle with her child Kaylee's asthma attacks for 6-month stretches between appointments. Tasha was continuing a treatment recommended by an ER doctor when Kaylee was a baby that appears to never have been reassessed. When Kaylee now has an exacerbation, she returns to emergency care. As Tasha worries about the trigger for the attack, the ER doctor, not knowing that Kaylee's asthma is so undertreated, suggests paint chips as a potential trigger. And this leads Tasha to pour all of her resources into repainting the house rather than seeking more medication or care. And there were also interpersonal disconnects, which included different views about asthma and asthma management between caregivers and providers, as well as caregiver mistrust in healthcare providers. These differences resulted in misunderstandings and under-prescription of controller medication. For example, Monique, a caregiver in Gainesville who had epilepsy, anxiety, and migraines, who also cared for her mother and her brother who had suffered a stroke, described her life as a day-to-day situation in which she had to make sure we can pass this crisis so we can get to the next one, she said. And consequently, her child Zoe's asthma was rarely the most pressing concern. The family appeared to have little asthma-related contact with medical professionals, and the school nurse was the one who administered Zoe's medicine each day. And when we asked each group how they understood and treated asthma, we got a variety of answers. Here's a depiction of the various issues involved in asthma management that participants raised. And different understandings of asthma layered on top of different levels of access to care for families resulted in a lot of potential problems for asthma management between providers, caregivers, and children. As I'm sure you've encountered, families may prioritize acute symptoms over chronic treatment due to the no symptoms, no asthma phenomenon, where patients and caregivers interpret a lack of symptoms as an absence of disease, in contrast to biomedical conceptions of asthma as a chronic disease requiring maintenance medication even when asymptomatic. These differing perspectives often led to physicians trying to convince caregivers through the use of stethoscopes, spirometry, peak flow meters, or asthma control tests that their child was indeed sick. For example, asthma coach Jeanette from St. Louis primarily highlighted a lack of education and poor health literacy among caregivers as a central issue, and also described frustrations with caregivers who didn't buy into the fact that asthma was a serious condition that needed to be managed. Caregivers' understandings of asthma could lead to dissatisfaction with provider approaches. For example, Melanie, a caregiver from St. Louis, expressed frustration that her pulmonologists really don't say much. She said her doctors, quote, teach you how to use your asthma medication. They go over the asthma study plan. They teach you how to use the inhalers and nebulizers, unquote. But Melanie needed her doctors to address the elusiveness of asthma. Quote, it's just the fact of where did they get this? How did they get this? And there's got to be a better way of keeping it under control, she said. Furthermore, adults involved in children's asthma management may overlook children's contributions to asthma management because we're just not familiar with the steps that children might take to help their asthma. Children's perspectives of asthma could differ quite dramatically from provider understandings. For example, 10-year-old Ashley from St. Louis told us how she used a nebulizer to treat her ragged breathing from crying after her fingers were slammed in a door. In the next few slides, I will just demonstrate the ways that caregivers and children understood and treated asthma that can be overlooked, but remain really critical for a complete understanding of asthma management. And we hope that by presenting on these understandings of asthma, providers will be better able to educate caregivers and children on various facets of asthma, as well as establish training for other providers who care for asthma. And with that goal in mind, I will expand on the factors that we found influenced caregivers specifically in the way that they responded to their child's asthma. So caregiver interviews really stress the importance of understanding asthma care in the context of issues like residential segregation, poverty, air pollution, and governmental disinvestment in communities of color. And these issues influenced asthma risk, access to care, and families' living situations. They also led to housing conditions, family structures, and health disparities that shaped how families managed asthma at home. So one thing that was really important was that many caregivers and their families lived in housing conditions that made asthma worse. Events like house fires caused loss of asthma medications or nebulizers and caused trauma and disruption for families. Caregivers who lived in older housing who had landlords who refused to fix problems also struggled with mold, dust, flaking paint, holes in the walls, pests, and other problems. For example, caregiver Tuana moved from her old apartment in Gainesville with mold only to find roaches in her new home. The chemicals she used to kill the roaches also triggered her son Connor's asthma. Tuana concluded, I'm always in a win-lose situation. Tuana's pulmonologist called social services with accusations of medical neglect because Connor was often sick, assuming Tuana wasn't giving him his medication. As a result, Tuana would no longer engage in meaningful conversation with the pulmonologist. As she put it, quote, I talk, but I don't talk, unquote. The pulmonologist's actions, though well-intended, led to a breach of trust between caregiver and provider. And families also cared for asthma across several households, which often made medical care more complicated. Caregivers and their families lived in different houses with different family members. And this made caregivers worried about whether other caregivers would know how to care for their child's asthma. And they also worried when other caregivers held different views and experiences of asthma. For example, Liz described that when her 12-year-old daughter Courtney went to her father's house for the weekend, she said they wouldn't make sure she did her inhalers, and they wouldn't make sure she did her Flonase, and they wouldn't make sure she took her Singulair, and she would come back and she'd be struggling. And families also dealt with multiple medical issues in the home at the same time. This meant that asthma was not always a high priority. So most caregivers said that there was at least one other health problem affecting the child with asthma or another household member. These problems included autism, ADHD, complications from premature birth, Crohn's disease, sickle cell, hydrocephaly, COPD, heart disease, dementia, and cancer. Caregivers manage these health issues in the context of other social issues like family violence, incarceration, sexual assault, and caregivers' own physical and mental health issues. These other health and social issues made it really hard for caregivers to prioritize their child's asthma. For example, many caregivers were single parents of multiple children, and some had additional care responsibilities for older family members, while others had personally suffered from illness. Caregiver Nikki described a life revolving around picking up medicine, doctor's appointments for her 5 children, including 10 appointments that week, all requiring travel via public transport and costing about $30 per day. With such challenges to manage day to day, she sometimes forgot to mention asthma when she got to the doctor. And asthma can also be a complex and confusing disease. Caregivers gained an understanding of their child's asthma by comparing their child with other people who had asthma. And these comparisons may be an underappreciated source of information that caregivers use to understand asthma and to make treatment decisions. So comparisons helped caregivers recognize that their child had asthma, help them distinguish asthma from other breathing problems, and to determine the seriousness of their child's asthma. Erin, a mother from Gainesville, said that she could identify an oncoming exacerbation in her daughter, saying, "I can feel it building up, so I know she can too." Tuana, another mother from Gainesville who also had asthma, inferred that her son's asthma was relatively severe because her son needed to use an inhaler daily, whereas she did not. She said, "I can control mine. I don't have to take my asthma pump every day. He has to take his asthma pump every day." Comparisons influenced how caregivers felt about their child's asthma as well. Comparing their child with others who had asthma inspired positive feelings such as gratitude when caregivers concluded that their child's asthma was not as bad as those of others. And caregivers also felt hope when the comparison suggested a possible positive future for their child. The comparisons could also cause caregivers to worry about how bad their child's asthma could become. Kimberly, a mother from Gainesville, repeatedly remarked on how thankful she was that her child's asthma was not as bad as the asthma of other people that she knew. She said, "I know a couple of people that have passed away from having asthma attacks, and I'm just so thankful and prayerful." Such grim comparisons can provide comfort even for caregivers who have children with severe asthma. Caregivers can feel solace that their child is alive. Comparisons also influenced how caregivers manage their child's asthma. Sometimes this resulted in decisions that were different than how doctors and other healthcare providers cared for asthma or could motivate their child's asthma management practices. For example, Kimberly described the daughter of a cousin who takes honey by mouth every day and has no more allergies and no more asthma. She hasn't had asthma in over 5 years. This interpersonal comparison led the caregiver to view honey as a viable treatment for her child. And we also found that doctors understood asthma to be a chronic illness with symptoms that were always present, even if they couldn't be felt. However, caregivers and children use their body to understand asthma as an acute disease with symptoms that were confusing and came on suddenly. Caregivers and children experience asthma at the same time as other sensations happening in their bodies. Asthma symptoms like breathlessness, wheezing, and cough could feel or look very similar to signs of other illnesses. And caregivers often describe challenges with telling asthma symptoms apart from other health issues like anxiety, allergies, obesity, stress, or colds. Children also linked asthma to a range of symptoms, including vomiting, sore throat, nasal congestion, and heart pain. Because asthma symptoms were ambiguous, children and caregivers reported using inhalers to improve breathing difficulties like panic, emotional distress, physical activity, or congestion. For example, Shonda explained, "Sometimes I don't know. Is that your asthma? Is it a cold? Is that allergies?" Mother Rebecca noticed that her son would sometimes use his Saba inhaler but remain breathless. So you're trying to differentiate, well, how much of that is panic induced and then how much of that is the actual breathing problem, she said. And we also found that severe symptoms of asthma were more noticeable than other features of asthma. People tend to notice changes in their body when they're different from what they think is normal. As a result, caregivers and children often did not notice the chronic airway inflammation that doctors associated with asthma. Instead, they noticed acute symptoms like suddenly having serious trouble breathing. Indeed, severe symptoms or asthma attacks were the most notable part of asthma for both caregiver and children. For example, James, age 12, described an exacerbation that occurred on the bus that previous year, remembering where he was sitting and how the air felt. While Becca, age 10, described her exacerbations as so scary, I thought I was dying. She also said that most of the days, pretty much all the time, it's fine, and that it's more of just a normal me. And asthma was also both physical and emotional. Emotions such as fear, excitement, anxiety, and panic could feel very similar to asthma symptoms of breathlessness. And this similarity made it difficult to determine whether breathlessness was caused by emotions or by asthma. Many caregivers described emotions as triggers for asthma, while others described how feelings of breathlessness from asthma could cause the anxiety or panic. The connections between emotions and asthma meant that caring for asthma often involved caring for emotions as well. Liz, a mother from Gainesville, described that when her daughter Courtney hyperventilated from crying or felt the physiological effects of nervousness, her panic would trigger an asthma exacerbation. She said she has asthma attacks if she gets emotionally upset. Like if she starts crying because she hyperventilates, she could get nervous about something, and then she can realize that it's starting. She feels like her chest is feeling tight, and then she'll start to panic because she feels her chest is getting tight. And the difference between how caregivers and healthcare providers understood asthma may lead to recommendations by healthcare providers that did not match caregivers and children's embodied practices of managing asthma. And now we would like to go into the factors that affect children's asthma management from their perspective. So primarily, while providers in our study mostly viewed children's role in asthma management as related to adherence to medication regimens, children found additional ways to manage asthma. Common self-management activities that children in our study reported doing included detecting and identifying symptoms of asthma, remembering when to bring asthma medications when they left the house, avoiding triggers, and using alternative strategies. Yet these management strategies also face significant challenges. Children develop strategies to manage their asthma in response to the challenges they face in their lives. For children, these challenges included school policies, feelings about medication, and difficulties navigating certain spaces. So school policies shaped children's access to inhalers by prohibiting children from carrying their inhalers with them. School policies also required a school nurse to hold medications. When asked if she had a nurse at school who helped her, 6-year-old Unicorn responded, "They leave at the end of the day. There's nobody going to the nurse." Unicorn's emphasis on the time when the nurse wasn't there indicated her acute awareness of how her access to her inhaler was institutionally mediated. This policy affected younger children more, often because older children were sometimes allowed to carry their medication if they had a doctor's note. However, some children would hide their inhalers in their pockets and use it secretly if they started having breathing problems. Children also felt that their inhalers were important but stressful. Inhalers featured heavily in their drawings and in their interviews, and they recognized how important it was for relieving breathing problems caused by asthma. However, keeping track of their inhaler was challenging and stressful for children because it could be lost, forgotten, or misplaced. Even if children could find their inhaler, it could be empty or expired. Children tried to make it a habit to remember their inhaler so they didn't experience negative consequences of not having one on hand. And children also used water for diagnosing asthma, as well as intervening in symptoms. For children, the advantage of water was that it was highly available. Water fountains were available in a gym class or on the playground, and friends' homes had water. And when a medication ran out, water was available in their homes. Lion Tamer, a child in Gainesville, described, "Sometimes I just drink water, and then I stop breathing deeply." Rick, a child in St. Louis, took 4 bottles with him on a plane to help manage his anxiety, which he considered a cause of his asthma attacks. And so to conclude, we would like to end with a call to recognize diversity in family structures, housing environments with factors outside of caregivers' control, differing protocols for asthma care, as well as various understandings of the nature of asthma as a disease. Recognizing such diversity related to asthma can lead to greater insight into how various groups experience asthma in their day-to-day lives and facilitate improved care that aligns with patients' understanding of asthma. We would like to introduce a few ways that providers can use the information presented in the presentation. And based on our findings, We suggest that providers can acknowledge that caregivers are living in really challenging situations with financial pressures, housing difficulties, complex family situations, and residential segregation. Practitioners could work with social workers to assist with unmet needs, or better resourced primary care clinics could offer advocacy interventions such as medico-legal partnerships with other organizations that aid families in difficult situations. Providers may also proactively seek information about the child's asthma and remain mindful that caregivers may not prioritize non-acute asthma when bringing their child in for other issues. Asking specific questions and continuing to follow guidelines for routine assessment of asthma control may help identify needs that families themselves do not recognize. Providers can also affirm the individuality, ambiguity, and uncertainty of asthma. These conversations can start at or before diagnosis, so caregivers are prepared for uncertainty. And providers can also recognize and explain differences between caregiver or patient experience and the biomedical model of asthma. Providers can also acknowledge caregivers' asthma management practices even when they fall outside of conventional medicine. Providers can ask about caregivers' practices of identifying when their child is having asthma trouble, acknowledge caregiver expertise in their child's asthma, and support caregivers' efforts. This process could increase trust and engage caregivers in the process of creating asthma care plans. Providers can validate children's role and work in their own asthma management by listening and having meaningful interactions with children during clinic visits. Providers can ask children questions like, what are the things you do to manage your asthma? What do those things do for you? And then validate those efforts by saying, you've worked out some good strategies. Would it help to talk through some more strategies to learn more about children's work? And providers can recognize the need to support and educate multiple caregivers. For example, a printed visit summary with detailed asthma care instructions may help communication across multiple households. And ultimately, providers can support further research on children's participation and inclusion in their healthcare. More research on children's experiences of their health and healthcare can support efforts to illustrate how children themselves understand their bodies and their healthcare. Researching on children's experiences can create greater understanding between physicians, caregivers, and other stakeholders about children's roles in their own healthcare. And so next steps for the project include thinking about recruiting providers and caregivers and potentially children with asthma to form a community advisory board to inform future projects on asthma care. And then based off of the feedback from this board, we would like to plan an intervention that targets the needs identified by the community related to asthma care and management. And we're also working on disseminating the results in presentations and publications. And if you would like to learn more or have any questions about the project, you can contact Dr. Waters at her email listed here in the bottom right corner. And here is a list of the published work we use to inform this presentation. And we are currently working on publications related to the quantitative side of the study. You can scan the QR code here by pointing your camera at the square. You don't need to take a picture, you can just point at it. And it will give you a link to Dr. Waters' faculty website with links to our publications. And I'll go back to that slide as well. Just want to end by thanking our other team members, as well as the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute for the funding to complete this study. And with that, we would love to open the floor for questions and answers if the audience has any questions for Dr. Waters or myself.
All right, that was terrific, Dr. Waters and Sienna, and I really appreciate y'all leaving time for some questions. Folks can feel free to ask questions in the event chat, and I will read them out for y'all to answer. And if I get any questions from other speakers in the speaker chat and Zoom, I will read those out too. And I've seen that we are using the event chat freely to ask Dr. Garcia some questions as well about her presentation, which she has been answering in great detail. While I am waiting for some questions to come in, I'm just going to remind everybody that we've got one more educational presentation today. That's our plenary speaker, Dr. Perpich, who will be going over updates to national guidelines. And then we'll have some other types of content to wrap up the day, like work group updates and some awards for our asthma champions. So you don't want to miss that. But if you do have to step away, you'll be able to watch the recording later. We always like to make sure that we give folks plenty of opportunities to celebrate all the good work that we've done together and all the opportunities that are ahead. Speaking of opportunities, there are CE credit opportunities today. So make sure if you want those CHES credits, that you have filled out or are filling out your CHES evaluation form that is linked in the event chat and on the Florida Asthma Coalition website. We also have other types of CE credits available. If you've signed up for other types of CE credit, you will get follow-up from our coalition management team about getting those credits. There'll also be a few questions to answer in your event evaluation survey, which will go out early next week. CE credits for our participants in the Asthma Educator Review mini course will be handled by AAE. So you can follow up with Teresa and Roseanne and any other contacts that they have given you if you have questions about credits for the course that took place yesterday afternoon. I see a comment in the chat. Well done. Thank you for your summaries and ways to address these issues with the full circle of care. Absolutely. Really love the action-oriented recommendations, and those should really be good to reflect on as we listen to our plenary presentation that's up next on the agenda. We've got about 10 more minutes before the national guidelines presentation is scheduled to start. So please do put your questions in the chat to give Sienna and Dr. Waters an opportunity to answer them. And these slides are also available on your agenda to the left of the presentation slide. You can download a PDF of the presentation. And a reminder also regarding CE credits, we did get the last minute approval for Dr. Garcia's presentation to count for CHES credits. So you can get pharmacy CEUs and or CHES credits for doing that presentation. All right. Great. And I see folks are also okay with moving ahead a little bit early if we don't have any questions. I do see some feedback from Dr. Weiss saying thank you for a fine presentation. You're just getting lots of thanks. You know, I think y'all really anticipated the questions that people were likely to have by providing some action recommendations. It's a very action-oriented group. So I am fine with giving folks a little bit of time back to take a quick bio break, stretch, maybe reflect on that wellness activity that we did this morning, get yourself moving, get the blood flowing, and we will see you back right in advance of that 3:40 presentation. That's Eastern time. All right, and I see our presenters who just finished have got their slides down now. So Dr. Perpich, if you want to go ahead and start setting up for your presentation with your slides, you can feel free to do that. Great. All right, slides are up. So if you, yep, perfect. I got to say, I love the frog. That's fantastic. For our screen reader users, Dr. Perpich has included the pediatric pulmonary specialist logo, which has a frog in sunglasses blowing a bubble on an orange background.
Yes. I believe that has been our logo for, I don't know, 30 years. A long time.
I love it.
Long time. I was trying to remember, and I actually was going to send an email how long I've been with the coalition. I feel like it's been a while.
I always have to remember how long I've been the evaluator. I feel like I should use, so tomorrow is my 6-year wedding anniversary, and I feel like I should use my wife's approach to describing how long we've been together, which is convenient because she doesn't actually have to answer on the spot. She always has the same response every year, which is not long enough.
Oh.
It's the same energy I want to bring to the coalition.
Here we go. Yeah. I like that answer. I might steal it.
Oh, feel free. It's public domain. I tell you, the first time Jay told me that, I was just like, gosh, that is so darn clever.
Right.
Why didn't I think of that? Because it's incredibly romantic and it's also very convenient.
Right. And it's easier to remember than a number. It doesn't change.
Very much so. But I've got your bio up on the pamphlet, so I can give a little bit of history on your with us before we get started. All right, Dr. Perpich, I will give a brief introduction to you, and that should put us in good stead to give you plenty of time to make your presentation, and that'll wrap up our educational agenda for today. So welcome back, folks. Our plenary speaker for today is our coalition co-chair, Dr. John Perpich, who has been part of the Florida Asthma Coalition for quite some time and has played a variety of roles with our group. Dr. Perpich is also a Florida lifer born and raised in Tampa, who practices with pediatric pulmonary specialists and has been with that group since 2008. He's board certified in general pediatrics and pediatric pulmonology. In addition to asthma, he has worked on and advocated for health equity for people with interstitial lung disease, viral associated lung disease, developmental disorders of the lung, and pediatric sleep disorders as well. And he's served as the medical director for pediatric respiratory care at St. Joseph's Children's Hospital. So focusing on high quality respiratory health management and equity of opportunities early in life so that people can live and age well with asthma as they grow. So Dr. Perpich is going to talk to us today about the new EPR4 asthma guidelines and the current GINA guidelines and how we can implement them in our practice. So Dr. Perpich, the floor is yours to finish out our educational track.
Awesome. Thank you, Zan. And so I feel like I have a big task ahead of me. One, because I'm the end of the day in terms of the educational stuff. So I have to be, I think, overly dynamic to keep you guys all awake. And I have to make material. I mean, it's interesting material. I think it's exciting material, but it's not the most dynamic material. So we're going to get through it, but we're going to get through it, all of us awake. And I want to give a shout out, actually, Maria and Teresa, two of our respiratory therapists at St. Joe's are online. They sent me a text and they're watching. And I want to give a shout out actually also to our team over there at St. Joe's. We just got notification that we are a asthma-friendly hospital again, or got our application renewed. So we're pretty excited to continue to be an asthma-friendly hospital there at St. Joseph's Children's Hospital. And so as Zan said, today I'm going to be talking kind of more of a focus review. I mean, the document with the new, and I put in quotes new because it's not really that new anymore, but it's the newest guidelines, is a fairly robust document. And so we're going to go over some focused areas, I think, that are of most kind of clinical importance. And then we're going to contrast them and compare them to GINA. And some of this has already come up in several of the talks. Dr. Cardet made several excellent points as we talk about kind of management and access to medicines. And some people were asking questions about the difference between GINA and EPR and about access to medicines in the United States versus elsewhere. And we'll get into that as we go through this. And so I wanted to start just with a very, very brief asthma overview. I think all of us here on this summit are very familiar with asthma, but just to give sort of a framework, I think, to kind of hang our hat on. And then we're going to talk about challenges as we take care of those asthmatics, really with a focus on that shared decision-making, which I think has been a theme and a phrase that you've heard several times today. And then we're going to kind of look into the overview and background of the EPR and the asthma updates, as well as GINA. And then we're going to go into some of those specific topics, like I said, that have really have a clinical significance as we take care of patients. And so, like I said, just that brief overview. Of course, we know asthma is very common here. These are the stats for Florida. About 1.2 million people in Florida have asthma, about 19 million adults, about 6 million children. And unfortunately, as we've also heard several excellent talks, discuss, the highest prevalence, unfortunately, is in our lower income households and has a higher incidence in lower socioeconomic statuses, including Black and Puerto Rican children and adults. And so this is just sort of a quick picture of sort of normal, a normal airway, normal intact epithelium, normal thin smooth muscle on histology. And this is really what we want our airways to look like. And this is just a quick picture of what an asthmatic's airway may look like. And you can see that increased smooth muscle mass. You see the detachment of the airway epithelium. You see the hypertrophy of that muscle. Of course, that's where a lot of that hyperresponsiveness comes from that we deal with and that we're treating with our albuterol. You see that inflammation that really is the hallmark and at the core of the pathology of what happens in asthma. And that really is that inflammation that we're focused on when we're treating. And as we go through these guidelines and as we go through these recommendations, I think you'll see that theme in terms of treating that inflammation and finding ways to effectively treat that inflammation is very, very key. And so just, sort of this is not meant to go in any depth, but just, when you talk about the approach to asthma, right? I mean, I took this right off of the GINA website. Really, the idea is that first you have to make sure, are you talking about asthma? Did you make the correct diagnosis? Once you've made that diagnosis, then you want to assess their symptoms and really get a sense of their severity. Then you initiate treatment and then you reassess. And when we talk about the severity, Dr. Garcia kind of went through this a little bit as well, but we're using symptoms and we're using sort of need for steroids and emergency room. And so we think about that when we think about impairments as one of kind of the phrases that's often used. And that's really symptom frequency, the need for their rescue inhalers. And then we're looking for risk, right? So how, what's their risk in terms of severe exacerbation? What's their risk in terms of needing steroids? What's that impairment in terms of impact on their lung function? And so we use that information. Sometimes you'll hear it referred to as the rule of twos when we're teaching med students and residents, but we're using a lot of that information as we decide about the severity. But this is this cycle, right? This is this constant cycle. This is also off the GINA website, but I think it's an important thing to keep in our mind is that our management of asthma, of course, doesn't end as soon as we make the diagnosis, and it doesn't end once we put them on medication, right? It's a constant process of reviewing, assessing, and adjusting their medicines based upon our current, what we feel is their current level of control. But then also looking, into the future and what we think is coming forward and in terms of seasons and potential triggers. And so it really means that we need to understand our patients as best as we can. Dr. Garcia, earlier in one of her earlier talks that talked about endotyping and phenotyping. This is often where that sort of falls in, where we understand what are the triggers at play with that patient as best as we can identify them. What are the things, what are certain times of the year that you may think that they're going to have more problems. And so, one of the risks when we talk about mild asthma is that this name is misleading. This is going to become important as we talk about some of the new guidelines, right? So really, unfortunately, even our patients with mild asthma are still at risk for having serious events, right? So even our adults, 30 to 37% of adults that were, quote, had mild asthma, meaning they had symptoms less than weekly in the last 3 months, had an acute or asthma exacerbation. 16% of those patients had near fatal asthma, and 15 to 27% of adults dying from asthma really had symptoms less than weekly in those previous 3 months. And so this concept of mild asthma is very misleading. And this is because asthma is heterogeneous, right? So the exacerbations, the triggers are unpredictable at times, or they may change over time, right? So you think you know what you're allergic to, but unfortunately your allergic profile changes and you come into a season that historically had not been a problem, and now you're having issues. And then of course, and we'll talk about this in detail in a little bit, but that poor adherence to our medications that we use to control our asthma is often very poor as well. And so all of these things kind of go together to make asthma, at least the concept of mild asthma, very, very difficult. And even 4 to 5 oral corticosteroids in a year can increase your risk of negative outcomes associated with those oral corticosteroid doses. And so, really, we for the longest time, for over 50 years, the main thing that we've used to treat asthma has been albuterol, right? The inhaled short-acting beta agonist has been our first line of treatment. And this was really because historically we thought of, or at least, and we may not even kind of recognize this, but we thought of asthma as a disease of bronchoconstriction when really it's a disease of inflammation. And, albuterol is cheap. We've also talked a lot about access to care. We talked a lot about the cost of some of these inhalers. Unfortunately, the short-acting beta agonists are very fast to work and they're very low in cost. And so that just tends to reinforce their use. And unfortunately, if we're using them frequently, even for 1 to 2 weeks, we can get some negative outcomes. We can get increased airway hyperresponsiveness. That albuterol may become less and less effective. We can augment some of our allergic reactions. We can end up with even more kind of allergy-driven inflammation with increased eosinophilia. And unfortunately, it's this vicious cycle, right? So we feel like it's hard to breathe and we use the albuterol, and then the albuterol makes us feel better. And then we don't get at the underlying cause for those symptoms. We're just putting on a Band-Aid. And it trains our patients really to think of the albuterol as their primary treatment for asthma. And really, before some of these new recommendations, all we really had other than albuterol maybe was using a daily ICS, or at least as we start to move up that stepwise management. But unfortunately, and we'll talk, adherence is very, very poor to those daily inhalers. And so this was really the big thought that led GINA back in 2019 to really sort of revamp some of their recommendations and undergo a fundamental change in terms of their asthma management. And this was really just driven by kind of an acknowledgement, and we'll talk about sort of GINA's sort of like how they're organized and how they look at clinical problems, but it really is driven by medication compliance. This is a study that was looking at medication compliance. And there's a ton of studies that are very similar to this, right? We know on average that our compliance with our daily preventative medicines is anywhere from 30 to 40, maybe 50%, right? It changes a little bit by age. And we can make it better transiently. This was a study out of CHOP where they actually kind of incentivize patients, right? They could earn up to $1 a day for up to 30 days if they did perfect medication adherence. They had constant reminders, they were given emails. They knew that their adherence was being monitored, and with really a lot of work and a lot of incentive, they got their medication compliance up to 80%. But as soon as they pulled that out, really within within 1 month, that compliance drove back down to 30%. So we just know that compliance is very, very challenging, and we just need to recognize that. And so when we talk about adherence, though, it's not a simple topic. And really when we think about adherence, it's at least the WHO looks at it as the extent to which a person's behavior corresponds with an agreed recommendation from a healthcare provider. So does what they're doing match up with what, you guys talked about in clinic? But the concept of adherence also has to recognize that a patient has a right to choose whether or not they're going to follow your recommendation. And it implies a relationship between the doctor and the patient, right? So there's this concept of shared decision making. It's not like it used to be where we think that we would walk in the room and we would say these wonderful things, and the patients would just listen to everything that we said, sort of take it in and walk out of the room and not question things. There really is a relationship, and we have to get buy-in. And for those of us that take care of children, we may have an adolescent or we may have an older child that we need to get to understand what we're doing, but we also always have that parent, right? We've got the mom, we've got the dad, and often they're the ones that I feel like I'm being a salesperson, really just trying to convince them to go along with the plan, or at least to understand and agree. And like I said, unfortunately with this adherence, our estimates, put non-adherence around 30 to 70%. And when we think about adherence, there's broad categories. This is by no means, really, the in total of the idea of non-adherence, but really we can add non-intentional or intentional. And so really some of the non-intentional ways, maybe they have barriers to care. Maybe they forget to use it. Maybe they don't understand how to use it. Maybe they use poor technique. Maybe they can't afford it. But then there are some intentional reasons too why patients may be non-adherent, right? Sometimes it might be related to their cultural beliefs around chronic or daily medications. It may be denial. They may not really want to accept or really sort of recognize the severity of their child's disease or of their own asthma. There may be some secondary gain. They like the attention they get when they can't breathe or when they're in the clinic frequently. I mean, there really are a lot of things that really would be considered intentional, but you've got to have that conversation with the families to identify whether they're taking their medicines, really identifying that non-adherence is the first step, and recognizing that there's no such thing as a typical non-adherent patient. There's just so many reasons for them to not be taking their daily preventative medicines. And so really with that sort of framework in mind, let's talk a little bit about the NAEPP, right? So this is the National Asthma Education and Prevention Program that was created by the NHLBI, the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, back in 1989. And this sort of gives a little bit of a timeline, right? So 1989 it was created, and that our first set of recommendations, the first EPR on the diagnosis and management of asthma came out in 1991. And really the goals, and this group was formed really to address asthma issues in the United States, to focus on raising awareness and ensure appropriate diagnosis and management, to reduce asthma-related morbidity and mortality, and to improve quality of life. And so then you see across this timeline, different iterations came out, but you also see that there's large periods of time in between. And part of this is because these guidelines take a very long time to construct and create, but also, it's the pace with which the medical literature and studies are coming out is very, very fast. And so unfortunately, sometimes that also limits how up to date some of these recommendations can be. And so really the assessment in terms of what they needed to revise was completed back in 2014. So they decided what they were going to work on with this 2020 update back in 2014. And really the literature that they had available to them as they went through really sort of stops at around 2016. So sort of like when we think about textbooks, as soon as they get published, they're already a little bit outdated. That happens a little bit with some of our of the EPR recommendations here in the United States. Now GINA is a sort of a different animal, right? And they weren't really, they kind of have a similar birth, right? So the WHO and the NHLBI, right, the same organization, around 1993 established GINA. Now GINA is more of a global, or at least has a more global focus. And it was also formed to increase awareness about asthma, to improve asthma prevention and management through a coordinated worldwide effort. And GINA is independent, funded only by the sale and licensing of its reports and figures. And it's a global evidence-based strategy adapted for local healthcare systems and medication availability. One of the biggest differences about GINA is that its report is updated every year, as opposed to our other recommendations. The other difference is that it's really a guideline. It's kind of an integrated evidence-based strategy. It is not answers to specific questions like, should I use FeNO to make the diagnosis of asthma? It's really more of an integrated strategy. And you can see even when you look at it, its approach, you can already see the recognition of sort of human behavior working its way into how it makes some of its recommendations, right? So its goals were to prevent asthma death and exacerbations and improve symptom control. Pretty basic and I think easily agreed upon goals. really taking the current understanding of the underlying disease process, but also acknowledging human behavior, both health professionals, right? Us physicians, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, respiratory therapists, all those people that are delivering care and assessing, but then also human behavior of the patients and the families. And then how do we bring that together and implement it in clinical practice with a recognition of global variation in populations, health systems, and medication access? So I think it's also important to recognize that the update, the EPR4 update, was really a focused update, right? They didn't go through all of the guidelines in 2007. They offered guidance in 6 key areas of asthma diagnosis and treatment. And like I said, it was really based on data that was 2016 and prior. And so these are the 6 areas. We're not going to talk in depth about all of them. One, because we don't have the time. And I think that some of these don't really impact probably as much of our clinical day-to-day practice, at least outside of the subspecialty world for the purposes of this talk. But we are going to focus on, of course, the adjustable medication dosing and recurrent wheezing and asthma. And although that's one topic, I mean, that really sort of explodes into a big change in terms of the recommendations. And I think where some of the, I don't want to say confusion, but just as we think about, okay, now moving forward, what do we do? It's really around the recommendations that fall under this category. If we have time, we're going to, I will touch kind of briefly also on the use of long-acting muscarinic agonists, and then sort of indoor allergen remediation. And so they also, in the EPR4, acknowledged 11 topics. There was no recommendations around these topics because there was a lack of new data to review. I just included these in the talk just for completeness, since you guys have copies of the slides, but I'm not going to go through them in depth. I think, trying to remember who it was, somebody in one of their talks did sort of get at this idea too. And so when you look at recommendations, you know, there is this concept of, you know, how certain are you of the evidence, and what is the implication in terms of the recommendations. So we talk about high, moderate, low, or very low in terms of the data that's out there that we're basing these decisions on. And most of the new recommendations sit in that moderate category. There is one that's high category, but most of it's moderate category. But then also when we look at the recommendations, actually, there's not a ton that are strong. Most of them are going to be conditional. And that, I don't think that that's a disadvantage, right? Because part of what is, I think, important and interesting about these new recommendations is that it's starting to open up with this idea of different choices as we're sitting there with the patients, right? You have options depending upon so many different characteristics of the patients you're dealing with. And this really gets at some of the really great work that Dr. Cardet is doing, is, you know, kind of recognizing that we're not dealing with a sort of typical patient. We're dealing with a wide variety of patients that have a wide variety of racial and ethnic and social and cultural beliefs, and we have to meet them where they are, right? And so it's really exciting that we're doing some of these studies like what his group is doing, looking at, well, how are they, are they using a nebulizer versus more than just their rescue inhaler? Because we all assume, I mean, who would want to use their nebulizer? But culturally, there's some groups that prefer to use their nebulizers. And so recognizing that and looking at it in an objective way as you're studying, but also importantly, recognizing that changing, controller medicines is hard, access to medications is hard. And so let's study what is the easiest. Let's look at sort of kind of meeting the patients where they're at. And so in the implementation section of the recommendations, there's sort of a summary for the clinicians that talks a little bit about who you think this might apply to, who this may not apply to, some specific considerations and any issues that you may want to go over. But there really is an emphasis on this patient-centered approach, right? It's the shared decision-making, the idea of patient family preferences, and that there's more than one option, right? And this really recognizes that asthma is heterogeneous. One size does not fit all, and that we really need to be more patient and family-centric. And so one of the first recommendations, one of the first sort of topics they approached were this block of kids 0 to 4 years of age with recurrent triggered wheeze, right? So these are kids that are in the hospital or you're seeing them in clinic, and every time they get sick, they're wheezing, right? And this is a very large population. I feel like this is something that I see, I don't know, 30% of my day is new patients with just this kind of complaint. And it's 80% of what I'm seeing in the hospital right now, especially with RSV. So it's, I think exciting. It was, that we all had different ways that we would approach these patients. We all had studies maybe that we had looked at, but this is really one of the first, at least in terms of our recommendations, kind of really sort of lining out what should you do with those patients. And so they're defined as patients with 3 or more episodes of viral triggered wheezing in a lifetime, or 2 or more episodes in the past year, and really importantly, no symptoms in between their illnesses. And the recommendation was that you would start a short course, anywhere from 7 to 10 days of an ICS used daily with an as-needed albuterol or short-acting beta agonist started. And you would do this at the very beginning of viral symptoms. And that's one of the important things, is that you really have to have that conversation with the families, that they recognize at the first sign of a viral illness, they're starting this short course of daily ICS therapy, and then using the albuterol still as needed. And really the benefits were that it showed reduction in exacerbations that required systemic corticosteroids, which is really what we're trying to do. We're trying to prevent the risk of them having a severe exacerbation. We're also trying to minimize their exposure to corticosteroids. And so, there is a risk that even the small amounts of inhaled corticosteroids can impact growth, but that risk is much less than being on daily ICS. And of course, also hopefully less than being on frequent rounds of oral steroids. And then one of the important things is that the caregivers can initiate this at home, right? So there's not going to be a delay in terms of the beginning the plan, right? So if they have to wait and make an appointment and it takes a little while to get in to see you, or they, if there's a delay between the onset of symptoms when they're going to make a change to their asthma plan, that's going to impact how successful that change in the plan is going to be. And just for a background, when they looked at the studies, they looked at one of the regimens, two of the studies, they used budesonide 1 milligram twice daily for 7 days. There was a meta-analysis of 3 studies that showed a 33% reduction in the risk for exacerbations. And then one of the studies used Flovent twice daily for 10 days after the onset of respiratory infection. And they showed that there was a small impact on change in height. And so here you can see where that looks like on that stepwise management, right? So I think all of us are used to looking at that stepwise management when we talk about step 1, step 2, in terms of mild, intermittent, or really, and even here you can see that they take the word mild out of it, right? So we really have intermittent asthma versus chronic or sort of persistent asthma in that age group of 0 to 4. And in that first step, there's the as needed use of albuterol, and then you start the short course of inhaled corticosteroids at the onset of symptoms. When we look at the GINA guidelines in this same way, you see pretty similar recommendations. They, I think that they're a little bit more careful to make sure that the healthcare providers are really assessing the patients and making sure that we're not talking about asthma in the sense that they are not having more frequent episodes or having symptoms in between viral illnesses. Is the frequency or the severity of the symptoms bad enough to warrant more than just these brief kind of episodes of inhaled corticosteroids? And so they really sort of call that out in terms of special considerations, but still in their step 1, you may consider intermittent short course ICS in these infrequent viral wheezers. But once again, like I said, you got to be careful and make sure that you really are assessing all of their symptoms and reassessing them over time. When we think about kids that are over 4, one of the other recommendations that's important was that in kids over the age of 4, one of the things that I guess back in some of the initial like EPR1 and EPR2, there used to be some old recommendations where at the beginning of an illness, you would increase the dose of ICS therapy, right? So in mild to moderate persistent asthma in patients that are on daily ICS treatments, these are patients that are compliant and adherent and they're on their daily ICS therapy. They do not recommend a short period of increasing the dose of their ICS. And really, when they looked at the studies, there was no benefit seen, and there was just really increased safety concerns, especially if this was done often. Now, once again, this was talking about patients that are compliant with their daily ICS treatment. It's not seen to be beneficial doubling or quintupling their dose of ICS therapy. Now, so that's the, sort of step 1. Step 2, as we start to get into step 3 and 4, the patients that are with more moderate or severe persistent asthma in the patients that are 4 years and older, this is really where we also see a very big kind of fundamental change. And really where GINA was the first, but now it's come into our guidelines as well. And you've heard it referred several times today. And this is this idea of SMART therapy, right? The idea of using the same inhaler as your maintenance and your rescue, right? And so the ICS for Formoterol, which is Symbicort, combination used daily and as needed. Now, interestingly, this actually does have strong recommendation with moderate certainty in the ages from 4 to 11 and a higher certainty in our older patients. And so here you can see it outlined in that more kind of significant, the step 3 and step 4 therapy where you're using your daily low dose ICS for Formoterol, and then you use it as needed if you see increased symptoms. And we'll go over some of the data around that in a second. Also, interestingly, they did add sort of a conditional recommendation to talk about immunotherapy. The only thing that is challenging about immunotherapy as we move into our more significant asthmatics is you have to be really careful that you don't cause worsening of their asthma symptoms, which I've seen happen several times. And so just making sure that it's targeted and has a place. And so when we talk about these older patients, we talked about the 4 to 12, but we also talk about the patients that are older than 12. This is another big frame shift in terms of our management, and a big area where now there is some choice, right? So in the recommendations for patients that are older than 12 with mild persistent asthma, you have 2 options, right? So you can be on it. This is sort of what we used to do and really thought this was the only way to do it, right? Daily low dose inhaled corticosteroid with as needed albuterol for quick relief therapy. But now there's 2 choices in the guidelines. So you've got the daily, or you can do intermittent as needed albuterol with intermittent as needed ICS. And so this is going with what Dr. Cardet and his group has been looking at within their population, right? So for instance, if you're doing 2 to 4 puffs of albuterol with your inhaler, then you're going to do the same equivalent of beclomethasone as needed for asthma symptoms. Now, one of the big benefits of this is that once again, it can be initiated at home. So it's gonna hopefully not have problems with delay of onset, and you're going to be able to get on top of it very soon at the beginning and the onset of symptoms, and not rely on them to make an appointment and then you make that decision. One of the things you have to recognize those individuals with either low or high perception of symptoms, right? And we've got patients that definitely fall into those 2 categories, may not be good candidates for this, right? Because it's really relying on their understanding of their symptoms. Now, when they looked at the outcomes, that intermittent as needed short acting with the ICS also used as needed showed less asthma exacerbations than just using the albuterol group alone. There was a similar asthma exacerbation rate in this as needed group as the daily group, but once again, they're able to do this with less of the daily inhaled steroid and a little bit more of a reasonable approach that what our families are doing anyway. Now, and then once again, this difference between physician assessment-based management versus symptom-based management is more simple, more empowering to the patient, and allows for temporal personalization of therapy. In our more moderate persistent asthmatics, this is where we start to move back into that smart, therapy, right? So that single inhaler. So now we're talking about the kids that are 12 years and older. There's more robust data supporting this, using it both as maintenance as well as rescue. This really might be also something that you would think of in individuals that have a history of severe exacerbations in the past, just because you're, on top of getting, kind of a higher and higher dose of ICS earlier and earlier in their exacerbation, you're going to get that longer half-life that the formoterol offers. Now, this is not for use of patients that are controlled. If they're not controlled on their ICS LABA with their as needed albuterol, you may consider moving them to SMART before going up to a higher dose of their ICS. And so this is what it looks like when we look at our guidelines in terms of step 2, step 3, and step 4. Either using when we talk about the kind of more mild patients using kind of low dose ICS as well as low dose PRN short acting beta agonists, and then as we climb up, we're using either medium or higher dose ICS formoterol, so the Symbicort both as maintenance and as rescue. And this is also very similar to what are the recommendations currently when we look at the GINA guidelines. So you can see there in those patients that are 12 and above, and they even move it down lower, right? So in GINA, they're looking at as needed a low dose ICS formoterol as their rescue. But once again, they've got options, right? So you've got the choice to do Symbicort as just your rescue medicine, or you can use ICS whenever you take your short-acting beta agonist. So it depends on what they have access to. It depends on their insurance, and it depends on their sort of familiarity with the medications and what happens as you're talking to the family, realizing that you have those choices, right? Once again, also they do also talk about allergy and immunotherapy, and then in some of the more severe patients adding in the long-acting muscarinic agonist or adding azithromycin. And so, when we look at some of the data, so where did all this SMART therapy come from? And there were several large trials that really looked at this sort of SMART therapy compared to as needed short-acting albuterol. And really what they saw, there was a really significant decrease in severe exacerbations in the patients that were on SMART therapy. And so here's three of the trials that when you put them together, kind of at least saw a 60 to 64% reduction in severe exacerbations. The risks of the when you look at sort of smart therapy compared to maintenance low dose ICS, the risks of severe exacerbations were similar. But once again, you're kind of looking at apples and oranges, because it depends if your patient is even going to be compliant with that low dose ICS therapy plan. There were some very small differences in asthma outcomes that really didn't meet either clinically important differences or statistically significant differences, including some very, very small changes in lung function and FeNO differences. And there was no worsening over time. And in some of the outcomes, it didn't really matter whether or not they had high blood EOs, low blood EOs, high FeNO, low FeNO, lung function issues, or exacerbation history. It worked really with everyone. And the average dose for the budesonide was 50 to 100 micrograms per day. More recently, there's been some meta-analyses also looking at SMART, showing once again a 55% reduction in severe exacerbations compared to just using the short-acting beta agonist alone, and then similar risk of severe exacerbations if you're doing the daily ICS and as needed short-acting beta agonist. So it at least works as well as our current sort of management plan. But once again, you've got to ask yourself whether your patients are being compliant with your current plan. And then there was a reduction in ER visits and hospitalizations. And it really, patients that had been on albuterol alone had a lower risk of severe exacerbations than those that had already been on daily ICS. So even the ones that really had not been taking anything did even better when they looked at sort of impact of SMART. And so one of the things I think is interesting, because the Symbicort is a combination medicine, right? It's got the budesonide and the formoterol. The idea being that the formoterol is a long-acting beta agonist that has a very rapid onset of action with a longer half-life. How important is it, the formoterol versus the extra inhaled corticosteroid? And so some of the trials looked at sort of at least trying to compare just short-acting beta agonists, just formoterol by itself or the combination. And really, it seems to be that combination of the budesonide plus the formoterol. In this trial, really looking at severe exacerbation reduction, and you really see a difference when so terbutaline, you can think of terbutaline as albuterol. So that's a short-acting beta agonist. And so when you look at that compared to just formoterol by itself, which we really wouldn't treat asthma with, but for the study purposes, they looked at it, or looking at the combination, you see an improvement. So the formoterol is additive, but it also requires the addition of that inhaled corticosteroid, which is something that we think is intuitive and important, because once again, you've got to treat the inflammation. It's not just about bronchospasm, but also you can see even that improvement in lung function is more robust in the patients that receive the combination with SMART therapy. And so when we look at some guidance, sort of, because it really is sort of a frame shift in terms of the way we think about treating patients. So these are just some really quick guidelines, right? So this SMART approach would be appropriate for patients that are in step 3, so low dose ICS, or step 4, a medium dose ICS treatment, in patients that are 40 years and older, that have had a severe exacerbation in the prior year, right? That would be a really particularly good candidate to reduce those exacerbations, because really they're not controlled on your current plan. And also you would consider them if their asthma is uncontrolled on maintenance ICS LABA. You might want to consider moving to SMART before you go up on their dose. And this was just some guidelines in terms of some of the puffs, with the maximum, 8 puffs for the age group between 4 to 11 over the course of a day, and a max of 12 puffs in the older groups, right? And so the benefits to this approach is, of course, to reduce asthma exacerbations, improve quality of life, and reduce the need for oral corticosteroids. There really was no difference in terms of risks that were seen in the trials, and really, especially in the population that I see in some of these very young kids, we really want to be very aware of the impact that some of our therapies may have in terms of growth suppression. So if we've got an option that's going to mean less cumulative steroid exposure, that really may be very important. And we don't use SMART therapy in patients that are taking a different combination medicine. So in other words, those patients that are on Advair, you're not going to throw in Symbicort as a rescue. You want to use one similar inhaler. But of course, we have to take into account cost, formulary, and medication intolerance, right? And so one of the things that, and we'll get, of course, also insurance coverage. And if they're needing it as a rescue frequently, then they may run out before that month is over. And this is where really, of course, GINA, because it's got that global perspective, doesn't have as much of a focus, especially in those younger kids, as our EPR recommendations do. I took this from the CHOP website just more for y'all's reference, because it's kind of a general summary broken down by age. age of 0 to 4, 5 to 11, and over than 12 in terms of that stepwise management. So it's a nice just kind of summary of sometimes you're getting lost in all the tables. So we'll touch real briefly on the long-acting muscarinic agonists. Patients that are 12 years and older with uncontrolled persistent asthma, you can consider, adding a long-acting muscarinic agonist. So this is Spiriva. If you're unable to use a LABA, you might consider adding Spiriva onto just the ICS if there's some reason they're not able to tolerate it. The Spiriva may improve asthma control and quality of life, but it was really only a small potential benefit if you're not able to use the LABA for any reason. And you may increase the risk of harm there was one single real world study that looked at African-American patients saw kind of an increased risk of using Spiriva. And it once again, you're adding in a second inhaler. So that's one of the downsides. And then allergen mitigation, I think really the take home, so I want to kind of leave a moment at the end to sort of summarize, is really you want to understand what they're allergic to before you go monkeying with their environment, right? So we don't do blind environmental control measures, right? You want to allergy test them or understand if they're allergic, and then you want to do allergy focused mitigation interventions that have been shown to be effective. So for individuals with asthma with an allergy to a specific indoor substance, such as dust mite, you want to use multiple strategies to reduce the allergen is recommended. You don't want to do just one strategy because it often doesn't improve outcomes. So also recognizing that it's very rare for it to be just one thing, often driving their symptoms. Integrated pest management in the home is recommended. And then for individuals with asthma who do not have allergies to indoor substances, environmental interventions in the home are not recommended. Pheno, just real briefly, we use it to look at airway inflammation, typically related to that T-high phenotype. We don't use it to make the diagnosis of asthma. It helps us as we're trying to assess phenotypes and endotypes, and as we're trying to assess inflammation. And I use it in my clinic, but it's really something that's more frequently used in the specialty world. It's considered elevated if it's over 50 in adults, over 35 in kids, and often seen, like I said, in those patients that have that atopic history. And so really, I wanted just to take the last few minutes to not speed through this part. So, these new recommendations really are a paradigm shift in asthma management. The idea of using an intermittent short course of inhaled corticosteroids in those younger kids is something that we didn't used to do routinely. But I think that it acknowledges that, number one, that this is a significant population that has a significant amount of morbidity and mortality associated with it. They are often in the hospital, urgent care, or in clinic. But you need to follow them closely. You need to assess for symptom frequency. You need to make sure that they're not evolving symptoms outside of these viral illnesses that may warrant more daily need for ICS therapy. Also, the new recommendations looking at daily ICS versus kind of as needed ICS with your albuterol for those mild patients that are 12 and above. Really, this is cumbersome now because we don't have a fixed dose inhaler, but hopefully in 2023, I don't think it's going to be out in 2022. AstraZeneca has a fixed dose budesonide albuterol inhaler that will be coming to the market, and I'm 95% sure it's going to be an HFA delivery. So then we'll have one inhaler, and it won't be so confusing. And really, the idea behind that then is that patients won't be using albuterol alone. That whenever they're having symptoms, we acknowledge that inflammation is there, and we're addressing the inflammation, and we're hoping that we address the inflammation with early onset use of the early onset use of the ICS while they're sick with those symptoms sooner than we would if we had to wait for them to come to clinic. It also allows for discussion and sort of recognition of family preferences and shared decision-making, and hopefully I think is going to allow the children and the families to be more compliant with the treatment plan and for all of us to be on the same page. Like I said, this really is a paradigm shift, especially in those more moderate to severe patients. We're looking at that SMART therapy. The goals are really to avoid that inhaler confusion and prevent exacerbations, and empowers the patients and families to provide more symptom-based care in the home. And of course, it's also going to rely, though, on them to recognize those symptoms. So it's going to take education, and it's not for everyone, right? You get a feeling for that patient when you're in the room, and that family when you're in the room, of whether or not they're going to be able to do this plan. And it doesn't mean that some of the other plans, are not appropriate, right? I mean, so the SMART therapy was shown to be as effective as daily maintenance therapy. And so if it's too complicated or you don't think they're going to be able to be compliant, then you just use the sort of more standard therapy that we're more used to using. We do have work to do right? And so this is one area that I really hope as a coalition we can rally around. We need to work on insurance formularies. We have a huge challenge here in the state of Florida. Several of our Medicaid HMOs just will not cover any combination therapy in our children under the age of 6, regardless of what our national guidelines recommend, regardless of what all of our experts and all of our safety studies show. They just won't cover it. There was recently a conversation that was had between one of our healthcare providers and one of the Medicaid HMOs, and they tried to say, well, I'm worried that ACA is going to come down on me if we approve combination therapy, and it doesn't make any sense, because really, if you're placing the child at risk of having frequent exacerbations, if you're placing the child at risk of hospitalization or ER use, that's where I think ACA would come down, because you're placing the child's health at risk. We have safety data, we have efficacy data in these younger ages. It's just that, the hurdles to get FDA approval are high and they're expensive, and the drug companies don't have that, they don't have a carrot to go after it. And so we're very frequently, at least in pediatrics, using things that are off-label, although we have a lot of data and a lot of evidence and experience using it. Other areas I really think we could work from a legislative standpoint. One of the pediatric pulmonologists was telling me up in Massachusetts, they were able to get their statewide Medicaid to approve 2 Symbicort inhalers a month. So that way you've got your preventative daily medicine, and then if you need your rescue, it's covered by that other. So it's not reliant on a change in the FDA recommendations. They just got them to approve 2 Symbicort inhalers a month. That's a little bit more challenging here in Florida, since we don't have one Medicaid. We have multiple formularies spread out across our multiple Medicaid HMOs, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. We just got to start having the conversations and talking about cost and education. And so I did it. I think I'm really close to my 40 minutes, but hopefully that allows some chance for questions. If I can open my chat.
Great job. And yes, we do have time for questions. We're going to get started with Florida Asthma Coalition announcements at 4:30, followed directly by a 5-minute update from each of our Florida Asthma Coalition work groups. So we do have about 10 minutes that we can do Q&A.
Wow.
So I will be monitoring my event chat to see if there are any questions coming in. I did see a little higher up, we had a question from an anonymous user about Primatene Mist becoming over the counter.
Horrible. Once again, back to that concept of even just the albuterol being kind of this sort of that positive reinforcement of that quick reliever, but not addressing the underlying inflammation, not addressing what's really happening within the airway and with the patient. But at least with the albuterol, it's a physician prescribing it. And so hopefully there's someone keeping track of how often, how many inhalers they're going through. The problem with things are over the counter is no one's keeping track of it, right? And so it's just there. And so it's really easy to get somebody in a lot of trouble because they're limping themselves along with this Primatene Mist while their airways. You remember that histology slide I showed at the very beginning of the talk? You saw that smooth muscle hypertrophy. You saw the airway inflammation. You saw how that epithelium just looked destroyed. And so that's what's happening. And that Primatene Mist is just relaxing some of the muscles. So just getting you by so that you can really cause damage. And those are the patients that we worry that come into the hospital and end up with our asthma related deaths, or they end up in the ICU because they're so sick and they have so much airway pathology that has been untreated and undertreated for so long. And they don't know it because often they go along slowly. They're what we call poor symptom perceivers. They go along slowly, just kind of using their medicines. And so they don't realize that their lung function, their FEV1 is 40% predicted, because that's been 40% predicted for the last 6 months or last year. And so this is their normal. And it can really be amazing sometimes how poor the lung function can be with some of these patients. And they're still kind of getting by day to day, but they're just one flu virus exposure or just one allergen exposure away from being in the ICU intubated.
Absolutely. And I see some comments coming through in the chat also talking about how oftentimes some of the less appropriate therapies are funded very well by insurance or are much more accessible, whereas the more targeted therapies that give you the right amount of medication to the right location with fewer side effects that are appropriate for your symptoms are many, many times more expensive. And Dr. Dunham is saying in the chat Primatene mist overuse will increase asthma-related deaths. Yes, this is an issue for, so fun fact, asthma is a progressive disease if it is not treated and managed in a way that's appropriate to the person's individual experiences. So we see a lot of people with very poorly controlled asthma across the life course whose lungs wind up looking not that different from the lungs of people who age with CF without appropriate treatment. And that should be a never event. It
Absolutely.
be that tough with asthma.
Absolutely. I mean, so Dr. Garcia's talk, when she was talking about some of the biologics, really, I was going through these new recommendations and showing sort of a frame shift. There's an even bigger frame shift, hopefully, and potentially coming down the road 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, as the cost of some of those biologic therapies come down, as familiarity and as comfort level also comes down, because really, more so than even the inhaled corticosteroids, some of these biologic therapies, if you understand the patient's endotype, if you understand their mechanism of inflammation, you really are now we're able to fundamentally get at the underlying mechanisms. So talking about, less side effects, talking about having less systemic sort of spillover in terms of impact on the body, we really have these sometimes I'll describe it to families as kind of a surgical scalpel. I'm able to go in and really impact and remove one specific pathway that is driving the significant amount of the inflammation, bronchospasm, mucus production in their child's airways, and the reason for their asthma symptoms. And so as we move forward, I'm hopeful that 10 years from now, we'll look back and these biologics will not be reserved for just the most severe of the severe, but they will be able and be available and accessible to patients with more milder forms of airway inflammation, because they're just more effective.
Absolutely. And I see both Dr. Dunham and Dr. Garcia are putting some more details in the chat about the question of OTC, albuterol, and other types of medications where there's maybe there's been some conflicting evidence in the past about what was the better approach, but we now know that with certain drugs, you may be masking deeper issues or predisposing people to other types of harmful side effects. For example, albuterol can be very hard on the heart for some folks. They actually have to do EFTs without it because I will hit the deck if you give me albuterol. And Dr. Weiss gave you some accolades for a terrific presentation that I really want to echo. That was an absolutely fantastic overview.
Hopefully I kept everyone awake. I was loud enough.
We like projecting here. Absolutely. And it's really good that we're thinking in such nuanced ways as we head into the work group updates about what access really means, because that's intricately linked with diversity, right? It's not just, is the medication physically there in a place that you can get to using public transit, is the building accessible for your mobility needs and things like that. It's also that question of, are the therapies that are really going to help you the most the ones that are the easiest for you to access financially, instrumentally, socially, because we've talked all day about how in different cultural traditions, different types of approaches to asthma management may be perceived differently. So there's a lot that goes into this question of access that's beyond how a lot of us were raised to think about it. So that question about, a medication became over the counter, that should be a good thing in a country where we don't have universal health insurance, right? Well, it's often complicated. So I like the really nuanced discussions. I'm also seeing questions in the chat, and I really appreciate that folks are already thinking about this, about recordings from today's event. Trust that if you registered for this event, you will get some follow-up from us about how to access those recordings, and that'll include information about how to share content from today's event. The short answer is that yes, we absolutely encourage you to share about the event on your social media and to tag Florida Asthma Coalition. We will have some specific information from you about accessing those presentations, but please trust that anything that's on our Florida Asthma Coalition website that you can see just as any member of the public going to the website, yes, please feel free to share that widely. We definitely want to make sure that information gets out there. That goes for anything that's available for public viewing on our website. If it's on the website and you can see it, you can share it. And then I see a little bit of information that's going to me which I will pass along. Short term, there will still be a recording of the live stream available on the event page, which is what you're watching us on right now. That will be left up as our coalition management staff and Altus partners work to get the recording broken down for separate recordings for each separate talk. And those individual recordings will be what we eventually share on the coalition website. So you can watch the presentations right away. You can also wait for the separate recordings or both.
And I wanted to make a plug, just as you said that, Zan, to also remember that on the YouTube, on the Florida Asthma Coalition YouTube channel, there are recordings cut up from last year's summit. And so
yes,
those,
there are.
Who were unable to attend, or honestly, I often just, as I'm driving in the morning, I want to go back and listen to one of the talks. It's right there. It's easy to listen to, and so, sometimes there were really some excellent talks last year. There's been some amazing talks this year, right? And so sometimes, it really is a lot to take in one day. And so, feel free to go back, when you've got some time and just spend some time with just one of the talks.
Absolutely. And again, accessibility is for everyone, making sure that you can revisit that if you had lots of life happening at home or just other commitments, or you were just tired or needed a break, you can still access the content your way and you can review it as many times as you like. So it's accessible now, it's accessible later. It's up to you how you want to engage. That brings us to the close of our educational track for today, but don't go away because we are going to have about 5 minutes of updates on the Florida Asthma Coalition, followed by 5 minutes each for a total of 20 minutes for updates from each of our 4 coalition work groups. So who will be doing coalition announcements today? Let's make sure that we can get you up on the screen. This is general coalition announcements, and then we'll have time for each of our work group chairs to be up on screen with us.
I'm not sure. I know it's not me.
It could have been that was filler time for general housekeeping to make sure we had enough time for the work group. So I'll ask again when we finish with the work group updates, but let's go right ahead and get into the work group updates. I know Dr. Weiss, who leads our home visiting work group, is here. So Dr. Weiss, would you like to start off our work group updates and then we'll go sequentially through our other groups?
Sure, okay.
All right, go right on ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention all day. That was great, Dr. Perpich. Thank you so much. So are we ready with the, let's see, the slides? Hold on a minute. I wasn't quite ready. I thought we were the last ones. Just a minute. Let me put them up.
Yeah, we didn't have an order on the agenda.
But somebody told me we were last. So just give me 1 second and I'll get the slides up. Unless, Wanda, you want to put them up and then...
I can start with the hospital.
Oh, sure.
Right.
I apologize.
Right. I'm getting them up right now. I just was, give me 1 second. And I will have them up.
All right.
Okay, so
you've got, so let's see. That we can start with hospitals. Wanda's got the slides up, and that'll give you a little bit more time to prepare Dr. White.
I'm getting them up. I thought we were last. That's why I didn't have them yet.
No worries. I'm the one who didn't get the memo about that. So that is my error. All right, Dr. Dunham, you've got 5 minutes. So right at 4:37, we will transition into our next work group. And if somebody could send me a message in the speaker chat about which work group is supposed to go next, I will make sure I get it right this time.
Got my slides ready. We can go next.
Okay, well, welcome everyone, and thank you for staying with us. So again, my name is Wanda Rodriguez Dunham. I am the asthma program manager for the state of Florida, and I also the interim chair for the Asthma Friendly Hospital work group. So we'll be sharing the update. So the Asthma Friendly Hospital Recognition Rep, the goal is to reduce avoidable asthma visits, unnecessary admissions, and improve overall health outcomes. The asthma-friendly hospitals, we recognize, the Florida Asthma Coalition recognized the valuable roles in the hospitals play in caring for patients with asthma and develop the asthma-friendly hospital recognition by collaborating with administrative, clinical, and supportive partners across the state. So this year we have one new member to the group. And the next slide, I also will share the Florida Asthma Coalition asthma friendly hospitals that being recognized. And we already know that St. Joseph Children's Hospital was one of them. The new member is Nicholas Children's Hospital in Miami-Dade, Tallahassee Memorial Wolfson Children's Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida, Golisano Children's Hospitals, and the Student Family Children's Hospitals in the Panhandle. So congratulations again for recertification and obtaining the recognition from the Florida Asthma Coalition, where if you're in the hospital and you're welcome, if you're interested, please let us know. And so we can guide you through the process of the asthma friendly hospital recognition process. Very short. So the application is accepted all year round on a rolling basis. So there's no deadlines in here. And we have mentors that can assign to you to go through the process. And again, so working together to reduce the burden of asthma in Florida and achieve our mission that Floridians with asthma achieve optimal health and quality of life. So you have here the reasons to apply, and the criteria includes professional development for the primary care physicians and even specialist physicians, nurses, RTs also. So there's lots of good things, and also the opportunity to create a quality improvement project to help those patients living with asthma. And again, join us at the floridacoalition.com. You can contact me or contact the Florida Asthma Coalition at flasthmacoalition@gmail.com. And that's it. So thank you.
All right, spectacular. Thank you so much, Wanda. So the next work group, which will also guaranteed get its full 5 minutes should it wish to use them, is our providers work group. So whom do we have today doing our update for the providers work group?
Oops. Hey, Zan. I am up.
Teresa. Some of you are already familiar with Teresa and her team from yesterday's Asthma Educator Review Workshop. Welcome back, Teresa. Please lead us.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. So first, I just want to say,
441.
Pardon?
You've got till 441, and then I'll transition.
So good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say I really feel truly blessed to be part of such a phenomenal team of asthma advocates. It takes all of us to make a difference, whether you're in the home, the community, childcare centers, schools, provider offices, urgent care centers, ERs, or hospitals. It takes all of us to make a difference, really does, and it takes a team. So I just want to say I co-chair this with Dr. Angela Garcia. She is the pharmacist and professor at USF. You heard her earlier. She's a phenomenal individual as far as clinician. We have co-chaired many different groups, and we are just fortunate again to have our expertise with our group, and you will hear why soon. So I want to recognize our current groups, and I know those are from, as you can see, from 2019, and they are the 4 lead physician group for platinum level asthma friendly status. These were led by Dr. Silva as our asthma champion. She was very active in our work group. And then Dr. Ron's staff. So during the time to reapply for asthma friendly recognition, we of course had the pandemic. So they are back up and stronger, and we hope to be getting their applications in soon. We also have been fortunate in 2022, the Healthcare Network of Southwest Florida is pending completion of the recognition. And these offices are led by Dr. Halbert, Dr. Anzalone, and Dr. Salivar. We have been working together for the past few months, and they are very passionate about helping their patients and families with asthma. So I want to talk just quickly about what the recognition is. There are 4 levels for provider recognition. The first is bronze, and it discusses professional development. And there it works with education for the providers, respiratory therapists, nurses, and MAs. so that they understand asthma at the level that they would need to teach it to the patients. The second criteria for bronze is team-based approach, and everyone that sees the patient has a responsibility and the knowledge to care for the patient. So they really do work as a team. Silver criteria is adding in asthma action plans for persistent asthma. Gold is self-management education and home-based asthma education. They can refer those services out, or they can provide that in the home. And then platinum level, which is implemented an asthma quality improvement plan. And that's so important so we can show the success of what we're doing. So our current goal that Angela and I are working with is a subgroup of pharmacies in various places in Florida. We want to help them to be asthma friendly. So next year, we hope to be able to recognize these groups. And I just want to thank you all for making such a positive difference. That is all I'll say.
All right, fantastic. Teresa, thank you very much. Our next work group, and thanks to every member of the work group for everything that you've been doing to advance our asthma-friendly provider recognitions and learning opportunities. Next up, we have our schools and childcare work group. Who will be giving the presentation for the schools and childcare work group?
That will be Dr. Thomas.
All right, Dr. Thomas, are you with us?
I am, Dr. San.
Hi there, Annette. Nice to see you.
You
if you actually want people to be able to see you, you might need to toggle your camera on manually.
My camera is not working.
All right. Well, in that case, we will enjoy hearing your voice. And if you have slides to share, you should have sharing ability for those as well.
I do.
All right. Take us away. You will have until 4:45, and then we'll go to our home visiting work group.
Are you seeing my slides?
I saw you start sharing, but oh, there they go.
Okay, here it is.
Yes, perfect.
Give me 1 second. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Annette Thomas. I am the Regional Asthma Coordinator in Orange County, as well as the chair for the school and childcare work group. And I just want to give you an update about what has been going on with our program and how beneficial our program is in the state of Florida. We have the schools, the Asthma Friendly School Recognition Program. That program is a voluntary program, and we have 4 levels: the bronze, the silver, the gold, and platinum level. And if you look on the screen here, you see the different criteria, but for the bronze, it's 1 to 6. The silver is 1 to 8. The gold is 1 to 9, and the platinum is 1 to 10. So overall, we have 10 criteria, but discriminatively, every level has a different amount of criteria that they have to complete to be recognized on. Our goal in the asthma-friendly schools is to improve student health, student attendance in school, as well as their academic achievement. As I mentioned before, the program is voluntary. However, once the school decides to participate, we have mentors that will mentor the school from the beginning to the end. The application process is open at the beginning of the school year, and it's closed on June 30th of every year. We also have the asthma-friendly childcare centers, and we recognize the childcare centers that meet the criteria for excellence asthma management. They are recognized as well on 4 levels: the bronze, the silver, the gold, and platinum. The benefit is to improve the students who are attending their health, as well as improve absenteeism. And the application deadline is continuous, it's rolling. These are some of the childcare centers that were awarded on platinum level in year 2021 and 2022. I just want to also mention that the coming school year, our asthma-friendly school will be back again in session. So please, If your school would like more information about the asthma friendly school, you can always visit the Florida Asthma Coalition website. You could even type it in into Google, just Florida Asthma Coalition, and you'll get all the link, and you just click on that and go under the childcare and school, and you will see everything that we do. We have the interest form there as well as the application. Here are my contact information, as well as you can contact Dr. Dunham, Wanda Dunham, and we work together. So it doesn't matter what part of the state you are. Once you want information from us, we will provide it. And we will also, on that website, you can also see the mentor map. And if there is not a person to mentor you according to your location, just reach out to us. We'll be glad to assist you. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
All right, Dr. Thomas, thank you so much. That was terrific. And we are right on pace now to go over to our home visiting work group led by Dr. Weiss, one of our two coalition co-chairs, for a 5-minute update on your work group's activities. So at the top of the minute, it'll be 4:45, which keeps us right on pace with the exact timing on the agenda. So you've got till 4:50. Take us away.
Okay. Let me just get the slideshow from the beginning here. Why is it not? Okay. First, I wanted to thank everybody for hanging in all day and coming to the work group updates. And I wanted to particularly thank Dr. Wanda Rodriguez Dunham. In the fall, I've been the longtime chair of the home visiting work group, and in the fall, I took a couple of months off for some family business, and she stepped in and did a great job. And we are now both chairs, so we're sharing that role. Thank you so much, Wanda. You've been great. So last year, I had the concept of starting a group of Lunch and Learn webinar series, and Wanda and the group okayed this, and we started it in August of 2021, focusing on indoor triggers. These are 1-hour Lunch and Learn webinars. They're free, and we're exploring the idea of giving CEUs in the future. We haven't done it yet, and they're on the 4th Wednesday of the month. So we started it off with that one on indoor triggers. Then we went in September to asthma triggers and travel, how to stay safe when you were traveling. And I've just experienced some travel related issues on several trips I took in the last 3 weeks. So it is important to keep yourself safe for sure. It was very helpful. Then we did, in October, we did one on outdoor asthma triggers and air quality. In February, what's going on here? I'm trying to get this off the screen so it's not in the way. In February, we did one on ventilation and indoor air quality and workplace safety. And then in April, we did connected respiratory solutions, impacts for patients, clinical providers, and public health research. We try to include a range, a gamut of professionals from different backgrounds, respiratory therapists, MDs, engineers that work on air cleanliness, tech people that work on tech solutions for those with asthma to improve asthma outcomes. So let me go to the next slide. These are flyers from our past presentations. And for next year, and this is the most important slide, we want to involve all of you. August 24th, we're going to be having our next webinar on stress management, complementary therapies, and asthma management. Dr. Buckstein talked about the importance of a holistic lifestyle approach to asthma, and I will be giving this webinar, and I'm going to be touching on some techniques that can be used to reduce stress and therefore reduce flare-ups. In September, we're going to touch on red tide and toxic algae. In October, we'll deal with mold, a ubiquitous problem in Florida, how to prevent it, how to remediate it safely. February and April, our topics are still to be announced, and I encourage you to put in the chat or email Wanda or myself any topics you'd like to see. There are some on the table. One is medical legal partnerships, although we have not yet found a speaker for that. But there are so many topics. Asthma is a complex multifactorial illness, and there are many things that affect it. So if any of you have a proposed topic or would like to be a speaker, please contact us. Now I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Wanda.
Hello again. So we talk about the Florida Asthma Program. I talk in my early morning. Go back to the previous slide, please. Okay, so again, we are in Miami-Dade, Orange Terminal, and Gaston. We talk about the criteria and where we get the referrals. Next slide, please. We have heard enough about the asthma control test. And so we know that if your score is 19 or less, your asthma symptoms may not be as well controlled as you might think. And if your score is actually 15 or less, your asthma may be poorly controlled. Next slide. So we talk about it. So our program is 3 visits. On the first visit, we learn about asthma symptoms, medication, inhaler technique, and the asthma action plan. We give a lot of information. And from my mentor on home visiting program, Miss Andrea Jensen, it's just like we're trying to make people drink from a fire hydrant. But we go slow. We got a lot of information, and we're always available for questioning and follow-ups when our participants have questions about all this information that we are providing. Next slide. The second visit is triggers. We are looking at indoor triggers, outdoor triggers, even occupational triggers that might be affecting and making people sick with asthma, or promoting the symptoms. So that's what we do. Virtually, we ask the participant if they allow us to show at least where the child spends most of the time. And if not, we just ask questions. We have a set of questions, a questionnaire that will go over a lot of details about what possible triggers might be happening inside and outside their home. Next slide. So the third visit is the wrap up. We discuss the plan progress. We talk about asthma control, trigger reduction. We do post assessment like the asthma control test and the self asthma medication administration. We do a survey, and we set up the calls for follow-ups at 6 months after the third visit and 12 months after that visit 1. Next slide. So what we have learned, we have improved asthma control, fewer asthma symptoms, reduced missed days of school and work, and reduced use of unscheduled clinic ED visits and patient hospitalizations. Next slide. So these are some of the feedbacks from the patients and the participants that we have. Here's a mother. So at the end of the virtual visit, the parent expressed her gratitude to the program. She said that she would not change anything since it was a very comprehensive program that offers enough information through flyers, booklets, and virtual visits. The parent also said that she's putting everything she learned to practice, mainly how to reduce asthma triggers at home. Next slide. And this is another one. This program has helped me understand the asthma triggers and what can lead my daughter to an asthma attack. My daughter and I spent from October to January in the emergency room and many hospitalizations, but after starting with the right treatment and with the knowledge received by the asthma program, my daughter's asthma has been controlled, and there have been no more visits to the ER. And that's music to our ears. And that's we have plenty of positive feedbacks from our participants. Next slide. And so if you need more information, please contact us, myself at Wanda Dunham at flhealth.gov and Dr. Deborah Weiss at dnweiss88@gmail.com. Thank you for your time, and we hope that we have given information, and please join us.
Fantastic, Dr. Weiss. Thank you for the work group update. And Dr. Dunham, thank you very much for giving us a general overview of how the Florida Asthma Program's home visiting program works. So we did have some general announcements. After all, definitely follow up with us if you're interested in learning about the program. And we are right on time to get started. This really couldn't have been a more perfect segue into the awards portion of our program. So you heard a little bit from Dr. Rodriguez-Dunham about those impacts that our home visiting program makes. We would not be able to do that or transform any other people's lives with any of our other programs to help them live better with asthma without the steadfast, dedicated, and heartfelt work of our asthma champions. So would the person who is emceeing our recognition of asthma champions please go live so that we can award the wonderful people who've been working with us?
That would be me.
All right, Dr. Weiss, take us away.
Right here. So,
perfect. You see, it all makes sense now.
It all makes sense. So every year, the Florida Asthma Coalition gives Asthma Champion Awards. And it says on the plaque that these are given in recognition of remarkable service to the asthma community and to the state of Florida. And by the way, our very own Dr. Wanda was a recipient of one. This year, we're giving out 2. The first one is going to go to Soani Betancourt. She is a registered nurse and the asthma case manager for Simply Healthcare Plan, Inc. Her colleagues could not speak more highly of her. They absolutely adore her. One said, "I have had the honor of working with Soani for over a year in the asthma home visiting program. She is the Simply Health case manager and the first contact to the families who are referred to the program. Although our interactions have been only by phone when we discuss the asthma cases, she is a fabulous employee, a huge asset to the program, and is so deserving of this award and recognition." And they go on. "Soani is the kindest person I know, but above all, she is a determined woman who loves to help the families we serve. She makes sure families sign up for the program and always follows up after virtual visits. Soani knows that the patients who have been referred need education. That is why she never gives up and always tries to enroll the families in the asthma home virtual classes." And I might add, it has been very important to keep that personal touch going during COVID, and it sounds like Soani did an outstanding job. Is she with us today? We will be mailing out this award. Is Miss Soani Betancourt present? Okay. We'll be mailing her the plaque and congratulations. Well-deserved award. Okay, so I will go on to the second award then. The second award as an asthma champion goes to our very own Eddie Rigo. He has been our health planner and programs manager. He works at the Health Council of Southeast Florida, and he has been the key person in charge of dealing with all the Florida Asthma Coalition steering committee members and all of the different work groups. He's done an amazing job. He is patient, good-natured, and detail-oriented. He attends every meeting, and there have been probably hundreds, answering all questions and requests promptly and with a smile. Eddie is passionate about improving health outcomes for those with asthma. He is well-informed, considerate, and returns emails and calls promptly. He has served as moderator for many meetings with third parties, including Altus. He helped me and Dr. Wanda start and set up the Lunch and Learn webinar series last August. It's been a great success. Thank you, Eddie. He helped with every detail of the 2022 virtual summit, which was made more complex by the addition of a third party, Altus, the first time we did this. Eddie never complained about the many meetings he attended helping us and Altus to get the details of the summit in place. It is rare, especially during the pandemic, to find a combination of determination, hard work, and cheerfulness, but Eddie exemplifies all these qualities and more. He is leaving us to begin medical school at Duke University. We know that he will make a wonderful doctor, and we wish him all the best in his studies. We will miss you, Eddie. You are a true asthma champion. Bravo. Thank you so much. Is he here? Eddie? Let's all give him a hand, all of the Florida Asthma Coalition. You did such an awesome job, Eddie. Thank you so much. And you'll be getting a plaque as well. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Health Council of Southeast Florida, to thank Eddie and all of the staff there, to thank Altus for all the work you've done with us, and to thank my Florida Asthma Coalition co-chair, Dr. Perpich, to thank Dr. Zan. You've been awesome. You did a marvelous job today. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of the members of the home visiting work group, and especially my co-chair, Dr. Wanda. I'd like to thank the poster committee, including Teresa Sume and the others I've already thanked who are on the committee. You did a great job. So I'm looking forward to another exciting year. I think we've come so far. We had more than 500 registrants today. So sometimes there's a silver lining. This pandemic has increased our registration and our membership quite a bit, because people in other parts of the country who might not necessarily be able to travel are able to come online. So there's always a positive to everything, right? Much as I hope that COVID is a memory next year, I don't know if that's true, but at least it will be much lower. It is nice to have developed these online platforms as well as hybrid formats. So perhaps next year we will go to a hybrid format, enabling those that cannot come in person to participate, and also getting back to our in-person, which was a lot of fun, I have to say. So I want to thank everybody. I want to encourage everybody, if you are not already a member, sign up. It's free. If you are not a member of a work group, please sign up and get involved. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Perpich. If you have any final comments. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations.
I just want to thank everyone for hanging out. I'm not sure how many are still with us. It's been an action-packed day. I think we've got a lot of great information, and I know I'll be going back and watching the YouTube stream to look back at some of the talks. But I'm also excited about this upcoming year. I think we're just continuing to grow and expand our impact and make a difference in the lives of the asthmatics that we take care of. So I'm excited as well. And thanks everyone for coming.
Well, Dr. Perpich and Dr. Weiss, thank you both for your leadership. Colleagues with Altus, our sponsors, Health Council of Southeast Florida, so, our colleagues at Lee Health and Association of Asthma Educators who made the course possible yesterday. And of course, all of our wonderful speakers and attendees. Thank you so much for all the heart and soul that you've put into this, to our work group chairs, our wonderful program manager, Dr. Dunham. Just thank you so much for your fellowship, your commitment to justice and asthma management in the finer details as well as the bigger picture, your commitment to accessibility, and your commitment to inclusivity. Just to wrap up, in the spirit of inclusivity, just to make sure nobody misses out on your CE credits, we want you to get those credits. We are eager to help you get those credits. Your task, if you're a CHES credit seeker, today is to fill out your CHES evaluation form. Make sure you get that to us promptly. It is downloadable from the links in the event chat or the Florida Asthma Coalition website directly. If you are seeking other types of CE credit, we will follow up with you next week, including with the general event evaluation survey, to make sure that you get those credits. If you're only seeking credits for the summit, you'll get that follow-up from the evaluation survey from SurveyMonkey and from our Health Council Coalition Management staff who are working with Altus on the CE credit. If you did the course yesterday, you will get follow-up from AAE about your CE credits. All that follow-up is going to take a little bit of time to do. So be watching your inboxes early next week for follow-up so you can give us feedback and we can give you your credits. I like a short and sweet wrap up for an event. Everybody has been so respectful of time today. So it is now my privilege to give you back half an hour of your time to relax and reflect. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute privilege to facilitate and to meet all of you. We will see you next year for an even bigger and better summit. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful weekend.